Burbank, the media capital of the world.
To participate in the general public comment period, please call now at 818-238-3335. For any scheduled public hearings, please call when prompted to speak if you want the comment to be part of the record. Members of the public may speak for up to 3 minutes depending on the number of speakers.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to a joint meeting of the Burbank City Council with Successor Agency, Housing Authority, Parking Authority, and Youth Endowment Services Fund Board on Tuesday, February 13th, 2024. Before we begin, please join me for a moment of reflection. This is a moment intended to begin our meeting tonight with a positive and collective support that we all share for our beloved community. The City Council welcomes everyone joining us this evening, both in person and virtually, and we encourage you to take a moment to reflect on our community and the work that we will be doing together tonight. Although each of us has our own unique reasons for being here, we are united in our shared passion for our wonderful city that we all call home. And as we pause, let us consider our individual contributions and what those mean to everyone around us. Let us find solace in knowing that by working together with a shared spirit of community and partnership, we will always act responsibly for the betterment of Burbank. Thank you, everyone. And now, if you'd please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, Madam City Clerk, so nice to see you again this evening. Would you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Anthony?
Here.
Councilmember Mullins?
Here.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Here.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Here.
And Mayor Schultz.
I'm going to be a little different tonight. I'm present.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so we would like to begin by advising the community tonight that there will be 4 periods of public comment. I'm going to walk through all those different periods and the rules surrounding them. So in general, members of the public may comment in person or by telephone during the general public comment period and the public comment period for tonight's public hearing, both in person and by telephone. The first general public comment period is for any matter concerning city business and or any agenda item, except for tonight's public hearing. If you'd like to provide public comment by phone, please call right now at 818-238-3335. The second public comment period is for tonight's public hearing. To comment by phone during that agenda item, please wait to call when the hearing begins, and we'll make an announcement to call back in at that point. Additional in-person only public comment periods will be available after each report to council this evening. Next, we have announcements, and I believe we have 4 announcements this evening, so please turn your attention to the screens.
Homeowners. Applications are open for the Earthquake, Brace, and Bolt program. Receive up to $3,000 in grant funding for a seismic retrofit of your home to reduce the risk of earthquake damage. Qualifying homes must apply by February 21st. Visit earthquakebracebolt.com to learn more. Burbank Water and Power is considering changes to the city's Sustainable Water Use Ordinance to address current water use issues and upcoming regulations. As part of this effort, BWP is collecting community feedback through public meetings and an online survey. We invite you to attend the second community meeting on February 20th from 6:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. The online survey is open to all Burbank residents. Visit burbankwaterandpower.com for more information. The presidential primary election will be held on Tuesday, March 5th. The last day to register to vote in the presidential primary is February 20th. Voter registration forms are available in the Burbank City Clerk's office, at Burbank Libraries, or you may register online at lavote.gov. If your name has changed or if you have moved, you will need to re-register by the deadline. All registered Burbank voters should receive their official sample ballot booklets no later than February 24th and their mail-in ballots no later than February 27th. There are 4 24-hour vote-by-mail drop boxes at the following locations: Burbank City Hall, Buena Vista Library, Jocelyn Adult Center, and Ralph Foy Park. The 11-day vote center at the Magnolia Park United Methodist Church will open starting February 24th. The 4-day vote centers at the Buena Vista Branch Library, Courtyard Marriott Los Angeles Burbank Airport, and McCambridge Recreation Center will be open starting March 2nd. Eligible voters who missed the deadline can still register as a conditional voter at any vote center in Los Angeles County. Questions regarding voter registration and the issuance of ballots can be addressed by contacting the county at 800-815-2666 or by visiting lavote.gov for more information. You can also contact the Burbank City Clerk's office at cityclerks@burbankca.gov or calling 818-238-5851. The Burbank City Clerk's office would like to remind residents and candidates that candidates are prohibited from placing election signage on private property without permission of the owner and are prohibited from placing signage on any public property, including the public right-of-way. To report violations, please contact the City Clerk's office at cityclerks@burbankca.gov or by calling 818-238-5851. This concludes announcements for this evening.
All right, thanks everybody. Next up, we have presentations, and I have some distinguished guests tonight. We have 2 different presentations we'll be beginning with. First, though, this evening I'll be issuing a proclamation declaring the month of February 2024 as National Children's Dental Health Month in the city of Burbank. And I have a whole team of special guests I'd like to invite up here to help me in reading that really heavy proclamation. First, we have Dale Gorman, Executive Director of Kids Community Dental Clinic. Yeah, give it up for Dale. And we also have Amber Gomez joining tonight, Lupe Alcantar, Melina Otero, and Luis Centeno. Please come on up, everybody. Right here. So what we're going to do is I'm going to read this proclamation. Dale, I'm going to give it to one of the amazing people that accompanied you tonight, and then I think you'll probably have a few words to share with the community. Perfect. All right. So, whereas in 1949, the American Dental Association proclaimed February 8th as National Children's Dental Health Day, which was extended to a month-long recognition in 1981. And whereas the Kids Community Dental Clinic of Burbank evolved out of a need to fill a crucial gap in oral health care services for children of low-income families. And whereas their mission is to provide affordable, quality dental care and preventative education for children of the working poor in an environment conducive to promoting good health. And whereas chronic dental problems can lead to difficulty in eating, speaking, and concentrating, and serious tooth decay is an infectious disease for which there is no immunization possible. And whereas routine dental examinations often uncover problems that can be treated in the early stages where damage is minimal and restorations may be small. Now, therefore, I, Nick Schultz, Mayor of the City of Burbank, do hereby proclaim the month of February 2024 as National Children's Dental Health Month in the City of Burbank. And I encourage all my fellow residents to brush and floss daily. Yes, you're going to hear the lecture now. Please brush and floss daily, eat healthy foods, drink lots of water, and take your children to the dentist on a regular basis, and adults should go too, as my wife often reminds me, to prevent dental disease. And of course, I thank all of the amazing staff and volunteers of KCDC for the incredible service that you provide to the families of our community. So congratulations. And Dale, if you'd like to start us off with saying just a couple words.
Thank you so much, everyone. This is a good reminder for all of us to brush and floss our teeth, especially the ones we want to keep. And this month and next month are very busy for us. We were at Disney Elementary on Monday. We were at McKinley Elementary School today. We're tired. We saw over a dozen patients in the clinic this afternoon from 1 o'clock to 5:30, and we have a whole host of other schools we're going to in February and March. And then during March, during spring break, so the kids don't have to miss school, we're throwing open the doors to the clinic for kids to have one free treatment. So if you know anybody who's interested, they can call our office, and we're happy to schedule them. Thank you. I have others that want to speak.
And if you could just remind us who you are when we start to speak, that'd be great.
Hello, everyone. My name is Guadalupe Alcantar. I was a student at John Burroughs High School. I joined the medical academy at my school and graduated as a part of the National Academy of Finance, a school-based group that prepares students for medical careers. During my time as a medical academy student in 2020, I was offered an internship in the middle of COVID, and and then that was when the clinic was strictly operational for emergency dental cases. We helped many children, whether or not they were our patients or if they were new patients. And that's only one story of many that have prepared me for college and kept me focused on becoming a dental hygienist. I am finishing prerequisites and I intend to apply next year. And I didn't consider being a dental hygienist until I started interning for the clinic. So, I mean, I love the work that we provide for our families, the families we serve at the Kids Community Dental Clinic. And my 17-year-old self would have never believed that I was, looking in mouths would have been my passion. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Amber Gomez. I began volunteering at the Kids Dental Clinic in 2013 after graduating from John Burroughs High School and throughout my college years. I am now a graduate of USC. I graduated with a bachelor's in dental hygiene. I'm a registered dental hygienist practicing at a private practice now. And the Kids Clinic really got me a lot of great dental experience from going to health fairs to helping at school dental screenings. And I was actually shocked to go to these dental screenings and see that there were some kids that didn't have their own toothbrush at home. So going and giving them their goodie bag after getting their dental screening really seeing them happy and thankful for getting a new toothbrush, toothpaste, and floss really made everything worth it. I really like going out into the community and promoting the importance of oral health, which I do on my days off. And the clinic really not only provided me experience, but also great mentorship. So I can't thank the Kids Clinic enough for helping me achieve my dreams of becoming a dental hygienist. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Melina Otero, and I am a board member of the Kids Community Dental Clinic, a longtime Burbank resident, and I'm so proud to be on the board because we hear about all the stories of students and small children that that the clinic supports with all the volunteers. They help students with really serious health issues in their mouth, start there, and preventative. So I'm very proud to be a board member. I encourage you guys to know more about it. Come to our casino night. Come to a lot of different things where we can see the kids' smiles and see what these fabulous people do for them. So thank you.
So my name is Luis Centeno. Luis, it doesn't matter. I answer both. I'm a board member. Over 2 years, almost 3 years, starting my third year. I was introduced to Dale through my involvement with the Wellness Club of Burbank. We supporters of the clinic, and I'm like, there's a dental clinic for kids that they only have to pay a nominal fee and get their. Where were you when I was a kid? I probably wouldn't have gone because I hated dentists back then. But God, imagine being an 11-year-old sitting in fifth grade. I was old. I was on the older side. I was in fifth grade, 11 years old, and you can't listen to the school teacher because my tooth was pounding. I could feel my heartbeat through my tooth. Because if it's not bleeding, it's not missing, you don't go to the hospital. You don't go to the doctor when you grow up. Humbly. Let's put it that way. So there was no dental clinic for me to go to. So when I found out that there was, after having spent tens of thousands of dollars fixing all the problems that I had because I had a bad start, I had to get involved. And, you know, my job is to make friends so more people will come to our casino night and give us more money so we can serve more kids. So, but we do something the clinic does something that is amazing. Yeah, it allows kids that peace so that they don't have to be in pain and they can actually concentrate on just being kids and growing up. So definitely something to think about and something to support.
Yeah, give it up for all these amazing people. And Dale, I just want to thank you and the entire team because you really do serve a critical need in our community. We often pride ourselves on being the world's 4th largest economy, and yet a lot of people are left behind. And it's the services and the treatment that you offer that really make sure that we're not leaving as many people behind as we otherwise might, but for you being here. So thank you all for your mission and your work. And Dale, I am going to put you on the spot in one way, and then I promise photo, and we're on to the next one. If people here listening tonight wanted to help support you in your mission in 1 or 2 easy ways, what's 1 or 2 things that they could do tomorrow to help KCDC?
Donate toothbrushes and open doors and ask your dentist to volunteer.
Hey, there we go. I hope everyone does those 2 things tomorrow. Thank you, everyone. We'll take a quick photo. So much for being here. Thank you. All right, and next we have another proclamation, this one recognizing Black History Month in the city of Burbank, and I'd like to invite our very own Kevin Gray up here to join me in saying a few words after I read this thing. Kevin, thanks for being here. Good. I love that tie, by the way. I got to get myself one of those. Yeah. Everyone's going to want this tie tomorrow. All right, so Kevin, I'm going to read the proclamation, and then I'd love it if you share a few words about what this month means to you in the city of Burbank and how we can, whatever you got. Okay, so whereas in 1915, distinguished Black historian and author Carter G. Woodson founded the Association for the Study of African American Life and History, or ASALH, to research and promote achievements by Black Americans. And in 1926, the ASALH sponsored the precursor to Black History Month, inspiring schools and communities nationwide to organize local celebrations, history clubs, and lectures celebrating the contributions of Black Americans and their central role in our country's history. Whereas President Gerald Ford officially recognized Black History Month in 1976, calling upon Americans to honor the honor the too often neglected accomplishments of Black Americans in every area of endeavor throughout our history, end quote. And every U.S. president since has officially designated February as Black History Month. And whereas during Black History Month, the city of Burbank celebrates the many achievements and contributions made by Black Americans to our economic, cultural, social, and political development. And whereas the observance of Black History Month also calls our attention to the continued need to champion democratic ideals and work to progress as an equity and justice-oriented organization, and a society for that matter, actively and authentically engaging on issues of racism and prejudice. And whereas in December of 2020, the Burbank City Council unanimously passed a resolution acknowledging the prevalence of sundown practices in our city's past and advancing the city's commitment to racial equity, which is now signed and proudly displayed right here at Burbank City Hall. And whereas the city of Burbank proudly honors and is grateful for the many contributions of Black Americans to our community and recognizes their hard-won progress in the history of our nation, and whereas the city of Burbank built on the fundamentals of people, pride, and progress, I bet you all knew that was our motto, right? We strive to be an inclusive community in which all of our citizens are respected and recognized for their contributions to our city, to our state, to our country, and to our world. Now, therefore, I, Nick Schultz, mayor of the great city of Burbank, do hereby proclaim February 2024 as Black History Month in our city. And I encourage everybody here tonight, everyone watching at home, everyone who will read it back later and watch this meeting tonight, to celebrate our diverse heritage and culture, to learn more, and to continue our efforts to truly create a community and a world that is just and peaceful and prosperous for everybody. So with that, Kevin, if you have a few words, we'd love to hear it.
Sure, just a few words. First, I'd like to say Black History Month is every month for me. However, I am extremely proud of the city of Burbank for this proclamation. I'm extremely proud of the city of Burbank for how far the city has come in the 40-odd years that I've lived here in the greater Los Angeles area. If I might share a personal truth that illustrates sort of the source of my pride, some of my peers already know that, I had some experiences in the city of Burbank that weren't very welcoming for me in the late 80s and 90s. But today, I am the Chief Information Officer for the city of Burbank, and I am extremely, extremely happy to accept this proclamation. So thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you, Kevin. And by the way, folks, he is our Chief IT Officer. This city wouldn't run without Kevin. So if you like what's happening, it's all thanks to him and his team. City Manager, you really got to get me a headset so I can just keep talking as I walk up here.
We'll work on that.
Okay,
No problem.
okay, just like Madonna, right?
All right.
Okay, City Manager Justin Hess, do you have anything to report this evening?
Mr. Mayor, yes, I do. I do have one item. If I could call up our new interim Burbank Water and Power General Manager, I'd love to have Joe Lilio introduce himself and talk a little bit about himself and what his plans are for the next couple of months.
Great. Welcome, Joe, and congratulations on the interim appointment.
Yes, thank you. So good evening, Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, and distinguished council members. So I am truly honored to have been selected to serve as the interim general manager for Burbank Water and Power. I look forward to leading the organization and working collaboratively with the city council, the BWP board, city manager, city executives, staff, and the community to ensure continued excellence in service delivery. I look forward to continuing to build off of Dawn Roth-Lindell's accomplishments and the many great accomplishments that she has. To ensure a seamless transition, I will be committed to promoting BWP's values of sustainability, reliability, and affordability. BWP has a great senior leadership team who are all very proficient in their respective areas, as well as professional and dedicated staff who are committed to serving the community. There is a lot of work to get done at the utility, and I look forward to working together with everyone to ensure BWP's continued long-term success. Just a quick bio on me. I started my finance career in the private sector, where I spent about 8 years working in a corporate accounting office. And I've been in the public sector for over 20 years, most of which has been in the public finance for several cities and a special utility district. I've also had kind of interim stints as HR director and roles also as interim city manager. So prior to starting at BWP, which was May of 2023, I served as CFO at the city of El Segundo for a little over 7 years. I also served there as an interim city manager for a short period of time. So I've been married to my wife Jackie for over 27 years. We have 4 kids. And on the weekends, we enjoy doing outdoor activities. I look forward to serving the Burbank community. Thank you for your time, Council.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Lilio. We are very excited to have you, and I got to say, sharp tie and nice tie clip. I noticed these things.
I didn't have the 3-piece vest this time, Mayor.
Well, next time, okay?
Yes.
All right. All right, Mr. City Attorney, would you please report on tonight's closed session?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, for the benefit of the public, City Council met at 5 p.m. this evening to discuss one item in closed session, that is the public employee performance evaluation of the city attorney pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. The City Council took no reportable action this evening.
Thank you, Mr. McDougall. Folks, now is the time for general public comment. For those of the public who are here in person and would like to speak, if you haven't already done so, please present a completed yellow general public comment card, which is available right over there by Mr. Jones, and present it to our city clerk. Any person speaking during general public comment may address the council on any matter concerning city business, except for the public hearing. If you'd like to speak to the public hearing, your comment will not be included if you make it now, so if you're able to wait, please do wait for that public hearing item. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per person, and in order to promote fairness, please stay within your maximum allotted time of 3 minutes. A timer is available on the podium to help the speaker keep track of how much time they have remaining. We also ask that you please state your name for the record so we know how to address you when we're responding to your comments. And lastly, for those who wish to call in during the general public comment period, please do so right now at 818-238-3335. Callers will be placed in a queue until all in-person comments have been received. As is my custom, I'll say who's up and who's on deck. So first we'll be hearing from Ron Bax, followed by Mark Scroggs. And your time will begin once you're all situated there at the podium.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. I had planned to criticize the lack of covering the need for the general public to participate in the recycling program being rolled out that was presented by the city staff at the last city council meeting. Upon reviewing the recording of the meeting, I found that Councilmember Takahashi and Vice Mayor Perez had brought it up, and the city representative acknowledged the need and the city was working on it. I think the city needs to start immediately. You would think glass bottles and jars, metal cans, and cardboard would be a no-brainer, but over the last 29 years, I have failed to convince my tenants to eliminate large quantities of these items from the trash. My interpretation of the presentation is that in 3 years' time, all restaurants with inside dining will be required to use recyclable serviceware for that dining. This should leave the general public using takeout as the sole user of all single-use products. This is especially concerning in that it is apparent that the city staff presenting the information admitted it was confusing even to them. Also, to some extent, it was not emphasized that grocery stores are or will be converting immediately. It is of little value to have these sources convert to environmentally friendly products if the terminus does not utilize what is being provided properly. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Mark Scroggs, followed by Harry Timurian.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Mark Scroggs. Just want to say first, over the weekend, my wife and I, we watched Blazing Saddles again on Netflix. The reason I bring it up is afterwards I started looking up some facts about it. Did you know that on February 7th, 1974, it had its world premiere at the Pickwick Theater here in Burbank. Everybody was on horseback, including Gene Wilder and Cleavon Little. If you want to look at the pictures and the ads for it, it's great. And it also shows how here in Burbank you can be creative with some of this process with entertainment. And I think sometimes that's been lacking. It's kind of like doing it, especially right now with the economy as it is. It is a hoot to look at the pictures ago. Because entertainment has not really picked up, a little bit here and there, but I had several people today use the word bleak. I talked to a couple people today. I haven't talked to the ones directly at Nickelodeon because Nickelodeon Animation had some layoffs today in the voiceover animation department, and there's probably going to be more later. So just know that we need to kind of stay on it. I don't really have anything else to say. I just want to keep the conversation going. I know I've talked to different people here. I know we're talking to different groups, but I just want to keep the conversation going and start thinking of creative ideas, kind of like the premiere. Again, like I said, the pictures of them on the horses is great. So that's it for tonight.
Okay. Thank you very much for your comment. Next, we have Harry Timurian, followed by Julio Jaramillo.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, good evening. Wanted to let you guys all know that the Burbank Association of Realtors, huge financial supporters of the Kids Dental Foundation. We support them every year. We do it. It's an incredible thing that they do. I wanted to talk briefly about what we discussed a couple of weeks ago about the ad hoc committee about the tenants and the housing providers. You know, something stayed with me when I asked. I said, why were members of the Burbank Association of Realtors not invited to this thing? And Vice Mayor Perez said that we need individuals that are directly affected by it, that are inside of it, and that blew my mind. I don't understand that. Realtors, when representing tenants, have a fiduciary duty to represent them at their best. And they do everything and anything they can to make sure that those tenants get the best possible deal, all the rules are followed, and vice versa. When representing landlords, we do the exact same thing. But on top of that, realtors bring a unique perspective to this whole thing, that they're middlemen, they're the foot soldiers. They're the individuals that deal with the bureaucracies, not only in this city, in all the cities around. And to not have the realtors in that room, but allow another organization or members of another organization in that room just blows my mind. Mr. Mayor, my frustration a couple of weeks ago was not with you directly. It was with, because you and I have had several conversations about this. And it doesn't make sense why you would not have. I would be hard pressed to find out that if you ask a single real estate agent, a Burbank real estate agent in this city, to help you with anything real estate related, that they would say no. I would be hard pressed to do that. We are a 900, imagine this, you've got an organization at your disposal, over 900 members. Any information that this city needs to be dispersed, you've got those foot soldiers to disseminate that information. What better purveyors of information do you need than anything else like that? We are here to help you out. We are here for the city. We are here for you. We should be in that room continually. Furthermore, I think that this item should not be agendized at all. We should have more meetings about it. In your sister city, Glendale, city next door, Glendale, they've had the same conversations, over 11 meetings about rent control, rent-related issues. Anything that has to do with anything has been talked about over 11 times at 11 different meetings. You know, a couple of seconds ago, one of the Burbank tenants members said, "Hey, handsome, what are you doing here today? Shouldn't you be out cashing your checks?" Stuff like that should not be said. We should not have animosity like that towards anyone. There are no enemies here. We need to work collaboratively. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, I have Julio Jaramillo, and followed by Joe Pimienta.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Julio Jaramillo, 49-year resident of Burbank, renter, now a homeowner, and a housing provider. And I first wanted to point out, you know, I bring the truth serum, so I'm going to call you out on it. When I was here 2 weeks ago till midnight, you said we would have this first on the agenda, that we were going to table it and have this first on the agenda. It's number 11. So unfortunately, I'm taking a flight out tonight. I can't stay for that, but that was not truth. So first of all, this junta that was gathered, I wasn't invited either, and I manage and supervise 4,000 affordable housing units in 12 states, and I've emailed you guys about that, and I have good ideas to help both sides of this, but nobody called me, so I agree with the last speaker. But what's so crazy to me is that I guess this group, this ad hoc council, is smarter than Chairman Powell and the Federal Reserve, that for 3 years has been trying to bring inflation down anywhere near 2%. I hope you saw today it's not. It's over 3%, and the stock market nearly crashed. So they want to just go from what the supermajority socialists in Sacramento have an 8% rent control. They want to bring it down 25% of that to 2%, while inflation is at 5, 6, 7%. I mean, why stop there? Why not make it 0% and throw in a free bag of weed every month? I mean, it's ridiculous it's ridiculous to think that every other government program, the Social Security, Earned Income Credit, IRS tax tables, they all have an index, the CPI, the Consumer Price Index, the COLA, cost of living adjustment. Nothing, you can't fix something at 2% when inflation's all over the board. And it's only going to go higher. I mean, we owe $34 trillion to the Chinese. So you got to, yeah, I'm racist. Claro que sí. So what you got to realize is what you're doing are making things worse for the renters. If you subsidize them at 2%, you're going to condemn them to be renters for life. They're never going to move from those units. You're not going to get new blood coming into Burbank, just like Santa Monica or San Francisco that have failed with their rent controls. You're going to get no new bodies coming in because, hey, I'm getting subsidized at 2%, and all my other expenses are at 6, 7, 8%. So I'm going to stay here. You're going to get no new blood coming in here, and on top of it, you're going to get no new building. I hope you also know that New York is having a rent control catastrophe. The lenders are losing money like crazy because landlords are saying, I'm not even going to rent this place out. It costs me more to repair it than what I can get for rent. So you're going to condense the number of units in the city. Single-family homeowners are going to say, I'm selling for $1 million plus. So you're going to re-gentrify this, and all the renters are going to be eliminated, reduced. So I'm running out of time. You know where I stand. You know it's not smart. Last week, you made a good compromise with the plastics and Portos. Think about this. And I'm out of time. God bless Burbank, and quit going down this socialist path. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. And I'm good. Before our next speaker, I just want to ask everyone, this is the People's Chamber. Everyone deserves the right to speak at this podium. So as we have before, please exercise decorum and respect for everyone who's speaking. I don't want to hear any catcalling on either side, okay? Thank you, everybody. Next, I have Joe Pimienta, followed by Gigi Urel.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, staff, members and members of the public. Sometimes I really want to quote my cousin Vinny, but that's not. As you all know me, my name is Joe Pimienta, and I am constantly advocating for tenant protections. I have the opportunity to go and talk to different tenants every weekend, whether it's canvassing or making phone calls or what have you. Anyways, but that's not what I'm here to talk about today necessarily, or I'm waiting for the next agenda item. One of the things that I wanted to bring up today is something that has been coming up in multiple calls and talking with different tenants, and that is the use of ratio utility service, ratio utility billing service, or as the kind of bizarre acronym RUBS. Great ideas there. Anyways, I bring this up because it has come up with multiple tenants that their building is beginning to implement this service. And here's the thing. The tenants don't really understand how this service works. And what's even wilder to me, a lot of the property managers do not understand how this service works. And what's even more so, even the Tenant Landlord Commission, when they brought up to discussion, they're not even sure really how it works. And whenever I try to bring it up with anybody, like, it's this bizarre service that, as to no one's surprise, doesn't have a whole lot of definitions, doesn't have a whole lot of definitive factors in how it works, which will lead to what I like, the topic that I always like to bring up, which is loopholes. Lack of definitions, all these gray areas that is not really certain on what this means, therefore it applies, and as we have seen multiple times, when something is undefinitive, someone is likely to be taken advantage of. So, because the laws on RUBS are not particularly clear yet, before it starts getting implemented, I would just like to make sure that the city of Burbank takes a lead on this and starts looking into it, because if we're seeing it installed in multiple services, in multiple buildings, I'm pretty sure it's going to keep coming up. Many tenants are beginning to take notice of this. They are starting to bring it up as a concern. They're not really sure how to go about it. They're not really understanding on how it works, what it's incentivized. There's a lot of laws on whether it's supposed to be for profit or not. Is it passing down the cost of the utilities specifically from the landlord directly to the tenants? It's not entirely clear, which makes it a bit of an incoming problem. And very much like the last time that of the many times that we've been here before, of when there isn't a definition such as the intent to repair, when there isn't a definitive thing to say, that means that someone's going to take advantage of that. So with that, thank you for your service. I hope you take notice, and I'll see you on the next agenda item. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your comment. Next up, I have Gigi Urel, followed by Lucia Urel.
Hello, council members. As a full-time working single parent, I'm making my public comment now for agenda item number 11 and addressing that. The concerns raised during the roundtable discussion highlight significant challenges in the rental housing market, emphasizing the need for comprehensive solutions to address various stakeholders' interests. Enforcement of laws and ensuring fairness in eviction processes, particularly concerning long-term residents facing no-fault evictions, is a primary concern. First off, we have enforcement of law and fairness of eviction. Advocate for stricter enforcement of laws protecting tenants from unjust evictions, including regulations regarding no-fault evictions. Work with local government officials to ensure fairness process are in place and that tenants have access to legal resources and representation. Secondly, balancing corporate housing with small landlords, lobbying for policies that support small independent landlords alongside corporate housing providers. This could involve implementing measures to incentivize the maintenance and availability of rental properties by individual landlords, such as tax breaks or grants for property improvements. Thank you. Thirdly, addressing high rent increases. Advocating for rent stabilization measures to help mitigate excessive rent increases while still allowing landlords to cover their costs and make reasonable profits. This might involve implementing rent control policies or establishing rent increase caps tied to inflation or other economic indicators. In addition, the prevalence of corporate housing often replacing smaller scale landlords raises issues of affordability and community stability. High rent increases further exacerbate tensions between tenants seeking stability and landlords facing raising costs. Education on landlord and tenant responsibilities, as well as available resources, is crucial to fostering better communication and understanding between parties. Moreover, improving communications channels between landlords and tenants can be helped. Sorry, I'm like going really fast. Can be helped address latent concerns and facilitate more productive dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Lucia Urel, followed by Matthew Fabius.
Thank you. Hello, it's me. I'm 13 years old, about to be 14.
We'll reset his time in a second. Just everyone, as you speak, just so the folks at home can hear you, exactly what you're doing now, try to speak into the microphone, and once you get started, we'll reset your time. Right, City Clerk team? Okay, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Hello, thank you for your time. I'm 13, about to be 14. I'm attending a school at Dolores Huerta Middle School. It's great to see you all. I'm thinking about, thank you all for thinking about the tenants and landlords, about this impacting this generation, next generation, blah, blah. And 4 years, 5 years, I don't know. And probably going to be an adult. And with all these high prices, how am I supposed to afford it? How? For coming out of high school, how am I think I'm going to get the money? Without living in home, could be in the streets. All these overlapping themes and stuff. Just trying to start my own way of life. Just starting out of high school. Maybe go to college, I don't know. I've been living with an independent mother. My future is, and I don't know. All I'm depending is thank you for all that think about us. Everybody, thank you. We're here advocating about our lives and futures for our kids, grandkids, wherever you're feeding. I thank you all. Thank you all for showing up. Thank you. And now, I don't know, everybody deserves it. And thank you for my mother, my grandmother, for showing up and advocating for me. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Matthew Fabius, followed by Michael Bax. And as always, if I mispronounce anyone's name, I apologize. Please feel free to correct me before your time begins.
Hi, my name is Matt Fabius, and I'm a renter here in Burbank. I'm speaking regarding the agenda number 11, the landlord-tenant roundtable. Speaking from experience, rent control currently in place under AB 1482 is not strong enough to prevent renters from having to dedicate more and more of their income each year to rent. In the past 6 years I've lived with my partner, we've never collectively had a salary increase that passed the 5 to 10% max rent increase per year. I've spoken to many of my neighbors in downtown Burbank and found that this is a very common story among other renters in the area. Only one renter I spoke to had been able to stay in the same apartment for over 4 years. The vast majority were very concerned that they wouldn't be able to afford to renew their lease if it was raised by the max amount again. Burbank is a city that values community, but how can we build a community or even get to know our neighbors if renters are struggling to stay in place for more than a few years? Rent control is an effective way to keep people housed and to provide stability to our community. I urge City Council and staff to move quickly, not have 11 more meetings, to provide a second step report and pass strong rent control so that we can stem the bleed we're experiencing in our city and build stronger, more connected communities. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Michael Bax, followed by Liz Bax.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. I am a realtor, but that's not relevant to it's only relevant to what I'm about to say. In the last few months, I had several experiences with rent control in other cities. The first instance, I was helping a client who came into some money to locate a property of 2 to 4 units for an investment. I found a property that recently filed out of escrow that appeared to be a good fit for them based on size and price. That was until we discovered why it had fallen out of escrow. There was nothing wrong with the property itself. The problem was the owner was elderly and the family members needed to sell this property to help pay for the owners to enter an assisted living facility. The elderly owner never raised the rents, and now they were significantly below market. The tenants were very uncooperative, you might even say hostile, to even trying to show the property. The bottom line is that there's no way for family to sell this property to another mom and pop landlord because the value of the property is artificially suppressed based on the rent control in the area. The likely buyer for this property is a deep-pocketed investor who will purchase it for pennies on the dollar, an investor who has the means to evict the tenants and raise the property and build higher-end housing for significantly higher rent. My other experience was a phone call from a past customer that inquired about the value of his mother-in-law's fourplex. She had owned it for many, many years and was thinking it was time to liquidate the property to help sustain her in her twilight years. Again, an elderly owner that never raised the rents. Her family told her she should bring the rents up over the years, but you know elderly landlords, they want to be nice to their tenants, no reason to raise them, they're nice people. In my research, I found that the rents were about 30% below market. Because the value is tied to income of the property, this property will likely receive offers in the $1 million range. Had the rents been more equitable, the value for it would be more in the $1.5 million range. Don't get excited thinking she'll still receive $1 million. No, there is a loan on the property, so she will not be getting that $1 million. That the sale will significantly cut into her retirement and ability to enter assisted living facility. I need someone to explain to me how this is not elder abuse by someone taking advantage of the elderly landlords. If it was someone else who's taking advantage of them, say a shady contractor or a con man, we'd be up in arms. But these landlords who are elderly don't raise their rents, and later in their life it comes back to bite them because they can't sell their property, and then they end up with financial problems themselves. But thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Liz Bax, followed by Alex Arciniega. Whenever you're ready to begin, we'll start the time.
I just kind of want to make eye contact with you guys. Good evening, staff and City Council. I'm here this evening regarding the possibility of Burbank City Council implementing rent control in Burbank. As a resident without rental property in Burbank, I do not believe that rent control is good for Burbank. Foremost, I don't know what the voters have said to you by casting their votes in an election do not seem to matter. What I'm hearing is that my vote didn't matter. If I understand now, the city council could possibly just make the decision and do what you want, even after we've spoken. What do you think about what the last speaker just told you? That's my husband. About the second story specifically. This woman could have been my mother. This woman could have been your mother. She probably has some pretty awesome stories to tell. And this property was her nest egg. I've lived in Burbank for approximately 40 years. Burbank offered a small town feel in a big city. I've lived in 5 apartment complexes here in Burbank. All but one was owned by people that were local here. I knew all the owners personally. In my 30s, I got married to my husband, who was born and raised here and still lives here. His mom was born and raised here and lived here her entire life in Burbank. And she's the highest class of 1948. We have 2 children born and raised here. They have been extremely fortunate to grow up in this same small town environment. But I'm feeling a shift in this small town feel. Even my children, who are now 28 and 18, have felt this shift. It's losing that small town feel, and it's extremely sad. Without going into all the reasons why I truly believe that this rent control is not the answer for the renters who feel that rents are too high in Burbank. In the big picture, if you, the city, choose rent control, you will be forcing part of what has made Burbank such a great place to live in. You're going to be forcing them out of Burbank. These now rent-controlled properties will either go to, will be bought by big company investors who don't care about people or the tenants. How is that better? In my opinion, it will eventually lead to the devaluation of my home and all of Burbank. That's the fact. More importantly, you're losing the heart and the soul. This is not a renter's view, and it's not a landlord's view. I would like to think my view matters too. It's sad to think that the home I raised my kids in, the home that we fix up to live the rest of our lives in, and the place that was filled with so many memories is no longer where I want to be anymore. This is our family's hometown. My children are 3rd generation.
That's time. Thank you for your
Rent
comment.
control is not the answer.
Thank you for your comment. Next, I have Alex Arciniega, followed by Greg Alexanian.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. I'm happy to be here. I wanted to first thank the Kids Dental Clinic. When my brother was going through a really tough divorce, they helped my nephew and they treated him and the family with dignity and respect. So thank you so much. I appreciate the work that you do. I'm glad they're able to help those in need. And that's what I want to address today. As some of you know, I answer some of the BTU emails. We've received a lot from BHC in terms of increases that were substantial. You guys know better than I do with what's going on. Some people are getting moved from low income to medium income. We ask that they are eased into some of these increases. We've learned that because they are a nonprofit, they are exempt from some of these state laws. So if we can have some sensitivity in how we increase low to moderate income, that would be very helpful. I do want to think about the fabric and maintaining the fabric of Burbank. However, some of these multi-generational statements sound a little bit like dog whistles. I was not born and raised here, but we did work hard to buy our home here. And so I'm happy that we're a part of the fabric that is Burbank, and we need to retain some of the folks who are here. With that said, we have gone back and forth with multiple meetings with rents increasing after we have these meetings and people being evicted. So it's not like a one and done, we're trying to do something behind people's backs. I also asked to attend that meeting, and 1482 did not pertain to my situation, and I was told very politely that I wasn't invited, and we don't have to be invited to every single party. I know that they've felt like they were disenfranchised because they're used to being the only ones with a seat at the table. So I ask directly of you, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Vice Mayor, and Council Member Takahashi, Mullins, and Constantine Anthony, that you instruct city staff to draft an RSO and universal just cause ordinance modeled on the unincorporated county ordinances, but with a rent cap formula at 3% or 60% of CPI, and consider a short-term 30 to 45-day rent freeze while this is drafted so rents are not jacked up in the process of drafting the RSO. Other cities have done this. We should not have less protections than unincorporated Los Angeles. Thank you so much for your time. I look forward to your response, Ms. Mullins, to your response, Ms. Takahashi, to your response, Mr. Anthony. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Greg Alexanian, followed by Jesus Rojas.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, council members, staff. My name is Greg Alexanian. My father and I have been representing apartment owners going back to the 1980s. We have a whole set of data and information I think is valuable. But in these very chambers, multiple council members have mentioned and agreed that the major cause for unaffordability of units is the lack of housing, and it's a supply issue. So in elementary visual terms of supply and demand, if we had an additional 200,000 apartment units in this city, rents would be maybe $1,500. But if we only had 1,000 total units in this city, rents would be maybe $15,000 a month. Dramatic supply and demand, I know. So what's the point of this obvious analogy? In 1980s, Burbank City Council adopted a measure called Measure 1, and it's also referred to as the residential growth measure, which discouraged developers to build here, and they went to other cities. What happened to those other cities that took on the new developments? They had bidding wars between landlords due to the oversupply, offering 2, 3, and 6-month rent-free concessions. Needless to say, rents went drastically down. Now, I personally wouldn't compare Burbank with Pasadena, but because it's been done here in these chambers, I'll do it proudly today. What was the unforeseen consequences or casualties of doing politics? Before Measure H, there was roughly about 6 buildings on the market at any average given time for sale. Long-term quality owners of operators of apartment buildings with no desire to relocate tenants and to never sell mentality to provide retirement income. What's the after effect of Measure H? Right now, there's 38 buildings on the market. Brokers like us, we like that, but it's not the right thing to do. There was an immediate drop in value of 14.1% in value. Who does this affect negatively? Owners who have had great relationships with their tenants spanning over 10 years, who have kept their rents below as mentioned. Who does this benefit? Out-of-area buyers who now pick up deals at a 14.1% discount and are masters of navigating laws and lawsuits. No long-term roots in the community, no relationship with tenants. Restrictions are short-term gain with long-term pain. If you really want to help struggling renters, expand your financial aid support to struggling renters. Stop using that aid to aid and abet funds and brainwashing innocent kids in school about sex and alternative lifestyles. The infringement on private property rights to solve public policy and other factors is not only unconstitutional, but will push out those who have helped build these communities to make way for those who can care less about them. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Jesus Rojas, followed by Juan Gorosica. And again, I apologize if anyone's name is mispronounced. Mr. Rojas, whenever you're ready.
Hello, good evening. My name is Jesus Rojas. I come from the Apartment Association of Greater Los Angeles. AGLA represents thousands of rental housing providers throughout Los Angeles County, including Burbank, and has been actively involved in these discussions. Yet we were not made aware of the meeting of the Landlord-Tenant Ad Hoc Roundtable. Therefore, we urge the City Council to complete disregard any list created by this one meeting which individuals have not been yet identified by name, and to start fresh one another meeting and that will duly publicly notice and be held. We also request having a seat at the round table as the largest local association, specifically representing rental housing providers. As to the ideas for the first meeting, we strongly oppose the concept of rent stabilization as it is completely unnecessary in Burbank at this time. According to data from CoStar, the leading aggregator of rental housing data nationwide and specifically multifamily data, the trend is already well underway for significantly lower rents and continues to head in that direction for 2024. Increases slowed down and are even now negative for many buildings. Specifically, the average rent for a one-bedroom in a quadplex or smaller building only increased by $30 per month from 2022 to 2023, and by $1 from 2023 to 2024. For buildings with 5 to 20 units, the increase was $35 from 2022 to 2023 and $4 from 2023 to 2024. This tiny increase stands in stark contrast to the huge cost increase faced by rental housing providers, with property insurance going up by 100 to 200% due to insurances leaving California. As well as utilities have gone up, trash hauling, property taxes, labor, and materials all going up significantly. To put an addition price cap beyond what AB 1482 already requires statewide is unnecessary and would only discourage small owners from staying in business providing affordable rental housing in Burbank. In addition, there is no need for Burbank to take on the hugely expensive responsibility to pay for private defense attorneys for renter, as Los Angeles County already provides such attorneys to low-income renters via its Stay Housed LA program that is open to all residents of Los Angeles County, excluding City of Los Angeles, which it has its own program. In closing, we ask that this initial list be completely disregarded by the City Council for failure to publicly notice the meeting and allow for full public participation in it. Only starting over will remedy the poison fruit that resulted from it in the form of the exercise highly demanding list. Again, we specifically request an official seat at the table.
That's your time. Thank you very much. Next, we have Juan Grosica, followed by Heather Alexander.
Hi, how are you?
Hi there.
Hi, I just wanted to propose, I noticed the city doesn't have too many parking, at least that's what I know, like parking, like the parking Jeep cops or whatever. And I think that it would help the city because when people park, like they would relearn, because I know they used to have it, so it would relearn the habits of that you're only here like maybe on a 2-hour, at least for a 2-hour basis to have a good time and then kind of go on your way. I think it used to have it, so the city would kind of relearn that you park, you enjoy your time here, and then you go. But when you don't have that, I think the city needs that revenue, and that the people, that job is like it's a good job that certain people regulate the city in that format, and I think it kind of needs it. Glendale is such I live in the Glendale Y. So Glendale is a very has a power like with the auto industry. So when people come park here, it kind of reminds them to be sensitive of that their time to have a good time here, because like the studios, we're talking Universal Studios or the Disney Studios. So you have a good time here on this end, but you pay your dues to, almost like when you go to City Walk and you pay your dues. So you kind of, those parking enforcers enforce that you kind of have a good time here. And I think it looks good for Glendale Bramble with our cars and maybe the Van Nuys Boulevard of cars. But that's it.
Okay. Thank you for your comment. Thank you so much. Heather Alexander, and that's my last card. So if you want to get your card in now, now's your chance.
Hi, my name is Heather Alexander. I am not as prepared as everybody else is. I will tell you that I have been a resident of Burbank for 7 years now, and I was very fortunate to have the benefit of a kind landlord who gave me a place to rent that we could afford for my son and myself to getting out of a bad marriage and a bad situation. And once that landlord had to sell his building, the new property owners raised the rent by 8% and then began construction and making my life hell. And it felt like the property owners have rights to my space that I don't give them. that I was eventually evicted. My son and I were evicted through no fault and had to find another place. My son and I are both on the autistic spectrum. Needing to have a home and a safe place is critical and paramount for us. I took our time to find the right place. We found another place, and they just served us an eviction notice. So I now have until April to move again because they want to raise the rent to rates that I can't afford. So they're getting their 8%. Meanwhile, I'm an actor, and yes, I just won a massive fight, but I still don't have that income. I can't support what they want. So I feel like you have a community that is supporting these property developers and not supporting the people that are living in it. We're good people. We're doing good things for the community, and I just want to feel like I belong here and that I'm safe here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. That completes our in-person portion of the public comment period. We'll now move to callers. For callers, please remember to lower the volume on your television or computer and take your phone off of speaker mode when you deliver your public comment so that we can hear you clearly. Madam City Clerk, do we have any callers on the line for public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we do.
Send them on through.
Thank you.
The first caller is George Papa Nicholas.
Hi, you're on with
Hello,
council.
City Council. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. You're on with council.
Great, thank you so much. My name is George Papa Nicholas. I was born and raised in Burbank, graduated from John Burroughs High School, and in 2015 bought a 7-unit building in Burbank. And I'm calling regarding the rent control, which may seem commendable to address the housing affordability problem. Unfortunately, the reality is going to probably lead to unintended consequences that exacerbate the existing housing crisis in our city. The reality is that rent control really only benefits the people that get there first. Everyone else has to pay a premium to subsidize those people paying the lower rents. This is exactly what we're seeing in Santa Monica. You see this in LA. There's people that are paying $600, and then there's the new people now who pay $3,500 or $4,000 for the same unit. So it only really benefits the people that get there first. In addition, rent control discourages property owners from investing in and maintaining their rental properties, which leads to decrease in the overall housing supply and the quality of housing. So over time, you see deteriorating housing, reduced availability, ultimately affecting the quality housing options for everyone else. And again, you see that in LA. There's so many rundown, disgusting buildings everywhere because their rents are just so low that these landlords literally put no money into it. Burbank looks very different when you drive through it. The other thing is California already has tenant protections in place. There's Tenant Protection Act AB 1482, which caps annual rent increases and offers essential safeguards for renters. Implementing additional rent control measures at the local level creates confusion, inconsistency, and regulations, making it challenging for property owners to navigate the rental market. So I suggest instead of focusing solely on rent control, I encourage the City Council to explore alternative solutions such as increasing the availability of Section 8 vouchers. By providing financial assistance directly to low-income families, we could empower them to seek housing in the private market, promoting housing choice and economic mobility. This is a much better option rather than blanket rent control, because blanket rent control, it doesn't matter if I make $200,000 a year or if I make $50,000 a year. You're pretty much freezing rents for everyone across the board. So the other thing I would addition is to promote the redevelopment and rezoning to facilitate the construction of more housing units. You need to incentivize developers to create affordable housing options. We can bolster the supply of homes and promote a healthier rental market. Mixed-use developments could also contribute to vibrant neighborhoods and community growth. The city should also, instead of trying to have landlords be charities and welfare providers, build public housing if that's what you guys want. If you want to provide for low-income housing. Now, I understand the urgency of additional housing challenges faced by these fellow residents, and I believe a balanced, comprehensive approach is essential. So combining Section 8 vouchers, redevelopment, rezoning, and working with the existing tenant protections is going to create a more sustainable path towards improved housing accessibility for all. Again, let me remind you guys, landlords
Thank you for
are
your
not charities,
time.
they're welfare providers.
That's time. Thank you for your comment. Thank you. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Jamie Keyser.
Hi, Jamie. You're on with council.
Good evening, Mayor,
Vice Mayor, council members, and city staff. I am Jamie Kieser, CEO of the Burbank Chamber of Commerce, and calling in tonight for agenda item number 7 on waste reduction regulations. The Chamber has been working on the plastics flatware ordinance since last April in lockstep with our incredible education team of champions, including Ken Berkman and Amber Durant. I was in council chambers until midnight on January 30th with others who have been championing the needs for inclusion and transparency on this ordinance. We left with a 5-0 vote, allowing us the opportunity to continue to educate and train the businesses who will be affected, primarily our restaurants. These meetings are focused on regulations for all non-recyclable, non-compostable foodware that will be a mandate by January of 2026. Thank you, council members, for meeting with us so we could voice our concerns and do our part to set this ordinance up for success. Now we will hit the floor running to continue to educate and train these key businesses. Ken and Amber, let's stay tethered on this. From all of us on the team, Kevin McCarney, founder of Taquito Mas, Emma Sanchez, owner of Chulada, Betty Porto, who needs no introduction, Karen Ross, owner of Talleyrand, Carrie Kroll, owner of Romancing the Bean and the New Deal, and Patricio Franco, owner of Tequila's Cantina. We say thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Terry Friedman.
Carrie, you're on with council.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for having me. My name is Terry Friedman. I'm a tenant who unfortunately saw my rent increase by 8.3% last year, a year in which residents have suffered from inflation coupled with job loss. I am one of the many residents who work in the film industry, and I experienced a dramatic slowdown in work opportunities last year that has unfortunately continued. My January rent of this year was 78% of my income. And even in a good month, it's still around 48% of my income. And as someone whose income fluctuates, unfortunately, Section 8 housing vouchers would not apply to me. I've had issues with at my building that do not seem to be addressed with any urgency, or that indicates a lack of care from management about the enjoyment of my building and unit. I even am wary of asking for the organics waste bin that now all commercial buildings are required to provide to tenants, because I am afraid that it would encourage my landlord to continue to have an excuse to raise my rent. My building has also been under construction for about a year as 2 new units are being added, while no improvements have been added to my own personal unit. We even used to enjoy a courtyard tree that provided shade in the summer months that has been completely cut down and is now just plain dirt because apparently the landlord doesn't want to pay for the gardener. And yet I am here paying an equivalent of a 13th month of rent for worse living conditions. So with all of that, in my experience, yes, I do support rent stabilization, such as to match the city of Los Angeles, which is currently a maximum of 4%. And also I want to, echo the concerns of the realtors who've spoken, and I do support restricting corporate buyouts of mom-and-pop properties, which would happen regardless of the presence of rent control. And I thank you for my time.
Thank you for your comment, Terry. Sorry for mispronouncing your name. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Simon Hamill.
Simon, you're on with council.
Hi, good evening, council. I'm calling to ask for something that I generally would not ask for and that in the past I've been against. But as many of you know, most of the housing bills we are forced to follow were paid for by investment firms and developers without any regard to whether or not people end up owning their home. I'm going to ask you to agendize a study on the effect of rent control in Burbank with special attention paid to enacting it on a narrowly targeted building type to attempt to protect the availability of housing stock and incentivize purchases of newly created detached units by the occupant families and disincentivize corporate housing ownership of detached non-owner occupied properties mandated by the state overriding local zoning. Hopefully, this will help stem the tide of people leaving California to be able to own their future on a single-family lot with a big enough house in a state where that kind of living is encouraged and thriving. Later tonight, we'll begin to delineate this type of property in an ordinance, and that's for later. If rent control incentivization is to be successful in this limited way, my opinion is that this would need to be in effect before a unit is to be constructed and last only for a limited amount of time after construction. Keep in mind there are more units and less people now than ever in the last decade. Use Zillow to search between Burbank and Glendale. There's always 1,000 open units, thereabouts. You can look up the hundreds upon hundreds of thousands of units built since 2019 in California. And a big question to ask is it less expensive in any meaningful way? The only urban city I can think of in the United States with a density of both single-family units and people that comes close to Burbank, that really I can think of, is Detroit. And the way they slashed the price there was to tank the economy, and I don't think anybody wants to do that. Can anyone name a real comparable city where any of this has worked so that we can look at it and see if it really does work before we kind of go headlong into all of this? In any case, please agendize regular reporting showing the number of rental units constructed, the number of new owner-occupied detached and single-family units created, and specifically the number of corporate and non-local resident-owned newly created units to be able to compare if more people are owning here or more people are renting and not depend on anecdotes, and we'll actually have data. Also, I'll quickly thank the police, who I didn't get to at the time. They really got right on top of an anti-Semitic incident in the city. I was asked to provide a statement to the newspaper article, and they printed some of my statement, and I'll email that to you. I want to show you that I was offering a lot of praise to the police department, Captain Gleesy and everybody else who took care of that. I really thank you for doing that, and I don't know why they didn't print that, but they didn't. So thank you very much, and I look forward to hoping to learn more about the makeover of the ownership of homes in Burbank. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Simon. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Victoria Natupski.
Victoria, you're on with the City Council.
Good evening, council members. Tonight I would like to discuss the topic of rent control and how I am against more controls on rental property in Burbank. For several months, you have given yourselves a 5% pay raise, and yet now you want to cap rent at 2% for landlords. You don't have buildings to maintain on your salary increase. However, everything about property management has more than doubled. Let's not also mention that Burbank was allowed to raise the utility rates as of late. Hopefully, private property ownership will not become a thing of the past here, replaced by large investment companies and developers who will only bring higher rents for smaller families and perhaps even worsen our housing crisis. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Cynthia Sadovsky.
Cynthia, you're on with council.
Hi, I'm a small property owner in Burbank, and I'm against any more controls on private property. When you start manipulating the housing like you're trying to do, you're putting the entire city in danger. It's not just the landlords, but the tenants, too. You act like you're trying to help out the tenants by putting controls on, lowering rents, but all you're doing is just putting them at risk because the small buildings are going to be torn down. These people are going to be out of the city. Big buildings are going to take their place. When you start playing with the owners' livelihoods and the tenants' affordable housing, a citywide vote needs to be taken on your proposed changes. Measure RC was shot down, and now here you're back again, trying a second time without letting the people of Burbank decide. It's not up to you to decide our future as affordable housing providers. You've handpicked 10 people to make a decision about my future, and I don't like it. It's ridiculous, and landlords have formed a committee regarding the situation. You're letting yourself open for future litigation from property owners. And Mr. Anthony, somewhere along the way I heard you say Burbank is no longer going to be a town with little white picket fences, and I don't think that's anything to be proud of. It's a shame, really. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Michelle Wong.
Hi, Michelle. You're on with the council.
Hi, good evening. My name is Michelle Wong, and I am owner of the small building in Burbank. with a cheap rent. I am trying to keep my building, but I have a loan on it. This, along with the rising cost of maintaining the property, is making it hard for me to keep it. So I am against the council adding more rent cap and control. And thanks for your time.
Thank you for your comment, Michelle. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Madame Queen Searles.
Madame, welcome back. You're on with council.
Hi, good day, council members, mayor, vice mayor. I'm calling twofold. Mainly, I'm asking for someone to draw attention to the intersection at Glen Oaks and Hollywood Way. It's a dangerous intersection. I took photos. I was there on Saturday evening, and the accessibility for people with wheelchairs and or walkers is not there, and it's very dangerous, particularly when you're trying to catch that 222 bus. There is no ramp on the sidewalk to go south on Hollywood Way. You actually have to go head on facing the traffic that is headed eastbound towards Glendale to get up onto the curb to catch the 222 bus. If there had not been two, I call them earth angels, to help me across the street after I got off of the 92 bus that was headed west, I don't know how I would have gotten even across the street because it was scary, and that's a very large intersection. A gentleman had to push my motorized chair to get me to the ramp to go down, and there were rocks on one side because there's a pole there. Something needs to be done to address that. It was very scary, and I gave thanks that there was two people there. There were two people, and both of them live in Burbank, by the way, that helped me and was there with me because the connection to the 222, it was a whole hour waiting for the next bus. And so they took pictures, they took videos, and I'm just praying that the city will do something because there's a big pole also protruding from the concrete that my chair got attached to. And so the gentleman helped me figure out how to back up and get out, and it's really not good. And the other thing that I hope I have time to address is that the housing situation, it needs to be some committee put together because the issue here is that the rents are so high that's driving single families out is because university, there these colleges around here for acting and like acting for film, acting for this, they don't have campuses. And so what's happening is they're getting students that's coming in temporarily, but they're constantly turning over. But if you're getting 4 students in an apartment that's willing to pay $1,000
Madam,
a
I'm
piece,
sorry, that's your
driving up
time.
the rent.
Thank you very much for calling in. I'm sorry, that's your time. Thank you. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Scott Myers.
Okay, Scott, you're on with council.
Good evening, Mayor Schultz and City Council. 2 issues, one on rent control and the other on public safety. On the rent control issue, it is so sad to see so many young people asking government to restrict prices on private property. It's misguided. Would any of them ever sell their property at below market price? No. It's a very big county with a plethora of less expensive units, and they're very close, within 5 miles. Suppressing a price on the north side of a street impacts the price of units on the south side of the street. If any of them were to purchase a price-controlled affordable home, would they ever consider selling it at anything below market price? No. In fact, no way. It would be nice to see them acknowledge the irony of that. On the issue of public safety, all governments which are elected to lead and not play politics under a pretext of leading. Your first obligation is public safety. Public safety and how best to achieve it is on the ballot. Thank you, Mr. Anthony, for finally stating your position that you support the reelection of controversial District Attorney George Gascon. Mayor Schultz, I've attempted to have you state your position on the reelection of Mr. Gascon. Your other political ally, candidate Flora Friedman, has stated her support for the reelection of Mr. Gascon. Either as mayor or as candidate or as concerned Burbank and county citizen, I am asking you to state your position tonight. You campaign on the issue of transparency. Please be transparent. The position of the other three council members is also welcomed. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please. Okay, that was our last call?
The next
Okay.
caller is Joe.
Okay, Joe, you're on with council. Thank you.
Thank you so much for taking my call. I'm calling in support of any and all proposed renters assistance in Burbank. I'm asking to remain anonymous today because the place I live has outrageous policies that include severe harassment for making any kind of complaint or even a maintenance request. I could be kicked out for speaking here today. I pay $2,200 for a 2-bedroom, and I've been here for 13 years. This is 60% of my paycheck for a job I've worked at for 25 years, where I get a 2% raise each year. Take on a second job to help keep my kids here at their beloved schools. The landlords have given me a 10% raise increase more years than not. They have completely stopped doing any maintenance whatsoever on this 80-year-old building. For $2,100, I get the privilege of fixing rotten holes and molded caulk in my bathroom walls, fixing my own plumbing, picking up trash around the building, and doing my own pest control. No manager lives on ground. The owners are now renting out units for cheaper than I pay, though many units have stood vacant since COVID while families in LA go homeless. They'd rather raise the rent on longtime tenants than fill occupancy. In the crisis of the month, the landlords refuse to allow us to pay rent via check or direct deposit, only allowing themselves to dip into our bank accounts when they're ready to take rent out. We renters are considered second-class citizens who don't contribute to the economy. In fact, we help owners pay those property taxes. We build their equity. We are mass numbers that fill the shops and businesses. We matter. We are the people, too, and we are vulnerable to predatory landlords. There are good small landlords out there, and we want them protected, too. But for every one of those good landlords, there are 10 of us stuck under truly horrible ones. We all need help and protection from them. Please join us in seeking solutions for vulnerable renters and increase the number of small, honest, fair landlords. I love my city, I take care of my city, and I'm begging for help to be able to stay here. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Do we have any other callers, Madam City Clerk?
No, Mr. Mayor, that was our last caller.
Okay, there being no further public comment, I now declare the general public comment period closed. Now is the time, colleagues, for a brief response from the City Council, the City Manager, and/or the City Attorney. Would anyone like to begin? Yes.
Could I just ask the City Manager, the corner of Glen Oaks and Hollywood Way? That's north of the freeway, right?
Yeah, and it is the City of Los Angeles.
Oh, that's not in Burbank.
It's not in Burbank, unfortunately, but we could reach out to, I'm sure Public Works could reach out to their colleagues and mention that. I don't have any guarantees, but it's not in Burbank.
I guess I'll just do my
Yeah,
hair.
feel free.
Yes, thank you to everyone for coming down and for calling in. Yeah, let's see if we can, that sounds like a terrible situation up there on Glen Oaks. I wanted to thank you to the Burbank Association of Realtors. I know that you guys really do support their work, and I appreciate you doing all of that for them. To Ms. Bax, Liz Bax, I want to assure you, the house that you live in, nothing we're doing tonight is going to affect the home that you currently live in. That's not what we're doing today. You won't be affected. Whether we do anything tonight, aren't in the process of telling
Mr. Mayor,
people.
can we save these comments for the agenda?
I'll save that
item?
one for later. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I just wanted to clear that up because I think there was a weird confusion there. Yeah, that's it. The rest I'll save for the Yeah, I was just worried about that street portion. Oh, I wanted to say one thing. I'm sorry. Mr. Pimienta, you mentioned a ratio utility billing service. This is not on the agenda tonight, but for those folks at home, if you don't know what a RUBS is, a lot of people have rental units where it's a single meter, where the water and the electricity is all one meter, and so they say utilities included normally. What's been happening lately is now your lease agreement has a breakdown of the utilities costs as a ratio, and basically you're paying a portion, not a direct metered amount. So it's a little bit different. So I'll be trying to look into that and see what's happening there.
Thank you, council member. Who'd like to go next?
I'll go.
Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you all who came out tonight in person to speak on the various items. And thank you all who called in. And I also, for those who might be watching who emailed us, I appreciate also the emails that have come in the meetings we've had previous to the meeting tonight. Several of the comments were about item number 11, and so we will address those comments at that item. I have taken note of all of the comments, and I also have the comments from last meeting too, so we'll talk about those. To the first, Mr. Bax, I agree. I thank you for highlighting the secondhand effects of takeout products and how it's important to remember those need to be recycled or composted. It doesn't work to have recycling or composting takeout if they're just going in the trash. So appreciate you highlighting that. Mr. Scroggs, I love your idea of creative ideas of how to bring different ways of entertainment into the city. So I'd love to hear more about that. Thank you for bringing that up. Let's see, item 11. Make sure I got everything here. Oh, and Mr. Hamill called in and mentioned, in addition to his comments about item number 11, mentioned how recently we had some hate incidents with graffiti, and thank you for highlighting the response of our police force of finding the person who did that and following up. So thank you for highlighting that work. And I think that's it until our items come up on item 11. Again, thank you all for coming out to comment.
Thanks, council member. Would you like to go next?
Thank you, everyone. Also who came in, called, and emailed us as well. I want to congratulate the dental clinic. Dale does a marvelous job, her and her committee. So I do appreciate all the hard work you do with the younger generation to help them out. Also, I want to congratulate Kevin. I think he's gone for the Black History Month. Thank you for receiving that. I appreciate you coming in tonight and doing it. And also congratulate our interim general manager, Joe, for the new position. Everything else, and I do want to echo Councilmember Takahashi. You mentioned Simon and a couple of the speakers. And then also you mentioned Joe's comments, and so I wrote that down. Everyone else on item 11 that we're going to be addressing, or any other item on the agenda, we'll be addressing when we get there. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. Vice Mayor, would you like to go next?
Sure. Alrighty, so I will also address the comments for item 11 when we get there, but I think it's worth mentioning, I know Mr. Tremajan has left, and I think our representative from AGLA is still here to answer your questions. As I stated last week during this response to public comment, Councilmember Takahashi and myself invited landlords and tenants who currently operate in the city of Burbank. No other organizations were invited to the roundtable discussion. I'm not sure where that came from. And as a reminder, and I'm sure I speak for my colleague here, we are happy to meet with anyone who comes and wants to have a discussion and give feedback. This is not an end-all discussion, and just because it was mentioned and it's coming up later on, this agenda item, for the sake of clarity, is a report back to council with information. It is not a decision that is happening tonight. It is a report to council. We will provide feedback. You are all welcome to stay and enjoy that feedback. And I'm sure we will get further feedback because there are many steps to make this happen. But I want us to be clear about what we're doing tonight for the sake of all our residents. And again, Mr. Tremajan, folks at AGLA, you're welcome to reach out to us. To Mr. Scroggs, thank you so much for your continued advocacy in the entertainment field. I'm really excited to continue working with you on this. I've had wonderful conversations, and I look forward to so many more. To Mr. Garcia, you mentioned incentives for parking. Please do stay tuned. That's coming down the agenda. And I don't know if, Mr. City Manager, you have any updates on when the parking meters are coming back.
I wouldn't say parking meters.
Paid parking,
paid
sorry.
parking. So we are going to be implementing the pilot program for the San Fernando Road, I think next month. I think you saw an item out there. And then we're going to look at regulating parking along San Fernando per council's direction shortly after that. We want to establish it first and then move on to regulation of parking just for that area as a pilot.
Thank you for that, Mr. City Manager. And just so you're informed and you stay informed, I know it's an issue to find parking in some of our streets, and some of our neighbors have done the business of regulating that, but please stay tuned because that item is coming back, because that is a very important issue, and thank you for raising it today. And then lastly but not least, I think Dale from Kids Community Dental Clinic and Kevin Gray were being very, very humble, because Kids Community Dental Clinic, along with helping our folks in the community with their dental care, host events, does a myriad of other things. They just had their holiday event in December, where it was a space for the community to go, to enjoy, to have food, to really be in community. And it was really a pleasure to see that. So Dale and her team, thank you. You all go above and beyond dental care. And to Mr. Gray, Mr. Kevin Gray is an award-winning employee of ours here in the city of Burbank. He has gone above and beyond to make our IT services here in Burbank phenomenal, some of which you can take advantage of if you download our 311 app. And with that PSA announcement, I will end my response to public comment. Just thank you all who came down and shared your thoughts with us here or over the phone. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, colleagues. I just wanted to first begin by just really thanking everybody in the room. My goal is always to create a safe and welcoming environment where everyone can express their opinion. And I don't mean to make any comments to deter you from cheering folks on that you agree with, but I just want to thank you for your cooperation tonight, because that's really my goal. Everyone should be able to come up to the podium, speak from their hearts, speak their truth, and feel heard by the council. So I thank all of you for helping me and helping my colleagues here be able to accomplish that. Most of the comments relate to agenda item 11, so I'll save my response back there. There were just a couple things. First of all, Ms. Urel, I'm not going to talk about the agenda item and your comment there, but I just wanted to say you must be one proud parent to see your kid up here. I love seeing our youth up here engaging, just being involved in the process, and it really warms my heart to see that. It gives me a lot of hope for the future. Mr. Timurian, I know you've left. I appreciate the clarification. Actually, I'll come back to Mr. Timurian. Let me first say to Mr. Jaramillo, who I know has left, yes, I did want to talk about it last time. I agree with the decision of my colleagues, though. And I just wanted to explain that we are taking this item at the earliest possible moment that we can tonight. Our agendas are always constructed. We have a consent calendar. We adopt that first. And we always take the public hearings first. So if there was any miscommunication, I certainly apologize. But this is the earliest we could fit it in on tonight's agenda. And thank you for coming to give your comment before you had to catch your flight. Mr. Timurian, thank you for the clarification. What I wanted to say to you, sir, is certainly there are questions about the process. You do have my number. I say that repeatedly because I encourage people to call. By the way, I see a few folks here in the room, Mr. Scroggs, Mr. Giroux. I owe you calls back. That'll happen tomorrow. So thank you for using that tool and reaching out. And the last thing I'll say is to Mr. Myers, I do have a lot of thoughts and comments on the DA's race. As a mayor, as a candidate, as a deputy attorney general that handles conflict cases and in fact has prosecuted prosecutors. But this is not the time or the place to do that. This is a city meeting, and these resources need to be devoted to the city's business, not personal ideology or agenda. So, Mr. Myers, I'll repeat myself again. My phone number is 818-806-9392. That is the single best way to reach me. Call or text anytime. I'd be happy to give you an answer. With that, I think that completes our response to public comment. So let's move to the consent calendar. The consent calendar may be enacted in one motion. Madam City Clerk, would you please read the consent calendar for us?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have 9 items this evening on the consent calendar. Item 1 is approval of the successor agency minutes of the joint meeting of December 5th, 2023. Item 2 is approval of the Housing Authority minutes of the joint meeting of December 5th, 2023. Item 3 is approval of the Parking Authority minutes of the joint meeting of September 12th, 2023. Item 4 is approval of the Youth Endowment Services Fund board minutes of the joint meeting of September 12th, 2023. Item 5 is adoption of an ordinance amending Title 10 of the Burbank Municipal Code to update the existing development standards for art in public places to authorize post-security areas of the Hollywood Burbank Airport as eligible places for public art. Item 6 is adoption of an ordinance approving a second amendment to the development agreement related to Plan Development Number 96-1. Item 7 is adoption of an ordinance adding Article 4 to Chapter 2 of Title 4 to the Burbank Municipal Code regarding waste reduction regulations. Item 8 is adoption of an ordinance for the prevention of human trafficking. And item 9 is review of fiscal year 2022-2023 annual comprehensive financial report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Before I entertain questions or a motion, I just wanted to state for the record that with regard to Agenda Item 6, this is the proposed approval of a second amendment to the development agreement related to Plan Development Project Number 96-1. Based on the advice of the City Attorney's Office and in compliance with FPPC regulations, I do live in proximity to that zone and am recused from the matter. Based on the advice of the City Attorney, I won't be leaving the chamber tonight, but I will not be casting a vote or participating in conversation of item 6. If item 6 is pulled, I will leave the room. Is there any, yes, questions, comments, anybody? Yes, Councilmember.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't want to pull any items, but I would like to take a moment to comment on item number 7, the plastics waste reduction ordinance.
Okay.
So I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the time and energy by many individuals in our community and our staff in order to get where we are today on this plastic ordinance. Speaking with other council members across the state in small and medium-sized cities like ours, who are also looking for ways to reduce their waste, especially plastics and polystyrene, which is what we tackled in 7. It's become clear to me that it is nearly unheard of that the community comes together in the way that our community did on this topic, with folks representing various perspectives on waste reduction and we landed on an ordinance where the boat is being rowed together in the same direction. I've been interested and involved in this process since the very beginning of it, when it first was born, way many years ago, and especially during the pandemics, plastic and waste became such a huge issue and a high priority for me. So to be here in this moment when this is being voted on today, I'm so proud, and it's special for me to be here. It could not have happened without the work of many, many individuals who gave input and advocated for our community. And I'd like to give a special thanks and a few shout outs to a few people. First, I'd like to thank the Recycle Center, especially Amber Duran, the recycling coordinator, for the hours and hours and hours of community outreach that she did in order to make this happen with stakeholders. Thank you to the entire Sustainable Burbank Commission, to the chair, Vicki Kirschenbaum, and for all the input and tenacity and thoughtfulness that went into getting this to where we are today. And thank you to the business community, for the Chamber of Commerce, and especially Jamie Kieser for your tenacity and thoughtfulness. So thank you all to everybody who put their time and energy and effort into this. It's a special moment, and I'm looking forward to the education and the engagement with the community and for making this happen. And thank you, Mr. Mayor, for letting me have this opportunity to speak on this.
Of course, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I add to all this? So I do appreciate you bringing everyone, because it was definitely as they say, it took a village to get this done. But I do want to acknowledge also our council members for having all of us working together. And Joe, please allow me this moment before you cut me off.
It's council policy as to whether the item gets pulled and put at the end of the agenda.
It's not
the
being
discussion
pulled.
goes too long.
It is, though. It did take a lot of work. So I do appreciate also the council members embracing this and voting on it. So thank you all.
Thank you. Any discussion, questions, or motion?
Before we give Joe a heart attack, I'll just make a motion to approve the consent calendar in its entirety.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
Mayor Schultz?
Yes on 1 through 5, abstain item 6, yes on 7 through 9.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, everybody. Yeah. Not bad. All right. So next we move to our first big item of the night. This is a public hearing. This is the time and place for the public hearing for the consideration of the introduction of an ordinance to amend Title 10, Chapter 1, Article 6, Division 1 of the Burbank Municipal Code to establish development standards for California State Senate Bill 9, second single-family dwellings and urban lot splits in the single-family residential zone to ensure consistency with state law. There will be a public comment period during the public hearing session. Before we begin, are there any disclosures by the council related to this hearing? Okay, for the record, I see none. Madam City Clerk, have the notices as required by law been given?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, they have.
Do we have the complete file of exhibits, correspondence, emails, and any other documents?
Yes, you do.
Okay, and has the city received any written communications on this matter, and have they been provided to all city council members?
Yes and yes.
Okay, will the representative of the Community Development Department please introduce yourself and summarize the matter for us?
Good evening, Mayor Schultz, members of the City Council. My name is Xavier Thomas, Associate Planner for the Community Development Department. May I please have the presentation? This evening, I will be providing an overview of the proposed draft development standards for Senate Bill 9 projects. Let's start with a brief background. On September 16th, 2021, Governor Newsom signed into law California Housing Opportunity and More Efficiency Act, also known as Senate Bill 9, that went into effect on January 1st, 2022. On April 5th, 2022, City Council adopted an interim urgency ordinance to ensure that the city had in place interim objective development, design, and subdivision standards that would regulate SB 9 projects. The urgency ordinance was extended in May of 2022 and March of 2023. The current urgency ordinance is set to expire on April 4th of this year. With Senate Bill 9, the city is required to ministerially review all second single-family dwellings on all R1 zone lots, which would allow for up to 2 single-family dwellings on one lot. In addition, the city must ministerially review an urban lot split application that would allow for the subdivision of one R1 zone lot to create 2 lots. On the left is an illustration of an SB 9 second single-family dwelling, which allows for an additional second primary dwelling to be built on a lot that is complementary of an existing single-family dwelling. On the right is an illustration of an urban lot split, which allows for the splitting of an existing single-family zone parcel and creating 2 single-family zone parcels. SB 9 created a streamlined and ministerial approval process for second single-family dwellings and urban lot splits on all R1 zone lots in the city. Staff must consistently review all future SB 9 projects with the objective design and development standards in effect at the time an application is submitted. As a reminder, objective design and development standards involve no personal or subjective judgment by a public official and are verifiable by reference to criteria available. The urgency ordinance that is currently in effect has created objective design and development standards, but will expire in April. In order to maintain consistency in the R1 single-family zone when an SB 9 project is applied for, staff is proposing the draft development ordinance you will see shortly through a zone text amendment. The recommended zoning code amendments are summarized above. I will review 3 distinct sections: update permitted uses in the R1 zone, establish standards for SB 9 second single-family dwellings, and establish standards for urban lot splits. Table 10-1-602 that identifies permitted uses in the R1 and R1H zones would be amended to include SB 9 second single-family dwellings as a use. The use would be permitted in the R1 zone and would be prohibited in the R1H zone. I will discuss why later in the presentation. In addition, a footnote would be added to separate use that currently exists on the list, single-family dwellings additional on one lot. This use has allowed for additional single-family homes on a single-family lot through the approval of a conditional use permit. The footnote would state that single-family dwellings additional on one lot, in addition to the first single-family dwelling, would not be permitted if there exists an SB 9 second single-family dwelling on the property. I will now summarize the additional zoning code amendments, starting with SB 9's second single-family dwelling section. As a reminder, the existing single-family R1 standards in the Burbank Municipal Code all apply to SB 9's second single-family dwellings. These proposed standards would complement and only supersede if there are any ambiguities. The definition section defines key terms. Another section is the requirements for an SB 9 second single-family residential dwelling, which identifies the eligibility requirements that must be met in order for a second single-family dwelling unit to be built. These requirements include the zone, when demolition can occur, and what types of housing units are protected from SB 9 projects. Here's an overview of the objective development standards that are being proposed. The maximum number of SB 9 second single-family dwelling units permitted is 1. The minimum square footage that must be permitted by the city is 800 square feet. The rear, side, and street-facing setbacks are 4 feet from the property lines. The second single-family dwelling unit on one lot can be attached or detached from one another. In the event that they are detached, they must be 6 feet away from each other. And there are additional development standards for off-street parking, private open space, and objective design standards. The length of the rental term for an SB 9 second single-family dwelling is 30 days or more. Another section of the draft development standards discusses how utilities must be connected for an SB 9 second single-family dwelling. The Public Works Department will assign addresses for these residential units. The specific adverse impact section requires that the building official must make specific findings in order to deny an SB 9 second single-family dwelling project. Next are the zoning code amendments that will be summarized for the urban lot split section. There is a definition section that defines key terms. The eligibility requirement section for an urban lot split project outlines the permitted zones and the R1 lots that are allowed to apply for an urban lot split. The lot design standards outline the maximum number of parcels that can be created, which is 2. The lot area that can be created, and the minimum lot dimensions. The lot design standards also prohibit the creation of flag lots and establish minimum public right-of-way frontages for all newly created lots. The maximum number of units, including ADUs or junior ADUs, allowed on a parcel created through an urban lot split is 2. The property owner that applies for an urban lot split must file an owner-occupant affidavit that requires them to live on one of the lots created through an urban lot split for a minimum of 3 years. The rental term must be 30 days or more. The owner must record a deed restriction for the urban lot split and any dwelling units that are constructed as a result. Separate conveyance is allowed for the resulting lots of an urban lot split. The building official must make specific findings in order to deny an urban lot split project. Each lot created through an urban lot split must have independent connections to all utilities. A utility easement may be needed for newly created parcels for vehicle access or utility services. SB 9 requires that no dedications of right-of-way or off-street improvements can be requested by the city for an urban lot split project. And finally, the Public Works Department will assign all addresses. Senate Bill 684 was signed into law in 2023 and went into effect on January 1st of this year. It established that SB 9 projects are not permitted in 2 situations: on sites located in a local agency that has an adopted housing element, and second, that local agency has a single-family residential horsekeeping zone designated by a master plan adopted before January 1st, 1994. In 1993, through the Rancho Master Plan Project, the city created land use designations in the general plan and zoning classifications with City Council Resolution 23927 and City Council Ordinance 3343. Therefore, SB 9 projects would not be permitted on the city's single-family residential horsekeeping zones. The proposed zone text amendment requires that findings be made to ensure compatibility with the objectives, policies, goals, and land use and programs of the Burbank 2035 General Plan. Staff and the Planning Commission reviewed the proposed SB 9 standards and found them consistent with the Burbank 2035 General Plan, goals, and policies, and they recommended by a vote of 4-0 to approve the zone text amendment. Staff has issued public notices prior to the Planning Commission meeting and the City Council meeting. In addition, staff conducted a virtual community meeting on January 29th to receive public comments and answer questions regarding the public's feedback on the draft standards. Those comments from the public including limiting the allowance in the city's hillside or high fire severity zone, encouraging more affordable housing, the owner occupancy requirements, and enforcement. Staff provided 2 updates to the draft ordinance. First was the inclusion of the symbol S to Table 10-1602 use table, identified as when required by state preemption law, which means SB 9 second single-family dwellings are only allowed when required by state law. Second, updates were included to clarify that second single-family dwelling square footages are subject to all applicable objective development standards to the extent that they do not preclude an 800 square foot dwelling. Pursuant to the California Government Code sections listed above, the adoption of an ordinance to regulate SB 9 second single-family dwellings and urban lot splits is not a project subject to the requirements of CEQA and thus is exempted from CEQA. In conclusion, the changes outlined in the proposed ZTA are intended to create development standards for SB 9 second single-family dwellings and urban lot splits that are consistent with the city's local single-family development standards and the state law. The proposed ZTA will facilitate ongoing responsible development of new housing units while putting in place development standards that help preserve local control and protect the character of existing residential neighborhoods. The ZTA will allow the city to create new housing opportunities and building types that meet the city's RENA allocation requirements. This concludes staff's presentation. We are available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Mr. Thomas. Before we go on, I just wanted to officially order that any written materials or communications that have been provided to the council be formally made part of the record, assuming that there are no objections, and I don't see any. So with that being done, we will now open the public hearing to hear from any person who wishes to speak on this matter. Each person may address the council for up to 3 minutes on this public hearing item only. For members of the public who are here in person, please present a completed Salmon Public hearing card to the city clerk if you'd like to speak to it. And for those wishing to call in during public comment, now is the time to call 818-238-3335. Again, callers will be placed in a queue until all in-person public comment has been received. Madam City Clerk, do we have any cards?
No, Mr. Mayor, we do not. And there are also no callers.
Okay, so no cards and no callers. That completes the public comment period, and I will now declare it closed. Mr. Thomas, would you like to make any further comments?
No, I will not.
Okay, right answer. Okay, does the council have any questions of staff? Oh, okay. I'm gonna keep it open and filibuster a little bit. Yes, why don't you come on up here? You can give your comment, and if you would just fill the card and hand it to the clerk after you're done. So you have 3 minutes, Mr. Hamill.
Thank you. For the record, good evening, Council. I am Simon Hamill, and I moved to Burbank because I could buy a house in a single-family neighborhood here. And I'd like to see the numbers of families who own their home and want to put down roots increase, and definitely not decrease, which, without a corporate disincentive, SB 9 seems poised to do. In the previous version, the urgency ordinance, a map was included that showed the high and very high danger zone where thousands and thousands of voters who don't know what's coming and their families own their property above Bel Air, where SB 9 was not going to be allowed. What changed in this version where they lost their rights to abide by the local laws they voted for, instead of having Mr. Portantino's SB 9 rules that will very likely favor corporate investor ownership as time goes on, now applying to their land without a direct vote? Is the fee that is being charged to them by the city's contractor to collect an inspection fee a de facto tax contributing to mitigating a condition that, in effect, is having them pay the money that allows the state to take away their rights to be the people who decide the zoning rules where they live? The question is
If the city stops collecting the fee and doing the drive-by photo inspections, would the conditions be such that SB 9 would not be able to be enforced until the state pays for the supposed mitigation themselves, or we see it work out in other areas if it turns out the new houses actually all remain owner-occupied rather than turn into investment properties after 3 years, while definitely causing the shrinking of the supply of single-family lots with yards, making them cost even more than they do now? The best version of SB 9 would result in more families owning their future in Burbank rather than renting it from a corporation that purchases the small, potentially less desirable long-term homes built under SB 9. I already mentioned earlier tonight about using rent control to hopefully affect that. Basically, I'm asking you to treat me like I own a horse or live next to somebody who owns a horse, since we've effectively decided that that's how we will implement our modern-day redlining in the city of Burbank, a neighborhood that Mr. Portantino, by the way, lives in. And the school numbers don't lie. Families are leaving. They're leaving to find a single-family home with a lot in a place that they can afford. So why would we go out of our way to help make less of that? As far as I know, our diversity ordinance was not a part of establishing that special rancho exemption where it would seem, only on paper, we check to see if any groups are disadvantaged or given special advantage by laws that we pass. It would seem proximity to horses is excluded from this ordinance. I want to be able to pass on to my neighbors and the other parents in the PTA and family organizations that you did everything you could to ensure our single-family neighborhoods remain a source of generational wealth for their resident occupants, especially new occupants, and not for investment portfolios. Please ensure the fire hazard remains in effect and figure out if we can exclude it by stopping the forced payments. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Hamill. Just going to do a final call if there's any other public commenters.
We're just seeing if there's anyone on the line. One moment.
Okay.
No callers.
Okay. I now declare the public hearing closed. So does the council, first of all, have any questions for staff? Actually, I'm sorry, Mr. Thomas, because there was comment, do you have any response? And Mr. McDougall, if you'd like to weigh in, you can.
I'm so sorry. I'm just getting word. We had a little technical difficulty. There's one more caller.
Okay, public comment period reopened. That's okay. I still sing Mr. Gray's praises, by the way. He's fantastic. All right, let's send the caller through. That's a pretty long flight of virtual stairs there, huh? Okay, it's coming through now? Okay, okay.
At this point, it better be Taylor Swift calling in because the hype is. That's right.
The first caller is Jim Casey.
Hi, Jim. You're on with the City Council.
Good evening. I'm not Taylor Swift.
name is Jim Casey. I'm a local residential real estate agent and head up an organization called Preserve Burbank. I have lived here in Burbank for 24 years. As I've sold a lot of homes here in Burbank, I'm becoming alarmed at what is happening with residential property here. In the effort to create more affordable housing, we are now being forced to allow for the splitting of lots to allow for two homes to be jammed onto what was a single lot. The staff report states that we want to avoid flag lots. I've got a Bachelor of Arts degree in architecture, and I've been renovating and selling homes for almost 40 years. How can you split a lot without creating a flag lot for the rear property? Are we going to limit these splits to corner lots or lots with alleys behind? And where will the cars go? The staff report also states, quote, second single-family dwellings in the city's single-family residential zones will not create more odor, dust, dirt, smoke, noise, vibration, illumination, glare, unsightliness, or any other objectionable influence than the amount created by any other permitted use in the city's single-family residential zones, unquote. How is this possible when splitting lots to build two new homes, not to mention the ADUs going up on virtually every street, turns all of Burbank into a new construction development? I can't step outside without hearing the sounds of saws, hammers, and construction equipment clogging up the streets. Sacramento thinks the way to reduce the cost of real estate is to build more homes. The problem is that these new homes are the most expensive per square foot housing in the city. The only reduction in housing values will be the homes that surround these monstrosities. Unlike the people moving into Burbank, the people who live here will see their property values drop as they lose privacy, views, daylight, and the environment they moved into years or decades ago. My question is this: when are we going to push back on Sacramento? How much further is this going to go before we finally stand on 2 feet and say enough? Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment, Jim. Next caller.
The next caller is Jean Schanberger.
Hi, Jean. You're on with council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, and thank you, staff, for working through the call-in technical glitch. I'm calling regarding the SB9 matter, and I just want to acknowledge and support the staff's analysis and recommendation regarding the carve-out of the R1H zone from the applicability of SB9. I appreciate the recognition of the unique character of the horsekeeping zoned area in the Burbank Rancho, and I don't think it's inconsistent with other decisions that the city has made in its zoning regarding the Rancho, particularly pending the upcoming work on the Rancho Master Plan. I think it's really important to continue to conserve and recognize the unique qualities of the Rancho and the extremely damaging impact that SB9 would have on it. So thank you, and supporting the recommendation of staff in that regard. Have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Jean. Next caller.
That was our last call.
We sure?
For real.
Okay. I know I'm moving quickly to keep the meetings lively, maybe a little too quick. All right. With that, does the council have any... I'm sorry. Mr. Thomas, there's been a couple comments. Would you like to respond to any of those comments?
Yes. To Mr. Hamill's comment, as indicated in the PowerPoint presentation, SB 684 identifies the Rancho area as one to where SB 9 projects would not be allowed. Specifically for the high fire severity zones, staff went back and did analysis of SB 9 itself and identified and read through the actual ordinance, or read through the state bill, and sought that for eligibility requirements, there is a specific portion of properties that are subject to, if they do have adopted fire hazard mitigation measures that are pursuant to existing building standards, then SB 9 projects are then allowed. Staff then went back and spoke to our fire department and our building code to verify whether or not we did indeed have those fire mitigation standards, and we do. So therefore, SB 9 projects would be permitted in the high fire severity zone. To Mr. Casey, In regards to the lots for urban lot splits, the ordinance does require that we do have to have minimum public right-of-way access to either a street or an alley. So in the event that he was talking about where it would be a corner lot where there was access to a street or an alley, yes, that is where easement access would be given for vehicles. And there's with requirements for vehicles to then park on the lot itself. So yes, we do prohibit flag lots. That's according to the draft ordinance. And that is all.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Are there any questions of staff from the council? Yes, Councilmember Anthony.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Thomas, real quick, can I have you pull up slide number 4, if you could? I just think it's a picture there. On the left, you have a black rectangle, and on the right, you have two thinner black rectangles. Am I to assume that the two thinner black rectangles are exactly the same size together as the black rectangle on the left?
You should actually look at them independently. This is just an illustration of what could actually happen. So the image on the left is in the event that someone wanted to come in and build a detached second single-family dwelling. The image on the right is just in the event that someone wanted to come in and split their lot vertically. And so you should view them independently. But the scenario on the right is in the event that someone did want to take the average Burbank lot, split it vertically, and provide street frontage for both of those lots, lot 1 and lot 2.
Okay. But I'm just saying, if they were the same lot, you would have an option for either.
Are you asking, so let's, in a hypothetical scenario, lot 1 is then just divided directly in half evenly 50-50. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yes, that's what that would potentially look like, yes.
Okay. And obviously the houses in the picture are smaller than the one on the left. So, now that's interesting. Do we allow quadplexes, like duplexes that are doubled quadplexes? You know what I'm talking about? The kind of housing where it's 4 units?
4 units on one lot that are all attached to each other?
Yes.
Let's, again, take the hypothetical scenario in lot 1 where someone wanted to come in and do one first single-family dwelling and a second single-family dwelling, and then add a junior ADU and an ADU. In the scenario in the draft standards, yes, someone could come in and make those all units attached to one another. If we want to call it a quadplex, then that's what you would identify it as, but we would still identify it as 4 units with distinct development standards that are then attached to each other.
And that's allowed in an R1 zone currently in Burbank?
Yes, currently that is allowed.
And so now we're looking to adopt SB 9 in the R1 zone. Why, just walk me through some potential hypotheticals. Why would somebody choose to do an SB 9 project rather than the junior and ADU opportunities that we already have? Like, what are the differences?
The scenario that I just laid out is utilizing the SB 9 development standards where you can get up to 4 units, which is that first single-family dwelling, the second single-family dwelling pursuant to the proposed standards before you through SB 9, and then already our existing ADU standards and junior ADU standards. So let's say absent SB 9, then someone would be able to come in and do 3 units. That could then potentially be attached at that point.
For clarification, it's because we had to adopt interim standards, which are about to expire. This ordinance before you makes permanent the interim standards with modifications.
Correct.
And council member, if I may, Daniel Villa, Community Development Department. Just wanted to clarify, so historically, the R1 zone, as many of you know, you've typically seen one single-family home develop on that single-family zone lot. Our code historically is also permitted for a second single-family home. If you go through a CUP process, conditional use permit, and your lot meets certain parameters, you could potentially have a second one. More recently, over the past couple of years, we've had the state identify that we have to permit ADUs, accessory dwelling units, also JADUs. Over the past 2 years, or 2 years ago, they also said now you have to allow for SB 9 second single-family dwelling units. So I guess to answer your initial question, historically, we've allowed for up to 2 single-family homes, 1 by right, 1 if you go through a CUP process. More recently, given state mandates, we've now had to also blend into that ADUs, JADUs, and now SB 9 dwelling units. So as part of this effort, city staff working with consultants, speaking with the public at community meeting, we try to really understand what the concerns are, what the state law is. We try to understand what other cities have done as best practices and consolidate that information in a way that is consistent with our current code, our current R1 zoning standards, while still addressing some needs that we envision may be necessary because you're now adding another unit. For example, in the ordinance, you notice that we included requirements for open space. For example, now we're requiring that SB 9 units accommodate for 70 square feet of private open space. We included other requirements such as distance separation requirements. So if units are attached, there's a minimum requirement for how far away they have to be. So that was the effort we undertook, just to try to, as best we can, identify requirements that are consistent across the board with with state law and our zoning code.
We have R1, R1H, R2, R3, and R4 in the city, right? That's how high it goes up to?
That is correct.
If I'm in the Costco parking lot and I take a right on Victory, and I look on my left and to my right, I see a bunch of fourplexes all along Victory there. Just little apartment buildings that are 4 units. Is that R2, R3, or R4? Do we know offhand on Victory?
Off the top of my head, without looking at my zoning map, no, I do not know what zone those properties are.
Okay. What is the FAR, the average FAR in a single-family R1?
The R1 FAR limit is 40% of the lot.
But with SB 9, you get to ignore that? Or...
No, the R1 standards for 40% would still apply in the event that someone does want to come in and do a second primary dwelling unit. However, we cannot institute objective standards or the FAR limit that precludes someone from doing 800 square feet for an SB 9 unit.
Okay, so you can build a second house on your lot, but only up to the FAR that you were already permitted to build on your first house.
Correct. If that's how I see what you're asking, yes. So if you already had a 40% limit for one house, you in essence could take that 40% limit and split it between 2 single family houses.
And if I can add, council members, so the way that I would say when looking at the SB 9 ordinance before you tonight, what we did is we used the R1 code as a baseline. So the starting off point was the current R1 code that would apply to a typical single family home. And we did that intentionally because that is what HCD recommended. That is what they're moving towards long term, if they do SB 9 updates over time. But beyond that, what we also did is we also had to consider the fact that SB 9 has additional provisions beyond what our R1 code states. So what do I mean by that? What I mean is, what we did is we stated, for SB 9, you have to comply with our current FAR requirements, our current lot coverage requirements. So if you're coming in building from scratch, say you have an undeveloped lot and you're building from scratch, for the 2 units, the first single family home and the SB 9 unit, you would in essence have to split your FAR allowance between those 2. However, SB 9 does include provisions that state that the city has to allow at least a minimum size unit of 800 square feet for that second unit. So for example, a hypothetical, say right now you have a property that has 1 unit and they're at their 40% FAR, they're at the max. They come
can
in
get an additional 800.
up to 800.
I see. Okay, so it's 40% plus up to 800 square feet.
I would say in some cases, it really depends on timing, right? If you come in with no development on your property and you're proposing 2 800 square foot units, and you're within our 40% FAR, and you're at 40% FAR, that would be what you're allowed. However, if you're already over or close to being over, and we need to allow, and to be able to build 800 square feet, you have to go over, we would have to allow for that.
Oh, that's if you already have a constructed house and you're adding a new unit.
Yes, I'll just put it this way. We have to allow 800 square foot units regardless, even if you go over FAR because of that.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, please. Oh, sorry.
To answer
Yes, please.
Councilmember Anthony's question regarding zoning, both sides of Victory Boulevard and the area west of Costco are zoned R4,
R4.
the frontages,
Okay.
according to the city's online zoning map.
That's incredible you have that off the top of your head, Mr. City Attorney. I'm impressed.
Welcome.
Councilmember, please continue.
Yes. What's the FAR on R2, R3, R4? How high what's the scaling there when we start to get up into those other zones? Do we know that offhand?
Let me look through the actual zoning code and I'll let you know.
Get back to me on that.
I could answer that now
Oh, yeah,
if you
go
want. 8 years and a half of being here, you kind of memorize some of the code. Yeah. So
You see the tables in your sleep, yeah.
So in our multifamily zone, which are, as you mentioned, R2, R3, R4, we don't regulate development through FAR. We actually regulate it through number of units and also lot coverage. So lot coverage, depending on how far away you are from R1 zone property, could range between 60 and 70%.
Okay, interesting. Okay. The reason why I ask that is I'm just looking at the size of the lots and the number of units, and it doesn't seem to me, I mean, I was worried that there was going to be a huge changeover in our R1 zone and it was going to turn it into, an R2, R3, or R4, but it other than this 800-foot exemption that can go over, and that's only if you already have the existing unit and you want to build additional. I'm not too worried about this. Have we seen how many SB 9 was passed in 2022, right? No. It was passed in 2021. It was adopted January 2022. Made how many total SB 9 applications have we had in the year?
There have
3 months.
in roughly about that time period, there have been 25 applications for second single-family dwelling units. 7 have been approved. We've also seen during that same time period 4 applications for urban lot splits, and one of those 4 has been approved.
Just comparatively, what's our ADU applications looking like in that same time frame? Yeah, because I opened with that. That was my first question. How is this different than an ADU?
Scott Planbeck, Planning Manager. We receive a much higher number of ADU applications. We probably average about 5 a week, and we build well over 250 a year in ADUs. So
Oh, wow.
ADU applications are much higher than the SB 9 applications.
So nobody's really jumping at this SB 9 thing. They're taking advantage of our ADU process.
Our ADU process is very straightforward. It's a building permit. For most homeowners, it's a very, very straightforward way to add another unit on their properties.
Okay. Mr. Hamill came up earlier and mentioned some restrictions on the owner occupancy. The owner occupancy, the deed restrictions, any of the rental regulations on SB 9, all of those laws are codified into SB 9, right? There's no other ordinances or state law. The Attorney General hasn't weighed in. HCD hasn't weighed in on anything else other than what SB 9 is written on the code.
That is correct. The owner occupancy requirement is in the event of an urban lot split. The owner and or applicant has to actually reside in one of the newly created lots at the time of the approval is given for a period of 3 years.
Okay. So if there were to come any other either court rulings or local or state ordinances to really clamp this down, we don't know how that would interact. We haven't done any studies on that. We haven't.
At the current moment, no.
Okay. All right. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember. Who'd like to go next? Okay, Vice Mayor.
All right, you took one of my questions. I'll be quick. Let's see. Mr. Hamill also asked a question about fees and what happens if we stop collecting. Can you address that part?
I'm unaware as to the fees that are collected for fire mitigation. I know that that's typically what's or has someone has a fee that's get paid for mitigation in the high fire severity zone itself. But that does not change the designation of it being a high fire severity zone. That's something that's designated by the county. But I'm unaware as to the fees that he's referring to.
There are fees, and the council's fee resolution regarding brush clearance, inspections, and citations. The first citation or the first notice of violation is no charge. Subsequent notices, I'm not sure of the other fees he's talking about, but there is an obligation to keep clear safe zone in the wildland fire zone, which is not exactly sure of the precise boundary, if it's Bel Air or Kenneth or higher, but it is a significant portion of the hillside east of at least Kenneth and perhaps Bel Air.
Thank you. And then my only other question, I know we're talking about the confines of SB 9, but just for the sake of the public and clarity, can a homeowner still do a lot split or build a duplex that falls outside of the SB 9 purview in that Rancho neighborhood?
If someone was in the Rancho neighborhood and they chose to conduct if they wanted to build a second primary dwelling unit, I believe our zoning code requires them to go through a conditional use permit process. Let me verify that real quick, but I believe that's the only other avenue by which you can build a second primary dwelling unit. And then there are, again, the ADU regulations that are specifically tailored to the Rancho area itself. But let me verify the CUP requirement.
Thank you. I just want to clarify the two avenues. And those are all my questions.
Great. Is there another response from staff? You look like you're...
If I may, Mayor.
Please.
Yes, I was just going to add to the response that to the other question you asked. Right now, in the Rancho or any other part of the city outside of SB 9, someone can come and request to split their lot in half. They would have to comply with our current R1 lot split standards or subdivision standards, which are somewhat similar to those in SB 9, just a little bit different given that SB 9 includes some of the requirements that are enforced by the state.
And just to add to that, yes, if someone in the Rancho wanted to come in and build a second single-family dwelling outside of SB 9, again, because they're precluded to do so, they would have to go through a conditional use permit process.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's it. That's all I have.
Okay. You guys are giving Mr. McDougall a run for his money. You're pretty on the ball tonight. I like it. All right, who's next? Councilmember, please.
Thank you. And I want to address that. It's because SB 9, if they fall under SB 9, it's kind of very much by right. They can actually bypass the whole process of going through the approval, the city's approval, that it would be different under the SB 9, correct?
Well,
I kind of went around in circle, but because they have by right to go ahead and do it.
So SB 9 requires that all second single-family dwellings are ministerial approved. So what that means is they have to be objective standards that we have to look at, similar to an ADU where it's just development standards. It's like a checkbox. We have to go through and make sure that they are indeed meeting those standards, and then that kind of streamlines them to the permit process, as opposed to a CUP process, which has a whole set of discretionary reviews that we in the city have to apply.
So it's a little bit more strict going outside of the SB 9 process.
Outside of the CUP process.
Outside of the CUP process.
Correct.
Thank you. I do want to talk a little bit about the, I think it's slide 16, which addresses the utilities. So in here in the slide, it does indicate that if there's a lot split, shall have its own independent utility connection, sewer, water, and electric. So we often hear concern from the public in regards to our infrastructure, and would it be able to withstand the amount of housing that we're adding to our infrastructure? So adding the SB 9, and now what I'm seeing is that they're required to have independent utility connection. What is if there is a maximum capacity already in that area where the sewers already has maximum capacity of connection? I mean, what is the process? If you walk me through it, do they have their own panel? Do they have to have their own lines running through the community to get that done?
Correct. So just to add in that, yes, you are correct. For urban lot splits, they are required to have independent connections for the utilities for sewer, water, and electric. I'm not a subject matter expert on those. However, I know behind me there are some.
I see the
that
guns
are here,
right behind
so
you.
I
Yes.
will allow them to answer that question.
Thank you.
I'll start us off. Riyadh Slayman, Assistant General Manager for Electric Services. For electric services, when you have a lot split, you typically want independent services because you don't want any of those services crossing other lots because they might be doing construction, hit somebody else's service. So as far as capacity, we see the capacity more in the infrastructure that we currently have out on the hillside. Majority of the city is already at 12,000 volts, which is the higher, newer voltage in the system. The hillside is sort of towards the end of the conversion plan, which is in the next 20 years. But given the penetration rate that we're having for these, we don't see a concern immediately. We do have plans to accelerate some of that conversion projects over the next 20 years to be able to address if, we have a higher conversion rate, implementation rate of SB9 and splits. So as far as electrics is concerned, I think we're in good shape.
But we are working towards fulfilling the capacity in the
Correct.
event that a lot of homeowners decide to go out there and do a lot split, which I know, and that goes back to Councilmember Anthony's earlier conversation about there's more ADUs than there are SB9 because it is very costly to split the lot, from my understanding, just talking to some people who have actually gone through the process. But it's not cheap to go ahead and split the lot and do, maybe that's the reason we don't have a lot of applications. But in the event that we do that, you guys are planning in the next, 10 years, you said?
Yeah,
To
in the
get
next-
us there?
In the next 20 years, we're accelerating our conversion to be able to address that on the hillside. Even though we're sort of keeping an eye on it because we do have smart meters that are at property, so we're able to collect the data and see how much load we're seeing in that area. And as we do, we sort of make arrangements to make sure everyone's got power.
Okay, and as far as sewer goes, that's similar, I'm assuming? That is coming right up.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I could really talk for a while on this because I've been part of a league, Public Works Department representative for several committees, and we talked about housing for many years, and we talked about how I, as the representative of Public Works for other council members and talking to Sacramento, how the opportunity for Public Works, the way we plan our infrastructure is like 20-year plans, 15 or 20, and sewer is included in that. So when we have these housing mandates, it's definitely a great question of, well, we planned for 2030, well, now those goalposts are moved to 2025, and all of a sudden there are a lot of things that are going to be built that we really didn't anticipate, but they're coming. The good thing for Burbank is Public Works and Community Development, we're really working hard collaboratively. So in the big picture, the 3 specific plans that we're developing are in motion, and those all have the sewer analysis that we're looking for, working with them on the opportunity sites. Now that's a different topic, but that's in the big picture, and those 3 will feed into our sewer system master plan, which is our citywide plan, and that was coming up on 20 years in I think about 5 years. So that was accelerated for these housing mandates. So we're working on that, and the biggest thing that impacts is our treatment plan. One of the few cities that have our treatment plan, and that master plan will be part of that. These lot splits and these ADUs are obviously much more unknown, but with working with our peers and looking at the analysis as we move forward with these specific plans, we'll always be able to kind of maintain the level of service that we know we need in our system. And in the end, we feel that we will have the capacity, as my peer in Water and Power there said, we'll have the opportunity to see this coming and work along, and we don't see it as a immediate issue. So in the time we develop these specific plans in our citywide master plan, we feel comfortable we'll be able to handle these sewer flows. And my last point would be, that's actually a very wise condition of or part of this ordinance that staff put in there, because the sewer lateral individual connections are really important for a maintenance perspective, because from our code, everybody who owns property, you're responsible for your sewer lateral from your home to and including the connection to the main line that the city owns and maintains. And a lot of time there's confusion about that because the public right-of-way is from the back of sidewalk to the back of sidewalk, and while my lateral goes on my property and then it goes under city property, but our code is you're responsible for your lateral. So if we don't have individual lateral connections, all of a sudden it's like, well, whose problem is this? Who's the sewage? Which unit is the issue? So that's something I definitely wanted to leave with. It's a good thing for us to have in there for all of us who own properties in Burbank.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the questions, colleagues. A lot of them were my questions too, so I appreciate you asking. A few more. In relationship to the lot size of before the split, is there a minimum lot size that's that is allowed to be splittable, like for two separate properties?
So prior to the split, you're allowed to split up to 40% of the original parcel. The minimum size that you're allowed to then, what the result would be 1,200 square feet. That's the minimum size that we have to allow. So if someone had a 2,400 square foot lot, they could do a 50-50 split, and that would then result in the 1,200 square foot minimum requirement. And that's identified in the state bill itself.
Okay. So if a 2,400 square foot lot was split into two 1,200 square foot lots, would be mostly house on both of those lots.
Correct.
Okay. Speaking on the hillside again, there are some properties that have very multi-level land. So is there any differential? Is there any consideration for land that maybe isn't as easy to develop, or does it matter?
So similar to ADUs, if there is grading that's involved, they'd have to go through a hillside development permit process. That's what's triggered for grading in lots that are sloped or deeply sloped, where they have to kind of rejigger or refix the actual lot itself to accommodate for a housing unit. Mm-hmm. Because the grading that would then trigger the hillside development permit, then we would analyze the placement of wherever that unit would go.
Okay. But that would be separate from SB 9.
They would kind of be using SB 9 as the means to build said unit. However, once the grading is triggered for the purpose of building said unit, that's when a hillside development permit would be required.
Okay, got it.
And council member, if I may add, so like ADUs, whenever someone's undertaking a project like this in the hillside, especially when there's a significant amount of slope difference, they have to go through a one-step, two-step. The first step is you have to get approval, as Mr. Thomas mentioned, for the grading to create the flat pad where the unit would eventually go. Step 2 would be you applying for the SB 9 project and getting building permits to be able to build it.
Okay, great, thank you. And then again about the split lots within SB 9 or outside of it, can someone split their lot first and then build on it, or do they have to build it first and then split?
Either scenario works. I mean, you would then be applying for a process. We have an application process for both of those. So at the time of the application, you'd identify which procedure you want to go in. Did you want to propose the units first, get those approved, and then split the lot? Or did you want to split the lot first and then propose said units? That's all solely up to the applicant at that point. But again, there's an application process for both. And that would just be dependent on them.
Okay, I could do both. All right. It was mentioned in the slide deck that the owner, then if you're splitting a lot, I'm assuming, the owner must record a deed restriction on both properties, on the two new properties?
Correct.
Okay.
So that deed restriction only simply applies to what type of units are allowed. And the idea is only residential units would be allowed. You're identifying that this lot was split through an urban lot split process, things such as that. That's what that deed restriction would identify. And then that would be coupled with the owner-occupant affidavit that would then be recorded on the property as well.
Okay, so the owner occupancy is part of the deed restriction?
Yes, it would be.
And that's part of SB 9? That's not one of our additions,
That
right?
is a part of SB 9, yes.
Okay. And can we, as a city, extend the 3 years if we wanted to, or the 3 years is the 3 years?
The 3 years is in the state bill as identified. That is the minimum requirement.
But can we make it longer if we wanted to?
I don't believe so, but I'm not certain.
No?
No.
Okay.
Guess not.
All right. And then what happens after 3 years?
After 3 years, I mean, the affidavit would essentially go away. So at that point, if the owner then chooses to rent out that property and live somewhere else, they can go ahead and do so.
Okay. But that, to Councilmember Anthony's point, that could change, it could shift in the next few years. We don't know. Right, okay. And that is the last of my questions. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Of course. Thank you, staff. Very thorough presentation. Just a couple of cleanup items. So to Councilmember Takahashi's point, Mr. City Attorney, would that be because Senate Bill 9 sort of preempts the field of regulations in this area? We couldn't have something more, what I would argue is more restrictive, saying a 5-year requirement as opposed to a 3-year requirement.
That's correct.
Okay. Then I don't know if this is more appropriately suited to you, Mr. McDougall, or to our staff. I just had one line of questioning regarding Senate Bill 684. This is the exemption for the R1H zone. Could you just remind me, I've read it in the report, but for those who are like, what the heck is with all these Senate bill numbers, 684, what did it do in a couple sentences?
It identified 2 requirements for which single family or for SB 9 projects are not permitted. One of which being if the city has an adopted housing element, which we do, and the second being if we have an adopted Rancho master plan or an adopted plan for the horse keeping single family zone. And as identified in the presentation, through the one resolution and one ordinance passed in 1993, we did go through the exercise of amending our general plan and adding zoning clarifications for that specific zone itself.
Okay, so this is a specific carve out from the legislature for this very particular zone, R1H?
That is correct. That was their intention.
Okay. I know this is this might seem like a red herring, but go with me for a second. I remember when we had other very contentious agenda items here, and Mr. Ramirez, I'm just putting you on notice. I might need you up here in the batter's box. There was a lot of discussion about the Rancho Master Plan, and there was discussion of whether or not it was really adopted or whether only elements of it were adopted, and that really sticks out in my mind. And I'm sharing this for a bit of historical perspective for my colleagues because I have a feeling this could come up again. So could one of you please describe to me, I remember there being discussion that we didn't really adopt the Rancho Master Plan, it was only elements of it. Walk us through that history and, more importantly, how it applies to the criteria under 684.
I'll give you an assist.
Thank you. Mayor and members of the council, Fred Ramirez, Assistant Director in Planning. Yeah, there has been some discussion in the past regarding Rancho Master Plan and Rancho Commercial Master Plans, as well as what Mr. Xavier Thomas noted, which was in 1993, the council approved a resolution amending the general plan land use element at the time for the Rancho area, and they referred to that effort as the Rancho Master Plan project. So they made some amendments to the land use element. They added certain land use designations. In addition to that, they also adopted an ordinance that amended the zoning code and included new Rancho Master Plan district zones. That was done back in 93. That met what we felt was the letter of the law under SB 684. There was a master plan that had certain zoning requirements for equine residential zone property. Over that time, and culminating in the 2013 general plan, there were changes that were made to the general plan, substantive changes that changed a lot of the old land use designations that were part of that Rancho Master Plan project. There's still a map in the general plan. There are still requirements for neighborhood protection, but what is different is that there's now just one land use designation for Rancho Commercial that applies to those zones. There's also a unique and very distinct point that I want to make is that a lot of the zones that were in the original plan do not allow housing in non-residential zones. The general plan in 2013 actually added density under the Rancho Commercial Plan, which allowed residential and non-residential zones. So that's pretty significant because in essence it actually changed what it was. We never adopted a separate document, which I think is a bit of the confusion. So what they did is they took efforts, a general plan element, and a zoning code update, and what they said is that effort was a Rancho Master Plan. But as you all know, we don't actually have a separate document. And because of that, and I think someone talked about sometimes the ambiguity of the effort that was undertaken, and the result of it is that it's created confusion now because there's people that have said, well, I was part of an effort to develop a plan, didn't go all the way through. And then there's other efforts where people say, well, there are zoning requirements, but those zoning requirements didn't allow housing, correct, at that point in time. That has now changed as of 2013. You've also, taken all that concern and in essence directed staff to prepare a new Burbank Rancho Master Plan as a separate document in compliance with state law that would look at all the requirements and all the concerns of the community and try to balance those while still dealing with all the state mandates. And that's the effort that is going to be undertaken and that you've actually funded. So that, in a nutshell, hopefully touches from the continuum of the Rancho Master Plan project with the separate efforts that were considered a plan that we felt met the letter of the law for SB 684. But moving forward, we're working towards creating an actual Rancho Master Plan document with all the trappings and consideration of all public input and addressing all the concerns that kind of have culminated most recently with the SB 35 projects.
So my assist would be that it is unique that our master plan wasn't adopted, but it was codified by ordinance. So most planning documents are adopted by resolution. I don't want to get in too much between the difference between resolutions and ordinances because I fear it might drift into our next topic. But so a master plan is adopted by resolution. That does not have the force of law per se, but adoption of the zoning in the zoning ordinance does. This is the same way in which we're handling the SB 423 carve out, and that is that the master plan that existed was codified in the zoning code, and so we're treating it the same way. They are horsekeeping zones through the Rancho commercial and the development standards.
Thank you, Mr. McDougall. Just one final question. I think you probably are the best staff member for this question. One of our commenters has raised an issue that I've heard many times in my 3+ years on council, and that is, why don't we push back against the state? I know you could talk about this for an hour. We don't have to talk about it for an hour, but I think one of our neighbors, Beverly Hills, different context, but has very much tried to do that. Could you just give us a 1-minute rundown of what pushing back leads to, consequences for local jurisdictions?
Well, we're still one of the few jurisdictions comparatively that actually has a certified housing element, which allows the city to issue building permits across all land use types. If we were not in compliance with the state's housing laws, and we didn't have a compliant housing element, then our authority to issue permits could be challenged. There's a fairly draconian remedy called a builder's remedy if you don't have a certified housing element. Now, part of having a certified housing element means identifying where the city's regional housing need can be built, and then taking actions to implement in the zoning code those housing opportunities. So the city in 2022, fall 2022, finally certified the housing element. I think it was approved by HCD within weeks, and we are in the process. All of these specific plans are in the process of making sure we're in compliance with our obligations to zone. The ADU law, the SB 9 law, that's all outside, but they're nevertheless continue state overreach, trying to create more housing opportunities within the jurisdiction. So we're doing our best to comply with the state laws. There are a great many of them. SB 35, Streamlined Ministerial Projects, is an area where we have taken disagreement with the state's approach. And we were involved in our own lawsuit over SB 35. It was very costly, both in terms of money, but also confusion and interrupting housing opportunities. So it's, anyway, it's a minefield. And Huntington Beach is still embroiled in. Their federal lawsuit got rejected by the courts, and they're, I believe, still facing a attorney general's enforcement action on their housing.
Okay. So put another way, aside from the fines, the fees, the cost of litigation, you could be looking at a decertified housing element, which I would describe as could potentially grind your local economy to a halt when your restaurant can't get a permit to put in a new dishwasher, or Warner Brothers can't have its permits to continue its economic activity. It's very much the stick that Sacramento has put in place.
Well, and I would say even worse, it doesn't mean you can't issue any permits. It means that builders could come in and compel you to take housing where this council wouldn't normally plan for it. Santa Monica, I believe, was facing over 4,000 units being located on sites that they had not planned for housing under the builder's remedy. Now, they have compromised at something south of that because our development community, Santa Monica's development community, they much prefer to work cooperatively with cities rather than through the courts. It's far more efficient, and it actually produces lower cost housing in all housing sectors.
Okay. Thank you very much for the historical lesson, everybody. All right. Any other questions? No questions. I now declare the public hearing closed, and the council will begin its deliberation. What is the council's pleasure? Anyone like to go first? Yes, council member.
I'd like to go first. I want to point out two things. One, City Attorney mentioned it earlier, a builder's remedy is not something you want to deal with. The reason we're here tonight is because the state passed their law, SB 9, Senate Bill 9, and we're here to codify it. We did an urgency ordinance to get us to today so we could match it with our code and make sure we have everything in place to, codify what the state is mandating, but also to put in protections so that we can guide our construction and the development in the city in the way that we best plan for it. Cities that don't do that, they end up with these situations called builder's remedies, where any developer can just walk in and say, hey, you don't have a housing element certified, you haven't adopted any of these plans, and so I'm going to go over your head, I'm going to get approval by HCD, the Housing and Community Development Department at the state of California, and I'm going to build where I want to, and you can't stop me. And it has been happening. It's been happening all over the county. It's been happening all over the state with cities that don't comply. And so for us to move forward with this is the best way possible for us to build neighborhoods, because that's what we're in the business of doing. We're building neighborhoods. Second, I wanted to point out something that Councilmember Takahashi embarked upon that I wanted to go a little bit deeper into the math. Minimum lot size of 2,400 square feet could be split into two 1,200 square foot units. If you had a regular single family lot of 2,400 square feet and you could do up to 40% FAR, you're looking at a 1680 unit, 1680 square feet. Not terrible, not a, small house. If you split it into two, no, not 1680, I'm sorry, 1,200. Oh boy, I did the math wrong. Hold on.
This is where a whiteboard could be very helpful.
I wrote ahead. So out of 2,400 units, 40 would be 960. So 960, the tiniest little lot you can get, 2,400. Normally under our R1 zoning, you get a 40% floor air ratio, which is a house of 960 square feet. 960 square feet. But if you split a 2,400 unit, you still have to allow 800 on both. So you could potentially have two 1,200 unit lots with an 800 unit on it. And each of those would be 66.7% FAR. So you jump from 40 to 66.7%. Now, if you already had a 960 unit, if you already had 960 square feet on a 2,400 unit, and you split off 1,200 feet from there, you could build another 800 square foot unit, and you're upwards of 72% FAR. Okay? So when I mentioned a while back, and I was quoted today on the phone, that the little white picket fences are going away. I didn't say it was a good thing. I didn't say it was a bad thing. I said that's the reality of what the state is asking us to do. And the reason that has happened, and my friend Mr. Bob Taylor Swift Casey mentioned, is that the voters didn't really have a vote on this. There wasn't a bill or a measure or a proposition in front of them saying, hey, we'd like to just put density everywhere and ignore what we've been doing for a long time. But what did happen was we elect representatives who go around from county to county, and they head up to Sacramento, and they look at the problems in their cities. And one of the issues that even Burbank has had a hand in is not building the housing that we need. It was mentioned earlier, something called Measure 1, which was a long time ago, and it was something that the city voted on to limit the total amount of housing we could possibly build in the city. And this was a common thing happening in many communities. And for a very long time, we didn't build any units in Burbank. We had a population of about 90,000 in the late 90s, and we're only at 105,000 now. We just really haven't built the housing that is needed for a lot of people. And we're not the only ones up and down the state. And so, yes, Sacramento is telling us to do stuff, but it is our responsibility as your local elected officials to take what is given, make the best of it as we can, and provide alternatives. You heard it here tonight. People are jumping at the streamlined process for the ADU construction, and they're not really going after this SB 9. And I firmly believe it's because we did the work ahead of time to create an ADU process that is much easier for people to wrap their head around, much easier for them to file the permits and get it done, as opposed to going through a whole lot split. Now, granted, we are getting a handful, but I'm confident that the work that we've done ahead of time in preparation for this, we are preparing our city for these changes coming from Sacramento. We did a lot of work protecting certain neighborhoods, but today is another step in doing the work of local governance, dealing with a statewide housing shortage. I will get off my soapbox now.
Thank you, council member. Who'd like to go next? Anybody?
Okay.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have much more to say than that, but I do want to acknowledge the hard work that the staff put into making this happen. And I think this is a reasonable and responsible response to SB 9, which is the short version of what Councilmember Anthony just said. And I would be ready to make a motion as soon as everyone else is.
Okay. Any other comments?
No, I just echo what everyone else said, and I am going to say, though, I do agree with Mr. Jim Casey and of the impact that it's going to have on our city, or it continues to have on our city. But as my colleague stated, we're trying to do the responsible thing, and we are trying to protect our neighborhood by putting some rules of our own, so we can actually be a little bit more in control of what the state is, telling us to do. So I am in support of what staff has done. Thank you for a lot of the work that went into this. I see the report. I read all the attachments that you gave us. So thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, any comments?
I'll be brief. This isn't the first time we've seen this. Thank you all for continuing to follow state law as it changes, as it moves, and I'm sure we'll see much more of that in the coming years. But I'm just glad that we're doing our part to stay zoned up to date to the extent that we can, right? Thank you for bringing up the discussion about our housing element. I think that's important for residents to know where and why we're making the decisions that we're making. So, yeah, thank you all for following it through.
Great. Thank you all. I'm going to make a brief comment, and then Councilmember, if you want to make the motion, you can. I would just say, in addition to staff's work, I know that the public has been actively involved in this for a long time, and tonight we're just introducing the ordinance. It has to come back. But I am supportive of it because the way I see it, it complies with the law. It says yes to housing, but it also takes the still local controls and the measures that we do have at our disposal to ensure that that housing is as compatible as possible with our existing neighborhoods. Is it perfect? No. That might be one point everyone can agree on, but I think that this is the best that we can do. I can truthfully tell our voters that. I think that the work that you've done as a staff is really commendable. And as I said, I get the frustration of some of our residents, but chasing windmills does not make a community better for it. That's not the answer. So with that, I'll be supportive of the motion. Councilmember, take us on.
Great. I make a motion to introduce an ordinance amending Title 10, Chapter 1, Article 6, Division 1 of the Burbank Municipal Code to establish development standards for SB 9, second single-family dwellings and urban lot splits in all single-family residential zones R1 to ensure consistency with state law, including but not limited to the California Government Code sections listed in the agenda.
Say that 10 times fast.
Second.
We got a first and a second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, let's call the roll.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
And Mayor Schultz.
Yes, motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
So with that, we're moving on to our next agenda item, which is our reports to council. And we do have 2 reports to council this evening. Now, before we call the first presenter up, let me just give a little programming note to the many of you who are still in the room waiting to give comment tonight. After staff's presentation, the city on each item, the City Council will proceed with in-person public comment only. If you haven't already, please fill out a yellow public comment card that's right over there next to Mr. Jones and turn it in over here to Ms. Clark, our city clerk. Speakers will again have 3 minutes to speak on the agenda item at the conclusion of staff's presentation, as long as you haven't spoken about the item already in our general public comment period. So with that said, the first report to City Council tonight is an update on the Landlord and Tenant Ad Hoc Roundtable Committee and meeting and direction, if any, regarding proposed solutions. Ms. Maribel Leland, you are here to give the staff presentation from Community Development. Please commence the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Maribel Leland, Housing Authority Manager with the Community Development Department. Before I begin the presentation and we pull that up, I'd like to address some comments that staff heard at the meeting in January and again this evening during public comment and through emailed public comment, some concerns. And so want to summarize that the staff report you have this evening summarizes the concerns and proposed strategies. And I'm using the word strategies rather than solutions in the staff report because they really are strategies that could possibly, lead further discussions that were had at the ad hoc roundtable meeting as a note and file only for this evening. The report does not contain a list of policy recommendations for Council to consider for adoption this evening. As directed by the Council, the ad hoc roundtable's purpose was to bring together a small group of directly affected landlords and tenants to have a small group discussion regarding current landlord-tenant concerns that could result in some ideas for both sides to consider, and perhaps identify some areas of consensus. Therefore, the selected attendees included both tenants and landlords that have been directly affected by AB 1482. The ad hoc group was asked to brainstorm strategies while not considering feasibility of ideas. For this reason, the proposed strategies for addressing concerns that I'll go over in a moment in the presentation are unvetted and unanalyzed. The Council may provide direction to staff to analyze any or all of the proposed strategies for legality and feasibility. But again, I want to be clear, there are no policy decisions being made this evening. If directed by a majority of the Council, an analysis of proposed strategies could be included in a second step report, and the Council may give other direction as well. In addition to Council's previous request to include information from other cities and any staff recommendation for possible tenant and landlord strategies. The ad hoc group roundtable meeting is not the last time the community will be engaged and not the last time the council will discuss landlord and tenant issues. This will be a continuing conversation between staff, the council, and the community. So with that introduction, may I please have the presentation? So as I was mentioning, as we continue this discussion, there has been significant progress to date on this topic. This slide highlights the actions of the council last year to address concerns related to tenant protections and more specifically, no-fault notices to vacate due to substantial renovations. During the fiscal year 2023-24 budget process, the council budgeted $500,000 to assist qualified extremely low to moderate income household who had received a no-fault notice to vacate April 1st, 2023 or later, after the last of the LA County COVID eviction protections had ended. Furthermore, the City Council held a study session on AB 1482, the Tenant Protection Act of 2019, to better understand the protections under that law. The study session was held on August 8th, 2023, and included policy options for the council to begin the discussion on options for a possible local tenant protection ordinance. At the end of the study session and discussion, council provided short-term, midterm, and long-term direction to staff on the next steps. The short-term direction was to develop an urgency tenant protection ordinance to further provide protections beyond what is included in AB 1482 for two areas: address just cause evictions for substantial renovations, and provide additional relocation assistance beyond the 1 month required by the law. On September 12, 2023, the council approved an urgency ordinance prohibiting the termination of certain residential tenancies without just cause in the city of Burbank related to substantial renovation with certain requirements, and increasing the relocation assistance for certain terminations. The midterm direction from the council at the time is to return with a second step report that addresses options for tenant protections through a comparison of local ordinances, including data such as vacancy rates, and a community outreach plan to take place following the second step report for council's consideration. With that summary, the ad hoc group selected by Vice Mayor Perez and Councilmember Takahashi met on January 18th, 2024. Participants were divided into two groups with a mix of landlords and tenants in each group. The groups participated in 3 exercises to identify concerns, provide possible strategies, and then prioritize strategies. Groups were rearranged for the second exercise on proposed strategies, and participants were reminded that no decisions were being made that evening. This slide summarizes the summary of concerns. In this first exercise, there was an opportunity to voice concerns. Both groups raised several concerns during the discussion with overlapping themes. Staff summarized the concerns in no order of priority by theme or topic as noted on this slide. As you can see, related to enforcement of laws, corporate housing, taking over properties for mom and pop landlords, balancing rent stability for tenants and increasing housing costs for landlords, the need for education on landlord and tenant responsibilities, laws and resources, and lack of communication between landlords and tenants. After concerns were identified, the second exercise was to develop possible strategies. This exercise generated more discussion than the first exercise, with several conflicting ideas that group members did not all agree on. The groups were asked to brainstorm and come up with creative strategies without considering feasibility. The following few slides highlight some of the proposed strategies for each concern identified in the first exercise. Again, these proposed strategies have not been analyzed for legality, feasibility, and impact. For the corporate housing concern, there was consensus for support of mom and pop landlords over corporate landlords. Listed on this slide are some of the proposed strategies for corporate purchases of housing. Proposed strategies for enforcements of laws and no-fault evictions had the most ideas as outlined in in attachment 3 of the staff report, with some of the strategies highlighted on this slide. This slide highlights some of the proposed strategies to address rents. In this category, you will note there is no specified definitive cap for one of the 2 rent cap proposed strategies. The proposed strategies on this slide revolve around education for both landlords and tenants and rights and responsibilities through different mediums and continuing to bridge communication between landlords and tenants. Since feasibility was not a consideration, the third exercise was to identify strategies that could be prioritized as feasible and most impactful. However, after a lengthy discussion, the group decided to vote on the strategies indicating their support or opposition instead. The next several slides summarize the votes for each proposed strategy that again have not been analyzed. In this slide, the blue bar indicates opposed votes while the orange bar indicates support. The pictures on the right are the summary sheets from the meeting. All votes are also in the table 4 in the attachment of your materials. In attachment 4 of your materials. For enforcement of laws and landlord-tenant responsibilities, you will note only one of the proposed strategies received opposed votes. All the others received support votes. For no-fault evictions, 3 of the proposed strategies received some opposed votes, as noted on the slide, while 3 proposed strategies received no opposed votes. This slide shows a standalone strategy with no opposed votes for complying with government orders. This strategy was in response to landlords needing to respond to health and safety issue with units or other government orders beyond their control. For the concern of corporate housing purchases, one of the proposed strategies did not receive any opposed votes as noted on this slide. For the concern of balancing rent increases with landlord housing costs, this slide shows 2 proposed strategies with no opposed votes. As mentioned earlier in the presentation, one of the 2 rent cap proposed strategies had no specified cap as noted in the picture and includes vacancy decontrol. This slide summarizes the votes for mediation and communication proposed strategies. 2 of the proposed strategies did not receive any opposed votes. There were a total of 61 support votes in the last few slides just presented. This bar graph summarizes the 14 proposed strategies that received support votes and did not receive any opposing votes. The bars are color-coded to identify the ad hoc group concern that the proposed strategy addresses. For example, there were 5 proposed strategies related to enforcement of landlord and tenant responsibilities that did not receive any opposed votes. 3 proposed strategies related to no-fault evictions, and so on. Finally, the pie chart on this slide is the last of the data to present. The pie chart summarizes the proposed strategies that received support votes and no opposed votes in the 5 categories of concern mentioned earlier in the presentation. The first being enforcement of laws and fairness in process, no-fault eviction concerns. That's the majority of the area there in the blue, the 43%. Corporate housing in lieu of mom-and-pop landlords, you see that in the orange, 11%. Balancing rent stability for tenants and increasing housing costs for landlords in the gray. Education needed on landlord and tenant responsibilities, laws and resources in the yellow. And then the lack of communication between landlords and tenants. Pardon me, that is the yellow. Lack of communication between landlords and tenants, and education on landlord and tenant responsibilities is in the lighter blue on this pie chart. That concludes the data and the information from the ad hoc group. In conclusion, went too far. In conclusion, the staff report and presentation this evening is a summary of what was discussed at the Hadcock Roundtable meeting to note and file. As staff is preparing the second step report on options on possible tenant protection ordinance as the mid-step of the process, the council may provide direction for additional information to be included in the second step report. That direction could include analyzing the ad hoc group supported strategies for legality, feasibility, or impact, or any other direction of the council. The proposed second step report will include information the council has requested on a proposed tenant protection ordinance in the past, as well as a plan for a robust and broad community outreach process. Should the council direct staff to prepare an ordinance after the second step report, staff will conduct extensive community outreach and engagement that will be consistent with the outreach the community has come to expect. This concludes staff's presentation. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Just one point of clarification for the benefit of those who will be giving public comment. The second step report that you referenced throughout your presentation, was that direction previously provided by the council unanimously?
Yes, it was.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Take your seat. We have quite a bit of public comment. So just a reminder, everyone, 3 minutes. I'll say who's up first and who's on deck. So first up, I have Ron Bax, followed by Cheryl Weaver. And your time will start once you're at the podium and fully set, ready to go.
Mr. Mayor, were you going to make a comment about previously speaking on the subject and limiting it to?
That's a good reminder. So if you commented about rent control generally, prior public comment, during tonight's general public comment, I will allow you to speak to this item provided that you're very specifically talking about the agenda item, the ad hoc committee. If you didn't speak. There we go. If you provided public comment tonight and referenced rent control generally, I will allow you to speak to this item provided that you are specific to this item. So if you talked about rent control generally and general public comment, you can comment on this if you're addressing the work of the ad hoc committee and the findings, the recommendation. If you didn't provide general public comment, then, dealer's choice. You're welcome to talk about so I would encourage you to stay as on topic as you can with the agenda item, but obviously you might have larger themes you want to touch on. So with that, I have Ron Bax up first and Cheryl Weaver on deck.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. Again, I'm Ron Bax. I'll remember to say my name this time. I will speak for myself, but I'm sure other housing providers at the landlord-tenant roundtable share my opinion. I believe the format was to sit at a table and have a dialogue, a discussion, as suggested by Councilmember Mullins. So when the first step was to list problems, which sounds like a brainstorming session, I was gobsmacked. And I looked for other words to explain that, always came back to gobsmacked, which kind of describes it. The problems we housing providers have that have been the topic of many city council meetings over the last year are caused by AB 1482. The city council and the city administration can do nothing about the problems it creates for us. Solutions and paring down of the solutions followed. The next surprise with the method of voting on the solutions, the characteristics assigned in the solution were initially impactful and feasible, which were inappropriate. Ms. Maribel already discussed that a little bit. Take, for example, the solution of limiting rent increases to 2%. No one can argue that it would not be impactful, and it is feasible because all that needs to be done is for the city council to adopt an ordinance. These were changed to support and oppose. 2% rent increases receive 5 red dots and 5 green dots, not an impasse. Now, I'd have to say, I have to digress from my comments here, is that when Ms. Maribel says there were no opposing ones, there are some ones that we wouldn't oppose because it would be kind of arrogant to oppose them. So there was find some where there weren't 10 votes, there were only 5 one way, okay? Short term, it would be wonderful for tenants, but long-term disastrous for tenants and housing providers. Housing providers who would see the handwriting on the wall, their income limited to 2% increase a year, but their expenses going up 4.14% per year. CPUI has averaged 4.14% over the last 10 years, would exit the market, would-be housing providers will be warned by their real estate agents of the same facts and others. That being said, the staff report is an accurate account of the meeting. I think it identifies some opportunities. I believe another meeting is warranted, a town hall with a panel representing housing providers, and after listening to Harry, realtors would be a good idea. Seems appropriate. The present situation is the renters are unaware of the activities, management, and financial required of a housing provider. The panel could supply insight. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Cheryl Weaver, followed by Diana Pulver.
Good evening, Mayor Schultz, Vice President Perez, and the rest of the council. My name is Cheryl Weaver. I'm a local real estate agent who works with both landlords and tenants. So I have lots of experience on both sides of this. I'm also a lifelong Angelino who has seen the effects in many, many cities as a realtor of rent control. And what I can tell you is there's no doubt why a lot of the people here complaining about not having rent control are young. And that's because rent control benefits the long-term renter and hurts the new renters. So for young people just getting out into the market, especially the young kids coming out of high school, etc., yes, it's much, much harder for them to enter housing with rent control because they're subsidizing those people who have been here for years and years and years in the rentals. I want to also remind the council here that a rental agreement is a legal document. It is an agreement between a landlord and a tenant. If the city of Burbank wants to get in the middle of that contract, they should also have responsibilities. If there are losses, the city should also take on those losses. If there is benefit, then maybe the city should take on that benefit. But in my opinion, there's no reason a city should get in the middle of a rental contract. You don't get in the middle of contracts for Warner Brothers or Disney when they put together contracts. So why do it with landlords and tenants? It's kind of insane to me to think that you would find only 5 renters and 5 landlords to make decisions together. There are so many more than 5 different types of tenants and 5 different types of landlords. I can name at least a dozen on each side of my experience within being a real estate agent. To think that other professions would not be affected by this, real estate agents, mortgage brokers, builders, economists, I've been saying on and on, this is not good for our economy. So why we wouldn't invite many more people who have understanding? They were talking about things like co-ops. Does anybody realize that there are co-ops mainly in the city of Los Angeles, but you can't finance them. So since you can't finance them and nobody can get money from a loan, they are much, much, much less expensive than condos. Just a matter of...
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Diana Pulver, followed by Christy Maloof.
Good evening. My name is Diana Pulver, and as a mom and pop housing provider, I strive to comply with laws that govern housing providers. In addition to rent stabilization, I ask that you also consider stabilization of utilities, taxes, insurance, repairs, and maintenance. Mom and pop providers also need government protection. I also ask that low-cost and/or free legal advice and assistance be provided for both tenant and provider, so that the rights of all are protected. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up, I have Christy Maloof, followed by Joe Pimienta. And Mr. Bax, I love the jazz hand thing back there. That's great.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, and staff.
I'm here today to talk about rent control from a mom and pop standpoint. It costs money and time to keep an apartment building running. Mortgage payments, interests are higher than 2%. Property taxes, insurance, which has increased, maintenance, trash, pest control, and supplies. To keep a nice building and have pride of ownership, it does unfortunately come with a price. I live at the building, I care about my tenants. Please consider us mom and pops and keep us here. We matter. My parents worked extremely hard to purchase our building in 1993, and I am choosing to remain here in the city of Burbank. I feel like you're sending mom and pops a message, especially after seeing that presentation. I feel like I'm being choked right out of here. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next, I have Joe Pimienta, followed by Dan Kay.
I'll bring it down this time. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members again. I would like to talk about specifically the round table, this time. So I was one of the people who got to attend the roundtable, yet did not participate because I was not allowed to participate, and that is a good thing. But anyways, the report was excellent, and everything that I saw is very much what you saw in the report. But I do want to say a couple of things, and one is that whomever came up with the strategy and the structure for this roundtable deserves an excellent amount of recognition, and if I may say so, a raise, because that was an excellent structure. Like the idea to have this activity between pointing out the problems, dreaming up solution where the sky's the limit, as someone said during the round table, do not worry about what is feasible, what is legal, what is permissible, what is affordable, just dream up solutions. And that's when the conversations got really rolling and very flowing. It was great. But my dismay came on the third part, because the exercise was to find what is feasible and impactful. That's a road to a consensus. That is finding a solution down the road, and instead the activity turned into agree or disagree. That is a problem, because that immediately turns the exercise into a combative one. It turns it into a conflict, whether or not you agree with the solutions or not, when the assignment was, is this feasible? Would this be impactful? And if there were solutions that were proposed that would be feasible and impactful, that would make them a priority, which means that would make them take top priority from council and start looking into it on how to make that happen, which would be a possible solution between landlords and tenants, which was the point of the round table. Instead, the assignment turned into, well, let's just point out what solutions we agree and disagree with, when we already know that. That has been clear from the very beginning. So it seemed counterproductive to turn the exercise into something that was conflictive at nature. That was just the thing that I wanted to bring up the most, because again, the idea of the roundtable was great. The proposal was fantastic, and yet when it came time to actually do it, it got sidetracked. Someone even said it. It can be feasible, a rent cap would be feasible and impactful, I just don't like it. What does that tell you? That means that is a conflict right immediately. It doesn't matter whether you agree or disagree with it. It matters if it can be done. That's what was important. With my last 20 seconds, I want to say thank you to everyone who put the roundtable together. I know that it was a long effort. It was a long time coming. Thank you for everyone who put it, and I know that there's going to be more things coming up. So again, thank you for your service. I have a few seconds left, so with all that, thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Next, I have Dan Kay, followed by Greg Alexanian.
Good evening, City Council, City staff, and fellow Burbank residents. My name is Dan, and I have been a Burbank renter for about 6 years now. The past 4 years, you guys have all heard this story before. My rent goes up and up every year, 10%, 8%, 6%. Maintenance and repairs don't get taken care of. This is a problem my neighbors are facing, other buildings by my landlord are facing, and I tried to form a tenants union. My apartment manager threatened to call the cops on me. Literally at a city council meeting at the end of 2023, my landlord called in and literally live on video threatened to evict me. I don't know if anyone in this chamber has had to deal with that, but it's very scary coming home from work every day and just waiting to see if there's going to be an eviction notice on your door. Luckily, there never was. But what I am getting at here is there is a power disparity, a systemic inequality in legal access for landlords and tenants. And when we talk about this power disparity, legal access just exemplifies this the best. When landlords take issues to court, they are represented by lawyers over 90% of the time. When tenants face unlawful detainer lawsuits, they respond to them less than 10% of the time. We don't know about the law. Oftentimes the law is hidden, obfuscated from us, and we just don't have access to these legal resources. So I'd like to propose as a solution 2 legal tools that other cities have implemented that work very well. Number 1 is Tahoe, Tenant Anti-Harassment Ordinance. Every Burbank renter should have the right to form tenant associations and not be in fear from intimidation, harassment, or retaliation. And the second one is right to counsel. Provide no-cost, high-quality legal counsel to all Burbank renters when they face eviction, any sort of legal action, harassment, retaliation, or intimidation from their landlords. These are the best ways that we can level the playing field. There's even been some studies done by the National Coalition for Civil Rights taking a look at cities that have these. New York City, 84% of represented tenants stayed in their homes. Cleveland, 93%. Toledo, 88%. Right to counsel works, and it's the gold standard in leveling the playing field. Thank you all very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next, I have Greg Alexanian. He may have left. Greg Alexanian. Okay, I'm going to set that to the side. I'll call it once more at the end. So next is Shant Nurhadian, followed by George Giroux.
Good evening, Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, members of the City Council, City Attorney, and staff. I appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of you again tonight. My name is Shant Nurhadian. I am a proud resident of Burbank, and I work for a local family-owned housing provider. First off, I wanted to thank Vice Mayor Perez, Councilmember Takahashi, Mr. Prescott, Ms. Leland, and the numerous city staff for all of their time and efforts in convening and fostering the roundtable discussion. Secondly, I'm here tonight to once again express my opposition to any form of rent stabilization, rent control, rent caps, or rent boards in the city of Burbank. And I think it's important for the city to keep in mind the following 2 things. One, we, the housing providers, we are not government agencies, nor are we foreign adversaries. We're fellow American citizens who are entrepreneurs, small business owners, and members of this community who every day do our reasonable best to provide the housing services necessary for the rental population in the city. We do not have unlimited access to resources, as many would think we do. And the majority of our operational costs with providing these housing services to tenants are neither fixed nor are they capped. And these costs have significantly increased to us with no commensurate increase with in-place rents. And lastly, I wanted to point out, I like to come up with solutions rather than just highlighting or criticizing issues. I want to point out in the staff's report that one of the solutions that was discussed, increasing the housing supply, especially affordable housing, received unanimous support from everyone in attendance at the roundtable discussion as a potential solution to the concern of high rent increases. While I realize that building apartment buildings, that doesn't happen overnight, I would point out that in 2020, the California Statewide Communities Development Authority established a program to support the creation of middle-income housing by directly purchasing market-rate apartments and then immediately converting them to middle-income or workforce housing. This program would streamline the city of Burbank's ability to increase the number of workforce and affordable housing units. Furthermore, Glendale and Pasadena participated in this program and saw the greatest activity from 2020 to 2022, during which time the program acquired a total of 2,430 apartment units for $1.46 billion, none of which came from taxpayer funds. I would suggest that the city strongly consider in participating in this program and also continuing to take advantage of the resources that the city has before coming to private citizens and requesting from us or imposing on us to assist in the issues that the city and its residents are facing. I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your comment. Next, I have George Giroux, followed by John Giroux.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, staff. Thank you for a good roundtable discussion. My name is George Giroux. I have a degree in economics, studied law, practiced real estate law. Before we go further, I want to confirm that I was a member of the ad hoc roundtable and the conspiracy theories are true. There was no round table. They were rectangular tables, okay? Those are 10 seconds I won't get back. Great. At the end of staff's report, and staff did a great job, Mr. Prescott, Ms. Leland, they did an amazing job. And at the end of the staff report, they identify 14 items that were unopposed. Generally, they fall into three categories. First is to enforce California law. Under SB 567, the city attorney, esteemed city attorney, does have authority to enforce California law. Let's go ahead and give him the resources that he needs to do it, okay? We are the housing providers that comply with 1482. A lot of the problems that you hear in the well here is that some landlords are not in compliance with California law. So by punishing the landlords that are in compliance with California law by restricting them further with Burbank laws is not going to help the crux of the problem. Number two, when we showed up to the roundtable, we negotiated in good faith. We brought very good solutions. We did not oppose things that make us uncomfortable, but the housing providers wanted to make sure that we can give what we could, okay? We allowed them to increase restrictions on no-fault evictions, okay? We're okay with building more housing. You know, that's gonna hurt rents. Rents have peaked already. The amount of housing that's being put on the market, interest rates going up, expenses going up, there's no cap for expenses on the building. And nor is there any way to implement that. Inflation came and it went. It was a surge. It affected both tenants and landlords. Now it's calmed and it's cooled a little bit. Implementing a price control is not going to be good. It's going to put us at a competitive disadvantage to other neighboring cities. The capital is going to move. The proceeds from the rents are going to go other places. The most generous landlords are going to be hurt the most because their generous rents are going to be locked in and become entitlements. It's scaring landlords into increasing rents. I made some friends from over my shoulder here. I've met them, talked to them. You know, one of them, he's getting maximum rent increases because he's scaring his landlord. His landlord knows that he shows up and he's calling for more regulations. No wonder he's getting high rent increases. The landlords get scared. They can't decrease the rents. Please, no price controls. We're asking nicely. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, I have John Giroux, followed by Greg Schindler.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing us to address you tonight. We need to stay focused on this issue. It's very important. We want to do the right thing here for everybody, and we want to respect each other. I read an article here just recently in I think it was the Daily Journal. It says Oakland treats property owners as enemy, real estate expert says. And the reason is that many landlords have been bought out by corporations, even by the city. This one person says they've killed their own housing stock because they've killed landlords. And some landlords are calling it quits and facing foreclosure. So this article is saying don't pit landlords against tenants and don't pit tenants against landlords. We all live in this city. We're all the same people. We're residents. We need to be treated with respect. But we need to stay focused because Burbank is unique. Why is it unique? Because it's different from the other cities. We're different from Pasadena. We're different from Glendale. Definitely different from LA and West Hollywood. We need to be our own city. Now, I've been a broker for over 50 years, a real estate lawyer for 45 years. The system has worked. We have not had these issues in the past 50 years that I could recall. We've all gotten along. We've all provided housing. The free market works. Capitalism is good. I'm not Gecko where I say greed is good. I say capitalism is good because you give someone an opportunity, they will develop property. But if you put controls on things, it will scare them away. And that's the opposite of what you want to do. So rent is soft right now. Vacancies are numerous. And vacancy decontrol must remain to allow people to have a free market. The reason why rent increases are happening now is because of the fear of rent control. If you tell Exxon and Mobil that prices are going to be fixed next year, what are they going to do? They're going to raise the price of gas today in the anticipation. The fear factor is not good. It's scaring landlords to raise rents when they would not ordinarily raise rents. Landlords and tenants need to get along, and they need to work together on this issue. I'm okay with the renovation. I'm okay with the urgency measure. We're okay with other matters, but setting a cap is not good. A rent board, everyone voted against it. There should not be a cost to the city to control this. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next, I have Greg Schindler, followed by Matthew Buck. Is Mr. Schindler here? Okay, I'm going to set that one to the side. So, Mr. Buck, you're up, followed by Kim Villalobos.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, council members. Matthew Buck, Vice President of Public Affairs for the California Apartment Association. Won't go into the detail who we are, you know who we are. We urge the council to give the ad hoc committee another go, give it a couple more meetings. Sounds like it went well. I was skeptical, to be honest, but it sounds like you guys produced a pretty good meeting and it was productive, came to some consensus. Now I just feel that you need to move forward. Only 30 minutes was really given to that part, which was really crucial on what, I actually agree with the gentleman who spoke from the tenants union, narrow down that consensus and really kind of find details, give a back and forth would be very helpful, I think, moving forward. Your neighbors to the east, Glendale, they spent 11 meetings looking at their existing policy. You guys are putting together a new policy for tenant protections. They've had one for 19 years or something like that. And they took 11 meetings to look at it. And they're actually doubling down, and they're going to look at maybe more of a permanent kind of tenant housing provider committee to look at it moving forward as well. So in Burbank, I think there's more analysis and understanding on both sides from everyone involved as you move forward. So more meetings. Thank you for consideration.
Thank you for your comment. Next, Kim Villalobos, followed by Amy Derry.
Good evening. I did send an email to all of you a couple of weeks ago when this was on the agenda, and I want to thank the two members that did respond to me. I do appreciate it. I'm going to read a little bit about what I wrote, just in case. I know you received so many emails, you may not have read it all. First off, I did thank each and every one of you for your service to our community. I know how time-consuming and how important it is, so thank you. I also mentioned that I'm a lifeline Burbank resident, was born at St. Joe's and work in Burbank, haven't gone very far. I'm also a local realtor, and I represent both tenants and housing providers. I was very surprised to hear about the ad hoc meeting, being that our Burbank Association was not advised or invited to it. But I was even more surprised and disappointed to hear that in addition to the 5 tenants, the 5 housing providers, there were also 3 members of the Burbank's Tenants Union there. I know they didn't participate, but they were at least there, and it didn't seem that any of us that represent both the housing providers and the tenants were invited. So that was a little disappointing. Rent control, I know it's a tough issue, and I know we need to address some of these items. However, I have to say that we are under the state AB 1482. I don't feel that we need further restrictions and supervisions under that. I do feel that with rent control, it is considered, in my opinion, a direct subsidy from one individual to another. If a city wants to subsidize housing, then the city should build affordable housing units. Rent control will also raise demand for housing, thus the adverse effects of increased rents. There are many different things that are implemented with this, and I would ask that you seriously consider all of the aspects and treat both the housing providers and the tenants equally. And if there are going to be programs implemented to help the tenants, the same with the housing providers. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next, I have Amy Derry, followed by Kate Cundiff. Is Amy here? Okay, I'll set that card to the side. What about Kate? Oh, I'm sorry. You here? Amy? Hi. Oh, fantastic. When you're up there and you get started, we'll start the timer for you. 3 minutes.
Okay. I just walked in. I was just over at the police station. I'm not quite sure really what to say. I just got locked out today by the sheriffs. It's a wrongful eviction. It was a no-fault eviction. There's a lot of corruption going on in the courts. And I tried really, really hard, but no matter what I did, it didn't matter. So at this point, I recently filed for bankruptcy and was able to get the court, the case transferred to bankruptcy, to have a federal judge look at what's going on, and I got an automatic stay, but it didn't matter. And the sheriff still came, even though I had a court order. And now I'm locked out and I'm homeless. I have nowhere to go. And I didn't do anything wrong, but I just exercised my rights by letting landlords know that there was repairs that were needed. And my cats are still there, and I have no idea what's gonna happen from day to day. I was told to come to city council so you guys could hear my story. I'm a talker. I'm an actor, I'm a filmmaker. I have a lot I could say, but I got 3 minutes. So that's about a wrap for now.
Thank you for your comment. Yeah. Thank you for coming tonight. Kate Cundiff, followed by Max Yelby.
Hi, City Council and staff. My name is Kate Cundiff. My husband and I rent a single-family home in Burbank. As such, we are exempt from AB 1482 and renter protections. We moved to Burbank for its great schools, proximity to my job, I work in Burbank, and safe family-friendly feel. After pointing out an illegal rent increase of over 8% with less than 30 days notice, another illegal rent increase of over 13% with less than 60 days notice, and refusing to sign the rights to our garage away so our landlord could build an ADU and turn it into an Airbnb, we were served with a 60-day no-fault eviction without just cause. When we asked our landlord's lawyer why we were being evicted, we were told it was because our landlord wanted the property vacant during the build of the ADU. If we had been served a 60-day notice under AB 1482, we would have been provided just cause and received 3 months of rent as relocation assistance. Instead, my husband and I, who have never missed a rent payment or violated our lease, are still paying rent and utilities at our current home while searching to pull money together for a security deposit, utility setup, moving cost, and rent at a new home. Despite searching for a new home, we have yet to secure one, and if we do not, we will likely be served with an unlawful detainer in 17 days or risk being homeless. Again, we are rent-paying tenants who have never violated our lease. My 5-year-old daughter doesn't understand why we are moving and has cried to me that she doesn't want to move and will miss playing in her backyard. We want to stay in Burbank and keep her in her Burbank Unified School, and don't want to have her change schools while changing homes through no fault of our own. The city must pass universal just cause for no-fault evictions, and if Coster-Hawkins gets repealed, the city must add single-family homes, townhomes, and condos to any rent-stabilizing order. Do not let another mom stand in front of you wondering where her kids will sleep next month because a landlord who doesn't even live in Burbank can evict good tenants for no listed reason with no recourse and no relocation assistance. It is within your power to close these loopholes. 59% of Burbank are renters. Protect the majority of your constituents. Enable universal just cause for no-fault eviction. Thank you for your time and doing the right thing.
Thank you for your comment. So next up, I have Max Yelby, followed by Alessandra Valdez.
Good evening, esteemed Mayor, Vice Mayor, honorable council members, and dedicated staff. My name is Max Yelby, and I lived in Burbank since 2012 as a renter. Earlier, a gentleman spoke of rent increase by a few dollars, a statement I found incredulous. Currently, I pay $1,100 for a studio, yet faced eviction by January 1st, 2024. I'm still here. So that new corporate landlords could renovate my perfectly adequate apartment, aiming to hike the rent to $2,000. The issue is far from simple. It's nuanced and complex. As a renter, I hear landlords lamenting rent controls, but it sounds like mere numbers to me. It seems landlords may view renters as mere beneficiaries, yet the looming problem is homelessness for those unable to afford skyrocketing rents. Surely this is a greater concern than financial expectations. Moreover, landlords as stewards of housing should consider Phil Fisher's insights from his book, Paths to Wealth Through Common Stocks. He emphasized the importance of management's commitment to innovation. If real estate isn't yielding the returns it once did, shouldn't diversification be considered? For instance, the S&P 500 saw a 23% increase in 2023, and the NASDAQ 100 surged by 55%. Can the same be said for landlords' revenues? I encourage our landlords to read today's articles in the LA Times. The first one is called, in opinion, Renting in LA Could Go From Bad to Worse. And the second one is, in column, If the Economy is So Great, Why Are Evictions Soaring? Lastly, the eviction crisis gripping our nations will exacerbate homelessness. Are landlords content with families dwelling on the streets because profits fell short of expectations? This is not just a financial matter, it's a moral imperative. In conclusion, let us not forget the human toll of our decisions. Let us strive for solutions that prioritize compassion and fairness for all members of our community. Yes, greed is good. Greed is part of capitalism. But it's not part of patriotism, which is the love for or devotion to one's country. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, I have Alessandra Valdez, followed by Dustin Blankenship.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I wanted to start off by saying thank you to city staff and our council members for hosting the Landlord-Tenant Roundtable. I appreciated having these discussions in a smaller setting, and I was really, really glad to see that there was unanimous agreement on addressing widespread no-fault evictions. However, I was disheartened when we came to the topic of rent affordability, and you all know I wasn't expecting immediate consensus by any means, but we made it very clear that 8 to 10% rent increases are actively displacing families in Burbank. BTU is in constant communication with tenants who've been displaced because of them. When discussing solutions, I was placed with medium to larger sized landlords. When tenants proposed a rent cap, the response was to leave things as is. I pointed out that leaving things as is does not actively change the fact that unaffordable rent increases are one of the major concerns that tenants face, and again, one of the major issues that we listed in the roundtable. We were supposed to come up with solutions, but as is doesn't do anything to stop the bleeding. I wasn't mentioned, but another thing that I would have liked to learn from the discussion is how much profit landlords make from their properties. That would have helped me understand the costs that impact them and help me get a full picture of their issues. I think this is a key piece of context needed in the conversation going forward. I'd also like to note that the August 8th study session, it was stated that 56% of Burbank tenants are rent burdened and 1/3 are severely rent burdened. Regardless of our disagreement on rising rents, I'm grateful for the opportunity to have had a discussion, and I hope that we can draft an RSO and universal just cause ordinance with a 3% rent cap or 60% of CPI. Please move forward with the second step report as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up, I have Dustin Blankenship, followed by Ara Abrahamian.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. My name is Dustin Blankenship. I've been a renter in Burbank for 7 years now. I had the pleasure of attending the roundtable. I wasn't a participant, I watched. I know a lot of people have complained about not being able to go there, but it was kind of announced publicly and you could just walk in, so I don't understand that complaint. My main thing is I wanted to kind of, Joe kind of addressed it, where I felt like the third part of the activity, which really seemed like the important part, was finding feasibility and impactability, and how it was changed to like just I like this, I don't like this. I'm sure it won't be in the report, but it was definitely the landlords that put their foot down and said, we will not move forward with this roundtable unless you change it this way, and that's why it ended up happening. Rent stabilization is both feasible and impactful. I feel like it is the best thing we can do to help renters in this city, and even if you don't like it, it doesn't change that fact. Over 60% of this city are tenants. And as Allie just mentioned, over 50% of them are rent burdened as of 2020. With AB 1482, the lowest increase that's allowed is 5%. I work in the entertainment industry. I'm a union member in IATSE, and I feel lucky with our 3% increase we get a year. It just is not sustainable. I don't know how rent-burdened tenants are going to be able to afford, what are we getting this year? An 8.8% increase, even if inflation goes down to more historical levels of 1% to 2%. They're still looking at. Then that means they're still getting a 6 or 7% increase a year. It's just not going to be sustainable for the people that live here. Burbank is surrounded by communities that already have rent stabilization. We are the outlier in Los Angeles County. Landlords talk about keeping Burbank the community it is. You keep it the community it is by allowing the people that already live here to stay here. Don't allow them to be priced out. Let's pass rent stabilization and help everybody who rents in the city stay in the city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, I have Ara Abrahamian, followed by David Donahue.
Good evening, council members. My name is Ara Abrahamian. I'm a 35-year resident of Burbank and also a landlord in Burbank and also rent-controlled LA City. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak tonight. Also, thank you to Ms. Perez. I wasn't invited to the tenant landlord roundtable, but she did meet with me for an hour, so I really appreciate her taking the time to do that. I do want to share a few thoughts on the process as well as the proposals. On the process itself, there was a next step to have this roundtable back in August of last year, and it took 5 months to convene the roundtable. And at the end of that, we only have the voices of 10 people from the community to weigh in on this issue. I think this is a substantial issue. Clearly, there are a lot of passionate voices in the community that want to speak on this, and I would expect the city to create more forums for this discussion to take place. I hope it doesn't stop at one meeting. I hope there's more opportunities for these two groups to come together and exchange their views. If you want small group formats, keep doing them, but invite other people to participate. I do agree that there's room for increased tenant protections. I think the recent Senate bill went some ways in ameliorating and closing some of the loopholes on rent evictions. I think what people have gone through in the city has been very inconsiderate, to say the least, and agree that there's room to improve tenant protections, although I am strongly opposed, and I think it's not a good idea to have rent control or rent stabilization. As I mentioned, we own property under RSO in the city of LA. It leads to severe dilapidation of the housing stock. There's not only no incentive to upgrade units or maintain units to a good order of habitability, the rent control traps tenants into their units. They cannot afford to move anywhere else in the city because they're basically paying 20, 30, 40% below market. Those tenants never move out because it's not incentivized to do so. They also can't afford to buy a house because the jump to home ownership is too significant. And if a tenant lives there for 10, 20, 30 years, there's significant major upgrades and maintenance that need to be done in that unit that is just unfeasible to do while tenants are still living there. That standard turnover gives landlords an opportunity to do some of the more major maintenance work, like new kitchens, new countertops, things of that nature, that are just very difficult to do while tenants are still in place. There's a reason that the Burbank housing stock is much nicer than the city of LA, North Hollywood, just a couple miles away, and I think a big reason is that we're not subject to RSO. So I would highly encourage you guys to not impose severe rent control. AB 1482 sets a limit. If you guys want to come a percent or two below that, sure, but 2% is just untenable, point blank. That's my time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Mr. Donahue, come on up. Before you start, I'm just going to do a second call. So if Greg Alexanian or Greg Schindler are here, you'll be up after Mr. Donahue. Mr. Donahue, thanks for waiting. You're up, and we'll start the timer once you get started.
Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, Council, and staff, my name is David Donahue. I'm a homeowner and a business owner here in the great city of Burbank. I'm definitely in favor of any sort of action that protects tenants who are being unfairly evicted, who are kind of facing any sort of draconian measures that are just unwarranted. That's just fair and good common sense, and no one should be subject to that. And I applaud the Burbank Tenants Unions for having a voice for those people who are subject to those just egregious actions. The part of the conversation that I really want to kind of bring focus to are these rent cap, rent control, rent stabilization, or being priced out. I'm going to try to bring down Mr. Ron Bax's comments over the last 13 months into 2 minutes. Tell Mr. Bax that the contractor that you hired to do your roof is charging too much. He shouldn't have to pay $20,000. He should just pay $10,000. Mr. Bax should find a better contractor. He should also understand that his insurance rates that are probably going to double or triple or quadruple because what's happening in the state of California, he should just learn how to find a cheaper rate. Because, well, he should have the education to see how he can lower the prices of those things. And we all know that I'm being a little facetious and a little, it's just, but there's no real conversation to the overall cost and the burden that housing providers are being faced and have any sort of rent cap, rent control, rent stabilization, how can you have that in a conversation without it going towards all of the costs that the housing providers are being subject to? You all know I've been here with Burbank Water and Power, and they presented on the IRP. In 2045, Ms. Mandeep Samara presented that the increase will be probably 400% or more. How does that equate to any sort of a metric that is parallel, equal to what the rent the Burbank's tenant union is asking for? It doesn't. The costs are massive and they're not going down. And if there's not an examination education of the people who are renting of the cost, that's great. And I think that would be warranted. Thank you very much for your time and attention in this matter, and have a nice evening.
Thank you for your comment. Final call, Greg Alexanian or Greg Schindler? Okay, I don't see them here. So that completes our public comment for this report. Hand that back to you. Ms. Leland, do you have any response to any of the public comment that was heard?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I do. A few areas that I'd like to mention. As stated during the presentation several times, the proposed strategies of the ad hoc group have not been analyzed or vetted. So there was those comments and about several of the speakers speaking to some of those proposed strategies and how that could or couldn't work. So again, just want to reiterate, they have not been analyzed or vetted. Also wanted to mention that in terms of the way that the third exercise did change from the team that was facilitating the exercise, it was the intent for the third exercise to start to look at these proposed strategies for being the most feasible and impactful. It was a lengthy discussion, and I just wanted to mention it was a lengthy discussion. It wasn't one group or another group or one person or another person. It really was a discussion, and at the end, at least from my perspective, because I was one of the staff there, it felt like it was, as a group, moved forward with, let's move from, I don't understand what's feasible, I'm not really sure if it's impactful, why should we as the ad hoc group members be making those sort of decisions? Let's leave it to the experts, let's leave it to the staff. So again, these are not vetted or analyzed, and so they went with then for voting support or oppose. So I just wanted to mention that because there were at least two speakers who brought that up and were possibly giving the impression that one side was leading to another. And so just wanted to make that clarification. To a couple of other, a couple of the speakers also mentioned pleasure of attending. I was there. Staff is not aware how they were aware or why they were there. It's a public building. They attended. We mentioned this is by invite only. Did ask them to sit and observe, and they did not participate. So just wanted to state that.
Ms. Leland, I'm sorry to go out of order, but this does touch on the Brown Act. I just wanted to clarify. My understanding is that participation on the panel or as part of the group exercise was by invite only, but did you say that this was on a public building, public premises, and therefore open to the public for those wishing to attend?
It was in a public building, correct. And I would turn it over to the city attorney to add any more information, but my understanding is because it was in a public building, then there was access. The people that came to the meeting, they were asked to have a seat and they were able to listen. They did not participate in any of the discussion.
So just because a meeting is in a public meeting, is in a public building, doesn't mean the public can freely walk in. The council members and staff didn't wish to eject anybody. They let them sit, but because they weren't invited, they weren't participating. But just like my staff meetings always happen in a public building, doesn't mean the public can just walk into them.
Are you going to eject me if I come? Just making sure everyone's awake. That's
Depends
all.
on whether we're talking about council members.
No, fair enough. Okay.
You said
all right.
you can sit down, but you have to be quiet. That's the.
What a skill I need to develop. All right, Ms. Leland, why don't you finish with any response?
And that would be, the only final thing that I wanted to mention was related to that the ad hoc group was not the end all in outreach. The second step report that the council had asked for prior, it's going to include so much information that was already asked for during the last year, from comparison of other ordinances in other cities. I think the mayor at the time was the vice mayor. Is there any information on mom and pop? And is there an opportunity for definitions, or is there an opportunity for those areas? Statistics on vacancy rates. There's been information already that the council has provided and requested of staff that is being already put together. So any of these unvetted, unanalyzed solutions, if that's the majority of the council to look at any of those, could be a part of that second step report, but we've already have some information from the various meetings in the last year of information you've already requested for that particular report. So wanted to mention that is not the end all, and in particular, a year ago in January of 2023, our current vice mayor had specifically indicated that the community outreach be after the second step report, so that if there was any direction after that second step report on a proposed ordinance, that there was outreach, that there was a broad, robust outreach that the community is used to seeing. So what does that entail? Could it be other ad hoc? I don't know, but I heard somebody mention town hall, community meetings. Could it be more surveys? When we did the housing element, there were surveys completed. Certainly the public information office that works with us currently now on the specific plan outreach and all the different outreach. So there would be significant amount of opportunity for the public to be involved with their feedback on anything that the council directs staff to move forward with.
Thank you, Ms. Leland. Colleagues, if it's all right, I think it makes the most sense to start with our two members of the ad hoc. So in no particular order, Vice Mayor or Councilmember Takahashi, if you'd like to start our dialogue, start a conversation, or add anything to supplement the staff report, I think that'd be appropriate.
I'll have more thoughts after this, but I just want to, going off of what Ms. Leland said, I want to read my motion from January of last year. So basically, I moved to direct staff to schedule the study session of AB 1482, which occurred, I believe, that was like way back when. Think about when we had the attorney come in.
Right. So this, not to interrupt, the study session was something I recommended that we need to get together.
So you substituted, or you made a friendly amendment to my motion.
It's fine. We can go back and listen to the tape. But that study session, that was something that was my goal, to educate everyone on 1482, followed later by the recommendation to have the round table discussion.
I remember how you put it. I'm just reading what the staff put in the motion. Don't crucify me. I didn't write it. So basically, where was I? To direct staff to schedule a study session on AB 1482 and return with a second step staff report on objective options for rent stabilization and tenant protections, which includes bringing back data on vacancy rates, the reach of the Landlord-Tenant Commission, and what strategies have been successful in other cities in terms of programs, policies, education, outreach, and other programmatic components that are generally considered successful in other communities. And then plan for community meetings following the second step report. So this is not something I wrote. Again, it's found on like the January 31st, 2023 council agenda. That was the motion from back then. So like Ms. Leland mentioned, there's a lot of work that already is there for staff. Following this, the city attorney's office, based on Councilman Mullins, this was, I believe, your motion at a separate time, asking for this ad hoc committee. And are you just, oh, okay. So I believe this was your motion asking for the ad hoc committee. And from then, the city attorney did clarify for folks that they would like this to happen before moving to the second step report, as it would potentially inform some of the work that will be done in that second step report. So today, we are at that place where we have the information that could potentially inform the second step report, and we are giving staff feedback from here and from what has already been set, but just to lay the groundwork on that one. Anything you want to say about the meeting? Okay.
Yeah.
One more. I just want to see if there's any other update from the ad hoc. I'll go right to you next.
That's really great, a kind of summary of the groundwork of what brought us to where we are today. I think there's a lot to be said about the actual meeting itself and our impressions with it. But I just want to make sure that before we move on to that the groundwork is, solid, and we can then move on to discussion of the.
Okay. Fair enough.
Okay.
Councilmember?
I just want to add another piece of information that really explains the conversations, or actually the speakers coming in tonight, and their disappointment that they were not part of the process involved. In my recommendations, when I talked about a roundtable discussion, I specifically said that the Burbank tenant unions, the Burbank Realtors, the association, along with Aguila representatives and members of landlords and tenants, to all be together at the round table to have a conversation. I understand that council made a different decision because you put together specific criteria that both of you as were appointed to serve on that committee, but I don't want to, I want to make sure that I speak on their behalf. They're not upset just because they're here being upset. The Burbank tenant unions showed up because they probably assumed, since I already mentioned, and everyone seemed to agree at the time, nobody said no or opposed it. The Realtors Association, Aguila. So I can understand where there's a lot of passion that why weren't we invited? Why weren't we at the table? And I think it'll be great if both Vice Mayor Perez and Councilmember Takahashi walk us through the criterias that was set, and maybe that would explain to them why they were not at the table. Why they could not participate sitting in the room, because there were criterias that both of you, along with staff, have decided that you want to follow to have a successful meeting. So if we can do that, I would really appreciate it.
All right, so I'll start off with just kind of my participation in the process, and basically how we got to deciding to have the format that we did, and where we landed there, because I guess that's another piece that was probably good to fill in. And so we went through several discussions on how to approach this roundtable, and from my side of it personally, and I want to speak for my colleague, but for myself, I wanted this to be a productive meeting. I wanted it to be something where folks just weren't in a room and us trying to keep them from yelling at each other. Not to say that everybody would yell at each other, but we just didn't know, we want it to be a kind of meeting that we could walk out feeling like we brought something new out of that conversation. And as we were looking at the different options, we were also trying to create an opportunity where folks could have kind of like predictable and understandable ways of communicating with one another. At least that's from my understanding of it. And so when we were trying to figure out the process, I went through different permeations. This one seemed like a way that we could bring folks to the table together and allow forward thinking and possibility thinking versus combative thinking and discussion. Now, maybe the Vice Mayor can speak to how we selected the individuals, but from my point of view, I really wanted to know the on-the-ground experience, that the things that folks were facing in their everyday lives from the different experiences, who were affected by AB 1482 specifically. That's what I wanted to know. And then that was just information that was hard to get in the council. We got some of it, but it was hard to get in a kind of like a cohesive way. And so having that criteria of folks who are specifically either landlords or tenants for AB 1482 seemed like a fair and distinguishable criteria to decide who to bring to the table. So that way we weren't necessarily favoring anybody, we weren't trying to give anybody more weight or others, just really trying to make it into kind of a on-the-ground experience. We had a really long list of folks who we invited, and then we picked from the people who said that they could come. And then it ended up with 5, and 5 was the even number. So that's my experience. Please feel free to fill in anything else that you felt like, to fill in the blanks.
Yeah, I mean, I wholeheartedly agree. In all honesty, and again, looking back at the motion when it was made, there's no mention in the motion of AGLA or the other groups. It was bringing landlords and tenants together, or the two folks on either side, right? And when we were in the room with staff and ourselves, we decided on the folks on the ground floor because, quite frankly, the goal here was have a purpose, have something come out of this. And we cannot have something come out of anything if I have a representative of a representative, right? We wanted to hear from somebody like Ron Bax who says, my rates are going up because of this, this, and this. I cannot take a 3 or 2% increase because of this, this, and this. I think it is a disservice to have brought perhaps the California Tenants Association. What do they, with no offense, what do they know about what is happening to an individual tenant here in Burbank? How do they know that better than the individual? So we brought individuals who are living and breathing it every day. And in addition, we picked the criteria of 1482 because, quite frankly, it's also a disservice to this conversation to bring perhaps a homeowner with an ADU. They would not fall under the rent stabilization ordinance that is currently in place. And they would not be able to speak on the impacts of that, or somebody who's renting a house from somebody. The rules are very different, and perhaps they would be there at the round table talking about something that does not relate to half the people in the room. So we really were trying to have a succinct discussion, and I think that happened for the most part. Obviously, we're not lost to this. There's going to be disagreements. Folks are going to have different thoughts on solutions, on what they would like to see, what they wouldn't. But I do think there was some very viable discussion in this. I think we found points of agreement, and I would love to go through some of those that we found. But I think it's, and I've said this a few times, and that's why I've mentioned it, because I know folks had to head out. I think the representative from AGLA is still here. Thanks for sticking around. But the reason I said at the beginning during the public comment is because I want folks to know why. It was not about excluding you. It was about including the folks who are directly experiencing this every day. I'm sure that folks like Harry have experience with this. They are realtors. That's what they do. But he said it himself. He's a middleman in this process. We were not looking at this day to speak to the middleman. We were looking to speak to the folks who are experiencing this. And quite frankly, it was very helpful to have somebody who is a tenant speaking to somebody who is a landlord. It was a very good dialogue in that sense.
A couple other things too, as she was speaking, that came up to me. One of the things too, personally, that I wanted to see was, and I think the intention too, in some ways, from what I heard, was to have a roundtable that wasn't political, wasn't advocacy, wasn't trying to change our minds, was just trying to have a discussion between folks about what the issues are. And I also, for me personally, I wanted to see something different than what we'd already been experienced. I wanted to have a different kind of conversation. And so for me personally, it was important to try to reduce the pull for folks to try to advocate or convince us or to use this as an opportunity to try to influence. It was just more of a discussion. And so when we were coming through talking about the different opportunities and different ways to come at it, this seemed like a good way to have a discussion. And to the Vice Mayor's point, and which we talk about it in a minute, I felt like it did really have a good effect on that overall. So as much as we might have made some misses, and I'm willing to admit some misses that might have been made, if we were to do it again, there would be some things I'd change. But overall, I'm personally pretty happy with how that dialogue did happen, and for the most part, it did achieve the goals we try to get to.
And I appreciate the explanation. I think I just wanted to acknowledge the fact why the groups came out and were disappointed with what happened, because they were sitting in a meeting. I know we didn't take an official motion regarding the roundtable because we had a discussion and we had a really detailed discussion, and it was just an idea to have everyone sit at the table, the organization that represent the tenants, the organizations that represent the realtors who understand the tenants, the market, and Agula. I don't think I included the California Association, so sorry, Matt, if I didn't include you. But it was more also landlords and tenants, so we can have non-political discussion. We can just have a conversation to understand what's out there. And I do want to, one of the speakers, and forgive me, I don't know who it was exactly on which side it was, we don't need to have this them versus us. We don't need, my goal was to let everyone understand and sympathize with each other's issues and needs. And I know it's difficult when you're talking about personal issues and when you're talking about your financial impact, it becomes a little bit more personal where you're going to have an emotion about it, and it might not be the way that both of you being the head of the committee want it to go. But I think, like you said, Councilmember Takahashi, if we go back and do it again, maybe things will be different. Moving forward, I think it's important to recognize there's organizations that want to participate and want to be part of this. And we're going to talk, I'm sure, about having additional meetings and how do we move forward from this point on.
And I just want to reiterate, we are here. We are happy to meet with those organizations. I will tell you, Matt, you have reached out to me. Nobody else has on those organizations. I would be happy to talk.
And I'd like to add just one more thing too, and I'm glad you mentioned, Councilmember Mullins, about understanding and empathy. I personally believe it is our responsibility as a body to have understanding and empathy for everybody in our community. I personally believe it's not fair to expect everybody in our community to have empathy and compassion for each other. That's their decision of what they decide they want to do with each other. And so for us to bring people in the room and say, we're going to put you here and we expect you to have empathy and understanding of each other, I personally feel that's not our role. But I feel like it's our role to hear and listen to everybody and to have empathy and compassion from our side. And so when we were putting it together as a meeting, I did not have the goal to put people in a position where they were going to have to understand or listen to each other, but more to have an opportunity to give input and for us to understand and to listen. So the way it was set up is so that we were listening the whole time. We didn't give input, we didn't give guidance, we listened to the conversation. And the facilitators drew out the information, but not once did we ask them to say, please listen to the other person, please empathize. We weren't asking that of the community because that's not, in my opinion, that's not their role. And it's not our role to ask them to do that. Now, if they want to, that's great. But for us to put a meeting together to try to encourage that, I feel like kind of dips into somewhere that's not our responsibility. And so I felt like the way we put it together just allowed everybody to have their comments without having to worry about whether the other person agreed or disagreed.
And I will add to that in saying that I think, I know some commenters mentioned it, but the format that Patrick, Simone, and Maribel put together really added for some organic sharing. I would agree with my colleague that it is not our job, nor is it something we should be doing, forcing people to seek empathy. Well, maybe it's our job in another capacity, not here. not in this in our other life, yes. But what our role is here is to have folks share and discuss, and really what we heard from the public was we need more than 3 minutes to talk about our issues, and we need to be able to go back and forth and dialogue. And that was the goal. And I mean, and that is in many ways the goal that was achieved through the platform that you all put together. I like that there was switching tables. Everybody had to talk to somebody else. I like that we were silent and listening unless a question was asked that was procedural. I like that we had note takers who themselves pointed out, like, is there anything else you want to share or you'd like to share? And I even saw it organically happen within the tables. Folks would be like, well, hold on, I want to see what so-and-so has to say. Or I have a question about what you just mentioned. And I think that is the organic dialogue that we were looking for and what we received.
And that's exactly the purpose and the goal of that committee that was put together. I didn't think that everybody's going to be walking away giving hugs and, I understand you. However,
They actually were. They did.
Well, good for you. Kudos that you gave all hugs. But having that exercise actually contributes to understanding to each other's needs and what their wants. And this is exactly the purpose of gathering, is to come up with those ideas, to come up. So I know staff did a really good job because that's what I heard from everybody. So that exercise did work. And so we need to elaborate and expand that exercise that started off with originally on this date. Thank you.
Colleagues, if I might, I'd like to, I'm not going to offer comment, I just want to offer a little guidance to shape the conversation. So, thank you very much for coming down. Thank you very much for coming down. We're going to continue the conversation now. Thank you. So what I would say, colleagues, is that in my view, we've had a long discussion so far about the process, who was included, who wasn't. I hope that alleviates the community's concerns. What I'd like to really talk about is where we go from here. That needs to be the discussion. So what I would like to encourage our two members of the subcommittee to do is, if you have specific recommendations to the council, that's great. The last comment I'll offer is this. Ms. Leland, we've been waiting for probably about 12 going on 13 months to proceed to the second step report from when the original motion was made. And it's a very nebulous, there's a lot of topics that we could talk about. I think that what would be more helpful to staff, to everyone in the community, whatever issue, whatever side of this issue that you're on, is let's really narrow down and tell, in my opinion, direct staff what it is that we would like to see and be able to discuss at great length in that second step report. Because the more nebulous and sort of up here it is, it's not only harder for them to develop that work product, it slows the entire process down. So that's just my 2 cents. Councilmember, I know you haven't spoken, so I'll go to you, but then I do want to turn it back to them.
Yeah, I just have a question. I know you want us to move forward, but I wanted to go backwards real quick. The motion, the original first step was January 2023?
January 31st, 2023.
And that motion was made after we had a report to council that night, right? And I believe that report was agendized in July of 2022, if I'm not mistaken. So it's been a while.
Okay.
Well, give yourselves credit for appropriating $600,000 for tenant relocation, for giving direction and adopting urgency ordinance. So you have made some progress.
I'll do you one better. I don't want to talk about anything I have done. I don't want to take credit. Let's talk about what we're going to do next. So, colleagues.
Great. So I'm going to start with some of the positives and then just mention and highlight for all of you here some of the things that folks agreed on. I know in the staff report it was mentioned access to information and education for both landlord and tenants, legal enforcement, and the city providing resources for tenants who qualify for subsidized rent. To speak to those 3 items, the access to legal information, I believe there was a lot of shared consensus on the fact that there are folks who are not sure where to go to or what a resource can be on both like landlord and tenant sides, where they can go to access good legal information. The reason I want to say legal information is because I think folks have questions about, maybe going to one of our landlord tenant commissioners. They are not experts in this subject matter, nor do we expect them to be. So seeking out a resource where they could go to receive information on our on what the current legislation is, on what the future holds, and on what their rights and their responsibilities are as landlords and tenants. The other piece was legal enforcement, because there are some concerns with, as you've heard, unlawful evictions, maybe retaliations have come up, certainly, and there were concerns about that, so legal enforcement being put in place. I'm sure that I believe there were some at the other table I heard come up, but also concerns from the landlords on what do I do if a tenant is not doing X, Y, or Z, or can we mandate, that this occurs on that side. And then the city provision of resources was brought up a lot. So those are just 3 things that, again, I'm not talking to the things that I would necessarily like to see, just highlighting the points that were agreed upon for discussion by my colleagues and adding a little bit of information to that.
I concur with that assessment. I also felt that overall, aside from some of the more controversial topics that we've heard tonight, and we hear quite a bit, there was a lot of great discussion and consensus just amongst the other topics that were brought up, the ones that my colleague brought up now, but the other ones as well that were on the list. And if we take out the more contentious ones, the other ones there was a lot of great discussion around it, a lot of opportunity there. So I would just love to look at most of the ideas brought up are worth looking at if they aren't already on the list. So I just wanted to put that out there. I also wanted to really reinforce the comment about enforcement. Enforcement, in my table, both times was a 1 issue, enforcement, all around. Also, there was a vocalization of wanting more opportunities to have conversations, maybe not exactly like the ad hoc roundtable, but opportunities to discuss. So moving forward with the second step, I think folks are eager to get past the next second step to the discussion. There also, at our table, there was a pretty robust discussion, I thought was good, about the balancing between the need for rent to stay stable and predictable and the reality of fluctuating costs of property ownership. That was a reality that everyone agreed upon was true, that existed, and so I think that's part of the discussion that I think is worth looking at. And then back to one of the earlier comments about feasible, practical, and impactful. We did not talk about that during the ad hoc meeting, but I think that is looking at the priority of feasible and impactful is super important in the second step too, I think.
Great. Thank you. Yes.
I'm just wondering, some of these items on the list and that were brought back by staff, some of them we've already addressed through previous meetings, adoption of urgency ordinances. For example, the payment for reallocation regarding renovation. It is my understanding it's included in the urgency ordinance that we adopted under SB 567. So I was wondering if it's possible to remove the items that we have already adopted and we've already worked on. And one of them, and I see in here the enforcement part, which is under SB 567, which is eventually is going to happen because the law allows our city attorney to go after bad landlords who are wrongfully evicting their tenants. So a lot of these things that I think that we have either agreed on or completed, why don't we just clean them off this list and put them on a done list or completed list, and then leave the top items that you have mentioned right now that perhaps in your next meeting, these are things to tackle between the committee members. And so we're not having this different list of different things that we've already worked on. So there's no confusion. Because if I read this and I didn't know we've already implemented something, I'm going to assume that we don't have anything for protection for the tenants. So that's just an idea, and I think it'd just be much cleaner, completed, working on, going to explore the options for it. The other thing I want to know, there was some things in here, and I know, Maribel, you talked about, we don't even know if we legally can do that. Can we legally prohibit someone from selling their property to a corporation that is going to come in and take over? And I read that in the report. I'm not really sure, and that's something we need to take a look at. And if we can't legally, do we want to keep it on the list, or do we want to move it on a separate list, say that legally we cannot do that?
And mind you, for clarification, like I think Maribel mentioned this earlier, but this list is not things that we have to take up. It was everything that was mentioned, right? And to your comment about checking off things that are done, man, I'd love to do that, but I don't think we're done with that piece. That was an urgency ordinance we put in place. We asked staff to come back and let us know how that went. Are there still renovictions happening? And from what I've heard in the community, from what folks are coming to tell us today, it's still happening. So it's still something that we have to further address.
I totally agree, but I think once we have and this is for further discussion, probably staff report 2 or 3 or 4, I don't know which one is going to come on, but for the enforcement part of the report, looking at SB 567 and how are we going to move forward with the enforcement part, because it is very important to have that component part of our discussion that gives the tenants more protection to know if they're going to be wrongfully evicted. There is a process that we would have in the city that we can go after. The landlords are doing that. So I'm not saying to remove it, but I'm saying we already have something in place, but we definitely need to follow up on because there's a second step to it.
And I'm sure that discussion would come in a very bulky second step report, the discussion of what we've done. I think much, and Joe, I hope I'm getting it right here inside your head, but I'm thinking of this much like all of the gun safety legislation. It's a process, there are steps, and I'm sure the description in the second step report will come with that timeline.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, to that point, I think that having staff there at that meeting and all the conversations we've had, I get the sense, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I get the sense of you have a lot of information that you can parse and present to us in a way that does kind of categorize it and give us information on how feasible, how impactful, whether other cities have done it, and provide collate all of this information for us in a way that we can then deliberate in a more specific way. Like I feel like this information is almost like just a brain dump. It's a brain dump on a piece of paper, and that's hard to create any kind of decisions or policy direction from a brain dump. But the staff, as we've seen many times in the past, can present this information to us using what was happening at this meeting and brought up, as well as previous information, that's really when we'll have the meaty discussion about it.
So, Mr. Mayor, if
Yes.
I could, to Councilmember Takahashi's point, staff gave us pretty clear, City Council gave us pretty clear direction on reaffirming Vice Mayor Perez's motion from January on what was to be included in the second step. And the comparison of jurisdictions with not every jurisdiction in California, but I think it was fewer than a half a dozen. I believe staff, their list is probably closer to 10, but we want to have that concise. One thing we will need to know is, to the extent this was a dump of everyone's ideas, this is broader than council's motion. So staff is probably much closer to being able to bring a second step report on council's motion from this summer than they are to flesh out many of these ideas, which some of them may not exist in the cities listed by council in the last motion. So I just wanted to make that clarification. We can characterize the ones that are from the survey cities versus, we could inventory the ones that aren't current strategies being used by the others. And that may be one way to kind of filter them, to your point. But it would prolong the effort if we had to provide an equal level of discussion on many of these that we heard for the first time at the roundtable.
Colleagues, if I might, I'd like to, I have a question for staff, and then I'd like to share an observation that I think will help with the dialogue. What would be helpful for me to know from staff is what topics you have on your list based on prior council direction that you're planning to bring back, because I think I know what it is, but a lot of folks listening in the audience probably don't know. There's been a lot discussed. And by the way, I will just say, I know there's been a lot of reference to Glendale. However, we have been talking about this over a year, and I can count at least 10 meetings where we've had a lot of public comment and a lot of discussion about this. So I think we're having a very healthy dialogue in Burbank. So the question is, what do you have on the work order list that you're planning to bring back already? Because I'd like to know if we can narrow that down for you a little bit. Now, here's my comment to my colleagues. This is just, I wasn't in on these meetings, but from hearing the public comment tonight, from hearing your recitation of it, from listening to the staff recommendation, it feels to me like there's sort of 4 categories of topics that we could explore. One would be the issue of enforcement with the city attorney's office. It appears to me that there's some sort of consensus, if nothing else, that the bad actors that do exist, there really isn't an enforcement mechanism to hold them accountable. It certainly isn't the Landlord-Tenant Commission. And 567 gives new power and new opportunity to the city attorney's office. Comparing this to the gun ordinance and that issue that we've tackled over the last couple of years, that to me seems like something pretty immediate, relatively immediate, that could be brought back, sort of lower hanging fruit. The second thing that I see, the second basket or category or catch-all, if you will, is the topic of tenant protections, and I'm sort of grouping it with the Tahoe or the anti-retaliation ordinance. It all falls into this basket of, are there more protections that we should codify under the municipal code, whether it's a prohibition on retaliatory conduct, which I would like to think most people probably wouldn't do anyway, but it would also potentially include revisiting our tenant protection ordinance, which does cover rent evictions, but does not cover, for example, expanded relocation and any of the other circumstances provided for under Assembly Bill 1482. So that'd be sort of category 2. Category 3, and again, this is one that I see more consensus than I do disagreement. Whether you're for or against this right to counsel concept, what I'm hearing clearly from the community is everyone feels like this is a very complicated issue and they don't have enough access to justice, access to experienced legal professionals. Certainly in the instance of tenants, if you're dealing with a loss of housing, you want someone who can advise you of your rights and your opportunities. If you're on the housing provider side, same thing. I think that 99% of housing providers, right, are good actors and want to comply with the law, but you don't know what you don't know. So there's this issue of how we improve or increase access to justice. How do we create more resources in the community? The final thing, and frankly probably is where I think the two sides, if you will, are farther apart, is this concept of the rent cap or the RSO. But that's how I see it. I think there's 4 really distinct lanes or categories that we should be talking about. And at least with the first 2 or 3, I don't see that much distance between the two. And I feel that these are very actionable items. So having filibustered for a little while, I don't know if that helps city staff if you've compiled the list. If not, I can filibuster some more. I can go on to someone else.
Mayor, yes, I did write those 4 categories down. And I did want to answer the previous question about what we have currently in terms of what we're working towards. And specifically back to what was brought up last year, we do have a comparison of cities. As the city attorney mentioned, we did start with a larger list, but because after the study session of August 8th, it was narrowed down, and the specific cities that were mentioned when the mayor was the vice mayor back then was the LA City, LA County, Glendale, Pasadena, Culver City were specifically mentioned. Staff has also added Claremont because we did look at their ordinance for the urgency ordinance, Long Beach and Bell Gardens. And so these are 8 cities that we've narrowed down to. If there's any other communities that you wanted to look at, then we'd be happy to look at that as well. It was also mentioned after the study session on AB 1482, there was a discussion on mom and pop and what do we look at. There was a whole discussion when we had the urgency ordinance related to specific parameters for them or not. And so that was also something to look at. If there are any mom and pop considerations, that's also on the list, along with the other items mentioned with data on vacancy rates. I will say that also after the study session, we looked at together with the city attorney, looked at your short-term solutions, which was the urgency ordinance. And that happened right after the study session in September. Then we were looking at the midterm, and we reiterated what to include in this midterm second step report, which is these cities, the data. And then there's the long-term solution also that we've talked about. We haven't mentioned this evening, but that was also discussed after the study session, looking at the Landlord-Tenant Commission, their reach, and so forth, and how that all can lay out. That wouldn't be part of the second step report. I just mentioned that as one of the things maybe down the line that we're looking at. So all that to mention, one of the things that staff was looking at was coming back with the second step report. First of all, clearly identifying the community outreach process and what that would entail. And then secondly, as you've seen in some of your other homelessness plan, for example, having some sort of a proposed implementation. Here are the broad categories, and the mayor mentioned 4. There's 5 that were listed in the staff report, a little bit different, kind of overlapping. But what are some of these topics or components that could be laid out in maybe short-term, long-term, maybe some are in a tenant protection, or maybe some are just outreach, or some are just education. So really starting to lay those out and how they can really start to develop, just for some consideration and some options for the council to take a look at.
Thank you. Councilmember Mullins? Oh, no. I think you have a motion.
Make a motion to continue after 11 o'clock.
Outstanding. Is there a second? I got a
I'll
second.
second. No.
Second and a third and a fourth. All in favor, raise your hands. Great. We'll reflect a 5-0 vote.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
before additional questions, if I could supplement what Ms. Leyland just commented on.
Always.
Separately, independent of this process that we've been going through, SB 567 did come up when we first discussed it. It was whether it was going to be adopted. It was one of the last bills, I think, signed by the governor on October the 13th, so after our urgency ordinance. And because of the new authorities granted in AB 567 and the heightened interest in this subject over more than a year, more than 2 years, I plan on bringing to council. It can be mentioned in the second step, but it will be on the budget schedule for the enforcement, so that we can be on the heels of SB 567. That one, whether we put it in the second step, because it's new in law and it's not necessarily going to be part of those different city strategies, I'm prepared to address that independently in any event on the schedule of the budget. So you'll see it this spring. Separately, we provided last year, Ms. Leland and I provided a discussion paper, I believe on mediation and legal services. We did a survey of a couple of cities that have used a couple of different nonprofits. Some of those programs started and then were terminated or died, and we don't know exactly why. Some of the services, the organizations themselves weren't providing them, or the cities weren't referring. There's one that seemed successful but was very limited to just the Bay Area, and so we were in search of partners to provide legal services, maybe on a case-by-case basis that the city could appropriate funds for, but there wasn't an active program available for us to immediately tap into. So that was going to be something that we would develop, and I forget the name of the organization that actually attended one of our landlord-tenant meetings. It wasn't Neighborhood Legal Services.
It was the Housing Rights Center.
Housing Rights Center indicated an openness to creating this kind of third-party referral program. It doesn't exist yet. There would be some fee obviously some fee arrangement, but that's something that we had preliminary discussions and hasn't really fully developed. Again, we were unable to find a city that had an ongoing program. I think Long Beach might have had one. They were using...
I think you're right.
Yeah. That'll probably be part of the second step because it doesn't exist. If council wishes to have an enforcement unit and it's within the city's budget means, that's something that we can independently develop for enforcement. Giving legal advocacy, I really need to think through how my office would be involved in that because my client is the city. It's not individual tenants. So that's something we'd want to flesh out with the second step and continue our discussions with outside legal entities.
All right, I think those are my questions. Before we move on, Councilmember Anthony, did you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I just added one quick fix. Council, if it's okay, all the cities and the county listed, put forth by Ms. Leland, they all implemented their ordinances in the 21st century, except for LA City. And I think we can all agree that LA City rent control is very difficult to navigate. If it's all right, I wouldn't mind removing that one from the list. And that way we focus on just modern rent control ordinances that are working in cities and communities our size and that kind of issue.
You read my mind.
Does that save you a little bit of work, Miss Leland?
Can
Thank
I
you.
substitute it with a different one? Can we look at Beverly Hills?
Yes, that is a newer. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to, unless, do we need a motion? I'm going to construe that as pretty unanimous consensus from the council. It looks like we all are leaning that way. So 5-0 to remove City of LA and apparently
add
replace
Beverly
it with
Hills.
City of Beverly Hills.
Okay.
I don't know if it saves you that much work, but, you know, City of
Oh,
LA
it
is...
did. Trust me.
LA
yes,
is
it did.
complex. Trust me, it did.
Oh, I've read their code. Okay. Is there any other direction? Oh, yes, Councilmember, yes.
I just wanted to. I think your categories are spot on. The only thing I would add in is I'd like a discussion about what to do with the landlord-tenant commission. I've been watching the meetings over in Glendale, and they're trying to create a landlord-tenant commission, and they're having a hard time because they don't know what authority to give them, what issues to put before them. And I know we don't want to go to a full rent board, but I feel that there has to be some kind of teeth that we can give the landlord-tenant commission. And I don't know what the feasibility is. I know Pasadena had to do like a charter amendment to even change it. But what I'd like to do is just add that to the list and see what other kinds of landlord-tenant commissions we've seen in these other cities.
If I might, Councilmember, Mr. McDougall, this budget white paper that you're bringing back, the second step that Ms. Leland you're going to be presenting on, does it address the question of what do we do with the landlord-tenant commission if we have this housing rights or housing enforcement section of CAO?
It begs the question. It doesn't fully resolve it. So there are certain things the landlord-tenant commission confronts that they're not well equipped because of their role, their lack of legal licensure, the impression they may give of representing somebody. They're not really representing them. Those sorts of things will naturally be resolved if the city, on behalf of itself, is taking action against alleged violations of its own ordinances. Okay, so the inquiry into alleged improper renovation evictions or any improper eviction enumerated in the tenant's rights, an alleged excessive rent increase, whether or not council adopts one, there's one under the state law, we would be able to look to that. Housing habitability issues, which come up with, they actually come up in Section 8. Section 8 does inspections on their housing stock. They also can arise with our building official. So those likewise can be referred. I'm not sure what's left on the table, so it does precipitate a discussion if council's willing to move forward with an enforcement function in my office in partnership with CDD. Then the question is there something left? What is that? Is it just a community forum for people to be able to bring in questions that are then referred to enforcement if they're proper? That's something we can talk about.
Yes.
I'd like, we definitely want to explore the enforcement, not only explore it, but we want to move forward. I want to see first the numbers and the plan that you mentioned. But I think there's something that we can do sooner than later, which is something, we really need to have, I think there are 5 members of the Landlord-Tenant Commission. It's really important that we provide training for them by the city attorney, by your staff, to define what the role of each member is, of the whole body as the commissioners, to make them understand the consequences of walking a fine line with giving legal advice. I think that is something that we can do immediately, which while you're working on the paper and while you're working on the budget and how we're going to move forward with enforcement, we need to do this with them either way. They need to learn what is expected of them. Because I guarantee you each one of them have a different idea what the role is. And I know they want to help, and I know they want to assist the tenants. They're caught in the middle, and so therefore automatically they're going to give that advice that they shouldn't be giving because they don't know if they can do it by law or not. So I would really appreciate if my colleagues think, I mean, it's training. It's something that to get them going until we find out what we're going to do with enforcement.
Can I speak to that for a second? I think, earlier when I said they're not experts, and I say that not in the sense of any individual member knowing something or not knowing something. I don't know. One of them could know way more housing code than I do, right? What I mean is that they are not hired to be experts by us. They are not in a position to sit there and provide legal advice, even legal information on the and see what's going to happen with that body. And just going back, and Councilmember Takahashi, please add if I'm missing something, to the discussion that was had in the roundtable. I think both folks on both sides brought up some of their confusions with the commission, brought up that they would like to have a centralized, person or place with some folks shared, I don't want to speak for everybody in unison, but some folks said legal authority, some folks said legal information, but I think they would like somebody who is in a position to provide that kind of information, even when it came to mediation or things like that, somebody who is an attorney, essentially. And they would like the information source to be that. And I think it is a lot, not questioning any one person's expertise or intellect, but it is too much of us to ask of a body of 5 volunteers.
So this is just the first step of many that we're going to get there. And in my opinion, like we do training on everything with boards and commissions, and we've done it for many of them just to define what the role of the commission is and what the expectations are. I think it's very important to address their role right now so they're aware until we make that decision. To me, why would I wait another 3-4 months or however long it takes where we have an opportunity perhaps to get the 5 of them to define the roles and let them understand there's consequences sometime of playing an attorney. Again, they're all members of that commission. They're trying to help, but they go out of their way to dig into things they shouldn't be doing, and that leaves really the city wide open for lawsuits or even legal issues. And therefore, I want to see some at least training being provided until we get there.
Do you mind if I jump in really quick? More of a process thing. Open dialogue with Mr. McDougall. Go figure. So, Mr. McDougall, here's the way I look at it. We've been beating around the bush, so I'm just going to be very blunt. I'm not going to talk yet about the other categories. I want to just talk about the Landlord-Tenant Commission and this housing enforcement section that you're maybe looking at adding. I think that's a really critical question that we need to address because I'm going to go out on a limb and imagine that there's an opportunity to put that in effect July 1, the beginning of the new fiscal year. If that's something that we want to pursue, I'll just come right out and say it. I don't know that the Landlord-Tenant Commission will be relevant. It may become obsolete with that addition. If I'm correct, I guess the question I'm asking you, Mr. McDougall, is it would seem to me we would probably want to have that conversation and give you that direction relatively early, so then we can decide, do we offer mediation services through the CAO on contract basis? Do we replace the Landlord-Tenant Commission as we know it with something else? Because we have the resources we've dedicated to that commission. So my question is, I believe we have a budget mid-year review coming up. It would seem to me, if it's possible, put the white paper on that agenda item, because even if we don't appropriate the funds until we go through the full budget process, this is a critical policy decision that I think we need to make. And for that matter, I think it begs the importance of bringing back the second SEP report before we go through our budgeting process.
So mid-year's coming to your very next meeting. The pie's already in the oven.
I'll be ready.
So, but I'm not ready. The budget discussion, it's not a function I can sustain long-term without additional resources. But already, with the resources council gave us last year, we've been able to attend landlord-tenant, and we've been able to at least review some of the eviction cases that have come through and engage with letters. So let's not get too caught up on the dates. I'll have to read the room, but we have the means to kind of start a function. But I hear what Councilmember Mullins is saying. I can address any legal issues that I might spot just through regular training. We don't have to make a decision of, ultimately what's going to happen with these two functions. But I haven't even had the conversation with CDD about what their side of this enforcement unit looks like. The staff in my office are not going to be inspecting apartments for alleged plumbing leaks or falling drywall. We wouldn't be the evidence gatherers in that way. We would receive the case, and so I need to, in order to present you with good information, so you're making a sound decision, I need to complete that discussion with CDD. I need to have the conversation with the city manager so that we're making a sound recommendation. In the meantime, we will address legal issues that I can properly represent with the resources that I have. And I'm just not in a position to be able to give, to put that decision in 2 weeks from now.
Okay, so how about this? I totally get that. Hopefully, we're going to have the budget white paper by May when we go through our budgeting process. So it would make sense to me that we have the second step report come back in April or sometime coinciding, or even same meeting, coinciding with the budgeting process. Because if we're going to have this new enforcement section, we're going to have to figure out what we're doing with the Landlord-Tenant Commission. If we're going to talk about access to justice, or the point I'm trying to make, if there's any new appropriations that or realignment of existing funding that the council needs to make, we make that decision in May. So the point I'm trying to impress is that these are policy decisions we need to address in either quarter one or quarter two of 2024, because that's the ballgame. Otherwise, we're in a whole new fiscal year, and the most appropriate time to make a change like this would be July 1, in my view. That's just one council member's perspective. I open that to obviously dialogue if someone has a difference of opinion, but I'm just trying to impress upon staff. I think that's the timeline we need to work within.
Mr. Mayor, if I could chime in with that date of April. So far, I've reiterated what we have so far, and it's not complete. And I'm just going to go through my list because as the staff member who's going to take the lead with the second step report, I want to make sure I'm crystal clear and our motion is clear, so not ambiguous. In the second step report, just to recap, we're going to have a outline of our community outreach plan. Succinct outreach plan. So that is going to take a little bit of time to make sure that staff is thinking outside the box. We've heard the comment the last year and a half now, it's not going to be the same social media. It's going to involve other outreach. So we've heard that loud and clear. So time to develop that, and really what does that mean? Also, I've heard the cities, no LA, now we have Beverly Hills. Data, we've got some data to put together. The mom and pop considerations, I have to say it's a challenge. There is no definition out there on what is a mom and pop landlord. Right. There's information and lots of information. Even recently, our neighboring city of Glendale heard a new tenant protection ordinance you may be aware of. They couldn't come up with a definition. They landed on anything anything under 5 units, because that's lending practices, they'll get the exemption. So that's the data that we're gathering to put that information for you. Then I heard this evening also the information on SB 567 and the implementation and the enforcement, and how that piece of it is going to be coordinated with Mr. McDougall, the city attorney, and their office. So it's that coordination with their information as well. To include in that second step report is 567 and the enforcement piece. That's what I have so far in the second step report. We haven't gotten to the mayor's categories of enforcement, retaliation, right to counsel, and then the rent cap. I'm not sure what other areas that need to be analyzed or vetted in those categories, which is related to the list of 14 the 14 strategies that the ad hoc committee, essentially, there was no opposition to. So I'm waiting to hear some direction on that.
Ms. Leland, I'm just going to offer one more comment, and then I'm not going to talk till all the rest of my colleagues get to go. But I know you haven't dug in and done the research, but I would submit that when you look at all these other cities, obviously no city is exactly the same as another, but generally speaking, the way they'll construct their rent stabilization ordinance is kind of all in the same. You'll see often eviction protections coupled with rent stabilization or rent cap. I don't know that you're going to find any city other than maybe Long Beach that has tried to pilot some sort of access to justice program. But I'm feeling confident, because if you really do bring back sort of a highlight summary of what each city has done, it may not be in the, categorized or structured in the way that I outlined it today, but hopefully my feedback of how I'm thinking of it and what I'm looking for will allow you to highlight those elements when you're summarizing what City of Pasadena does, what City of Glendale does, what City of Beverly Hills does. So that's it. Colleagues, I want to hear from the rest of you.
Really quick, I would just pose that some of, as Ms. Leland was talking, some of the categories you're mentioning there do fall into these larger 4 categories of enforcement, tenant protection / anti-retaliation, right to counsel, and the RSO piece you mentioned. And Mayor Bowe, former staffer to staffer, to make it easier, I would say the information from those cities, having it fall into those categories would be perfectly acceptable, I think, to me and to my colleagues, whatever makes it easier to put this together, including the information about the mom and pop piece. If other cities have not done this, if they have wrestled with this, I'm perfectly okay with you adding into that information from them. If it's not out there, you're not here to create the box. If the information, that you've seen from the other cities is that they're not separating it, or why they are not separating it, that would be great to include in itself,
If I may, Vice Mayor, so to clarify the information for the cities, what I'm hearing is the categories of enforcement, retaliation, right to counsel, rent comp, SRO, is put together the information from the cities into those categories that have been identified by the mayor this evening. Is that what my understanding? Am I correct in that understanding?
Let's see if we have a consensus on that.
No, but the feedback is from what I'm saying is that would be one way to do that.
I
to
think you
present
have
that
that from at
information.
least 2 colleagues. Let's hear from everyone else.
If I could add one small thing to your tenant protection category, there has been good movement on getting around this whole rent eviction problem by creating something called right of return. Basically, if you are evicted for a renovation, the tenant has the right to come back to that unit. So right of return is in a couple of these cities, and it sort of it kind of undoes the problems that rent eviction has created. It's not a permanent removal. So if I would like to add.
Councilmember Anthony, if I may, that's like my exact point, that, we're giving you a list of things that you are already going to find in some of these other cities. So I think, thinking about you as a staffer, you're going to find some of these. So I'm perfectly okay with, in the report, if my colleagues would agree, if we look at those 4 categories that the mayor mentioned, and you take what you find from the cities and put them in there, I would be perfectly fine with that, because I think that would make things go a lot easier and would work with a timeline of April that you mentioned. We are going to need this information as we look at the budget, because there are going to be potentially monetary asks that come into that, or considerations. And I would feel comfortable having that information beforehand.
Councilmember Mullins.
I just want to make sure we are not setting expectations or we're not creating fear, because we all know what happens. Everybody walks out of this room assuming that we're going to implement everything that perhaps, or most of everything that other cities have. What we're doing, and I want to be clear from council as
Yes.
well, what we're doing is basically having an explore option to see what other cities have. Does this work for Burbank or doesn't? What was their experience? Do they have some issues with that? I think I don't want people walking away tonight thinking all these things, if we find them on the list because other cities have it, that we are going to implement these things. I want to be clear that this is not our goal. We are exploring what other cities are doing, what worked, what didn't, and if it's going to work for Burbank.
So part of the information that you'll see is these strategies are 5-figure strategies. These strategies are 6-figure strategies. These strategies are 7-figure strategies. Within the cities that we're talking about, I think anyway, you're talking about administrative burdens. The council, this city has been very well managed so that each budget, the city manager has presented you with, a little bit to add on top and a few things to cut, but you'll be making critical decisions based upon how much funding is even available. So our goal would be to give you that data. It's not just descriptions of what cities are doing, but also our educated guess on what the costs would be, because I imagine some of this is going to be driven by the consequences. Some of it may be like with your relocation fund last year. It was just give us some money to see what it will do. And the mediation or the tenant representation, it may be more like that because we're going to go to a third party. So it may be more like a pilot program. If we can't find an entity that's providing the service today that's willing to take on Burbank residents or Burbank renters, then it'll be more like a pilot, and it's as much as you're willing to afford. So my hope, to Councilmember Mullen's point, is you'll be making those cost-based decisions and what you think will be more effective, and some of them may be much longer-term strategies.
And that goes back to why I would like that before we get into the budget. I think that's really important.
And I just want to say one thing about fear and sowing discord and whatnot. Every one of these cities that we're talking about had months-long, if not years-long, discussions to talk about this. And, the courts have allowed the cities to have a remedy for this kind of fear-based spike, and it's called a rent rollback, and you'll find it when you look into the cities, that they get to go back and reset the rents to when it was first introduced. And so I don't want people freaking out that everything's going to go crazy. We have remedies for everything, and it's all dependent on what we come back with, and we're going to have a nice discussion, and we're going to take our time with it.
Well,
Mr. Mayor, I do have some additional information and some clarification, if I may.
By all means.
Part of the response for the timeline is because the data is the data, and we provide that. To the city attorney's point is, and to the vice mayor's point about taking this before the budget, the information that's clearly available is City of Pasadena, Rent Board, they have a new rent department. It's a 22-person board with a $6 million figure. That information is clear and out there. What I just want to share from the staff perspective is all, the other areas about retaliation, to the city attorney's point on right to counsel, those kinds of programs, putting some monetary figures to information that I'm hearing in the discussion that the council needs to have before the budget, that is going to prove to be challenging. I just want to be very blunt to say. We can get the rent board information easily. We can talk to our colleagues about that information. But when you get down to some of these other right to counsel information, that's just going to be a challenge. And so one of the things that I mentioned in the staff report was, after presenting the second step report in these areas, providing a proposed implementation plan, if you will, to the point of the city attorney, because the proposed implementation plan could be, this is what we heard at the ad hoc. A lot of it is education. That can be immediately in the next 2 to 3 months. We also heard legal resources, that's another immediate. You can do that in the next 2 to 3 months. If the council directs us after the second step report to prepare a tenant protection ordinance, that's going to maybe take a little bit longer because we've got to do all the community outreach. So then put that into the implementation plan. That's going to be maybe in the fall. So in some of these other areas, so that's where staff was thinking in the staff report about consideration in the second step and a proposed implementation plan to start to lay out what you've seen in some of the other plans that you've adopted, start to lay out the different themes, the different areas, the categories, as Mayor you've mentioned, where these strategies might fall, what the timeline might be. It's going to take a little time to develop a cost estimate for it, or we do have the cost estimate for it. So just wanted to share that as we're trying to think about that time frame, and really what we want, if what you're directing or asking the majority of the council for the staff to present in the second step report.
So for the benefit of everyone who's still here, partially awake, and people that are going to watch this tomorrow, let me talk a little bit about process in about a minute or less. You're right, Councilmember Mullins, nothing's being decided tonight. This is how I see it going. At the second step report, which I think April is doable, we might want to know, hey, City of Long Beach, they had some sort of a right to counsel or access to justice thing. What is that? If we decide, hey, that's something that we want to do too, we'll spend some public funds. Let's look at that. Then in May, the following month, when we have the budget and we have our opportunity to appropriate funds, that's when we're going to need that white paper, and that's when we're going to make that final determination of, yes, this is a program that we want to green light to go into effect July 1. So if that is your understanding as well, and that applies to a lot of the things we talked about tonight, then I think we're all in agreement on the timeline. And yes, this is an information gathering step. So for everyone who's looking right now, feeling uncomfortable, no decisions being made tonight, you got several months to provide as much information as you want to all the council members in the form of a letter. We're willing to reach out to our staff. We're happy to do it, but we don't know what we don't know. And the last thing I will say is I'm very cognizant of the fact that for over a year now, we've seen a lot of angst in our community. And I'll say from both sides. The uncertainty of where we're going with this, that's really what I think we owe it to our community to provide direction on. What are we looking at? And we need to reach a date where we finally say, this is a good fit for Burbank, this isn't. And I think that April, at least to provide that preliminary information to make the first round of decisions in the budget process in May, is very doable. And the last thing I'll say, City Manager, because I know you have a lot on your plate, I recall this issue very generally, the issue of housing being a priority, tenant protections. I believe it was one of the, if not the top priority of the council when we did our goal setting last year. So as far as I'm concerned, you have the green light to move this to the top of the heap, but that's just my perspective. Anybody else want to top that?
I mean, considering that I made this motion over a year ago, I would like to move that to the top of the list too.
I would just like to say July 2022 again, top of the heap.
And I'd like to remind you all the good work you've done since then.
I want to take a little credit for a lot of things that we have done.
You all can take my credit. I don't want it. Let's just let's roll.
I didn't mean like personal credit, but council has been working very hard on these items.
All right. Well, I agree. So I think staff, do you have enough direction, timeline clear, what we're doing next clear? Everyone in the audience, I'm seeing some general nodding of the heads. You know how you're going to lobby us moving forward, okay?
Yes.
Anything
have
else?
Enough direction.
It's going to happen. It's okay. That's part of the job. Anything else? Okay. We all have our marching orders. We're going to consider this agenda item done. We'll be talking about this in April. Okay. So, next up, we have one more report to council, and that is the second step report to council. The second report to council tonight is the first step report on Councilmember Mullins' discussion on city council resolution topics. Ms. Librato, there you are. Assistant to the city manager from the city manager's office. Once you're all set up and ready to go, please present the report to council.
Yes, absolutely. Catherine Librato, assistant to the city manager, as you just introduced me. So Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, and members of the council. I'm here this evening to provide you on a very brief presentation on city council resolution topics. So this item on the agenda tonight is coming back from a request from Councilmember Mullins from the December 12th, 2023 council meeting. To provide just some brief context for all of you guys and anybody who may be watching the meeting, City Council has the ability to take action using a few different methods. One of the really common ways that you guys take action is by passing an ordinance, which is a law, a rule, a regulation. So that requires 2 readings for you guys to do that, meaning that the item is introduced to you in one meeting and then it has to come back for adoption at another meeting. Just a couple examples of that would be the waste reduction ordinance that came back tonight and the prevention of human trafficking ordinance that also came back tonight that you guys adopted. And those both result in changes to the Burbank Municipal Code. Another really common option that you guys have for taking action is to pass a resolution. So by definition, a resolution is a formal expression of opinion, will, or intent from an official body. And resolutions are generally administrative in nature and often related to policy of the city. A resolution can be presented, adopted all in one meeting. It doesn't have to come back for a second time. So some examples of that would be approving contract documents for the repair of the McCambridge pool that you guys did recently and extending the city's outdoor dining program. Just to give you some more background, City Council passed over 100 resolutions in 2022 and also in 2023. So you guys average between 3 to 4 resolutions every council meeting.
Now that I'll take credit for.
Yeah. Doesn't always work out that way per meeting, but in general, you do a lot of resolutions. An ordinance doesn't happen quite as often. That one is roughly about 25 per year, so you're maybe averaging about 1 per meeting for those. So tonight we're focusing on resolutions and whether City Council feels that resolutions should really have a nexus to Burbank, meaning a direct and substantial connection to the city and its residents. Just a reminder, this is a first step report, so council could decide to note and file the report, or you could decide to request a second step report, which we would come back with some recommendations based on the feedback that we receive from you tonight. So I'm happy to answer any questions for you. That is the end of my very brief report, or you guys can feel free to discuss the item.
Thank you very much. Second report you've made now to council, right? In your new role?
In my role.
Oh, A plus effort. I love it.
I have a lot on my list, though, so you'll be seeing me more frequently.
I know the feeling. All right. Any public comment on this item? Going once, going twice. Y'all stayed so late. You want to comment? No? Okay. All right. No comment. Councilmember Mullins, this was your item. Do you want to lead us off?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I did want to bring this report to talk about the difference between resolutions, ordinance, and then also I want to include proclamation that is usually issued by the mayor, and you don't need the council's approval. Basically, that is something you work with the city manager's office, and you issue a proclamation. And I wanted staff to talk about when do we issue the resolution, at what point, and do we focus on local issues versus issues that is outside of our local control. And I have seen over the years, and this is also a lot for the public as well, to know the difference when we issue a resolution and at what form do we issue it. A lot of things that is happening all over the world, as we know. Not just recent events, but events that happened in the past. And I've seen where members of the public, they come to council and they seek that we issue a resolution representing a voice one way or another. And in my opinion, I think it's really important that we have this discussion to when do we issue a resolution. As Catherine stated, we had 100 resolution that we issued this 2023, and mostly they're related to local Burbank issues that we need to adopt, whether it's salary ordinance, whether it's, you mentioned a few other ones and I can't think right now, but they're all pertaining to Burbank. So do we want to have a discussion that we want to continue our path on issuing resolutions directly when it's relating to the city of Burbank, or do we issue resolutions? Do we want to come in an agreement that we want to issue resolutions that even pertaining outside of our control, that whatever we issue is not going to make any difference anyway? It's just ink on paper, and we're filing it. We're saying we issued a resolution. So I wanted to be more effective. And I think it's going to help all of us not to divide our community, because we all receive emails and we often see one group or another saying, can you support this cause? And if we don't do it for another group, it's like, well, you have done it for this group. Why aren't you doing it for us? So I wanted to bring it out there because it's very difficult whether they approach us individually in asking, or they approach all of us on an email. So I wanted to have this discussion to see what the rest of the council feel. If we're approaching this to say focus on local issues only, as our job, requires us to do, because that's what we need to be doing for city of Burbank, or do we want to continue looking and exploring to be on a broader perspective where we're not even going to have an impact on the decision we make? And when do we pick and choose on which group do we support? And is that, are we dividing our community? Are we disappointing a group and we're pleasing another group? So I wanted to bring this before council to have this discussion. That's it.
All right. Glad you did. Who wants to go first?
I just have a question of staff. Of the resolutions, it was 100 plus that we considered in 2023. Was there anything that sticks out as questionable or outside of the city's purview? Can you examples?
So examples of something that someone could potentially say is maybe not in the city's purview probably would be the one that was condemning Azerbaijan blockade of Artsakh and anti-Armenian sentiment towards the Armenian American community. Just if for argument's sake, saying that that's more of a global, international policy, but the whole thing is completely subjective to whether you all feel like that is relevant to the Burbank community or does not tie directly back to the Burbank community.
If I could.
Thank you. Well, one second. Did you have any other question or comment? Are you good for now?
Can I get another example? I'm trying to formulate, like an understanding here.
I see the city attorney raising his hand over here. Give us 2 or 3 examples for fun.
So I would say that is unusual. I'm surprised we did a resolution because resolutions are often very transactional. In other words, the city is usually a party to the resolution. So for instance, Ms. Lobrato mentioned the dining. Well, that is the council's policy to temporarily suspend enforcement of a particular standard, or in the case of Parkway dining, to basically tell the Public Works Director, it's okay for business recovery, we're going to allow the increased usage of encroachment permits for outside dining. or the non-enforcement of on-site parking, so they could do dining outside. But most often, resolutions are used for memorandum of understanding. For instance, creating the Three Cities Housing Trust. They're used for adoption of MOUs with our bargaining groups. They're used to oftentimes accept grants, where the granting agency wants to see the language with the city agreeing to abide by grant terms in its approval of the grant, and also approval of the budget. So resos can be policy based, but more often than not, it's memorializing an approval of the council in a way where we can go back and reference it, versus proclamations, which are largely ceremonial. And one thing that's actually off the list, which the former mayor popularized, was support letters for, say, the parties ending the writer's strike or the parties ending the actors' strike, and the council or the mayor, often consistent with the legislative platform, supporting or opposing legislation, which is not transactional. It is much more acknowledgement, ceremonial. And ordinances on the extreme, they're enforceable by law. Violation of which under our code is punishable by misdemeanor or as a misdemeanor. So, from the most formal being the codification of ordinances to the least formal letters penned by the mayor in support or opposition of.
Okay. All right. You good for now?
Yes, thank you. That was
Okay.
helpful.
All right. Council member.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, what we have before us is council policy, but the unwritten rule for many years was typically this. The instances that we are talking about, the blockade, the strike, these are like once in a lifetime historic events. If we adopt this policy today, there's no reason why we can't, as a body, overturn the policy if the opportunity presents itself on another historic resolution. I mean, it's policy and we can go by it, but if something is presented to us, we could override policy and do a one-time thing.
Well, okay. That's a good question. Any response from staff?
I really think whether or not it's under the city council's jurisdiction and purview, like with a resolution comes a staff report, comes work. We have limited resources, limited staffing. So we are spending time, unlike a proclamation where that's a little bit lower maintenance. And I think, during the council pre-meetings, the individual council pre-meetings, for the most part, I'm able to help you and guide you, if you have additional agenda item requests. So this list, a lot of stuff doesn't make it because we've been able to vet out certain things, whether it's ceasefire or support for a certain country or whatever it is. Usually the international relations stuff gets tricky because I'm all like, who do I even send this letter to, even if it's the right thing to do. So I will say that the international relations stuff does pose a problem, but really it comes down to that direct nexus to Burbank, to the city, and there is a staff, that there's a resource use related to those requests.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. And I mean, for that reason, that's why I'm comfortable with the policy, because it sort of sets the bar of if something does come down the pipe that is important, we have to understand it would take staff resources and it is going to take time, so it better be important. So let's err on the side of not. But as we said, it is only policy and we can override it if something comes along.
So, Councilmember, I just want to clarify your comment. So we don't exactly have a written existing policy. Are you saying you'd be supportive of developing a policy?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to clarify. That's one of the reasons I'm bringing, I've asked for this to come back so we can have this open dialogue and determine, because of the amount of staff time it takes and the research and like is it going to make a difference? Because I think we all can speak about it. Letters, I know you've done the letters in the past. Proclamations, those are the mayor's, this is part of the preview that you have. You get to do that and issue the proclamations. But I think like the city manager said, there's a lot of time and work and effort that goes into it. And then the other issue that I've seen over the years is the community is divided when it comes to why did you issue it for them and not us. A few years ago, can't remember, it's probably been a while, the Syrian community, they were in war and had a lot of, atrocities. There's so much genocide that's going on in the world. And do we not issue a proclamation for them? I'm sorry, a resolution, even though they wanted it, but we do it for the Armenian genocide, or if we do it for Artsakh. So I wanted to provide that feedback to be consistent, and I agree with you maybe saying we look at directly what's pertaining to local government, to our city of Burbank, and anything else we're going to need to determine, do we do a letter or do a proclamation, something else. Thank you.
Councilmember Takahashi, I just wanted to, if you have anything you want to add in, by all means.
Yeah, I do. Thank you. I was looking over this list, listening to what you're saying and looking over the list at the same time, because I wanted, again, to Vice Mayor's point about finding which resolutions would potentially be concerning. And what I noticed with most of these resos is that they're staff initiated. That the majority of them are, and so there's just a few less than a handful that are council initiated. And so I'm wondering if just kind of recognizing that council initiated resos are rare to begin with, and that if one of us does initiate a reso, that we ensure that it's Burbank focused to do so. And then if there is an above and beyond exception, that we acknowledge that too. But generally the policy seems like resos are staff initiated in general anyway, and that us having initiated, it's more like the policy about how we initiate resos versus resos in general, but like how we as a council do. So that's kind of my thought on maybe making it a little bit of a smaller ask versus an entire policy, but more like just what we do as a council.
Yeah, so we come from the standpoint of it needs to be local, and if it's not, I have to understand it has to be something big because it's going to take time, and yeah.
Okay. Vice Mayor.
I feel a little murky to me, like if it's something big, and I'm going back because you mentioned the Azerbaijan reso, and to me that I'm going back and forth, right? Because I can make an argument that that's Burbank specific. That came from our Armenian community, which is not insignificant in Burbank. We have a strong Armenian community, and to say like this is not a Burbank issue, I don't know. I would question that. So my question then for staff is, would that have been better as a proclamation for the sake of staff time, for the sake of what it was,
For us, as far as resource-wise, yes, the proclamation's way easier than a full-on staff report with a resolution.
So, go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Please.
I was going to say, but this is part of the public education that we're doing, is we're talking about, okay, well, because the public always asks, I need you to adopt a resolution, because that's what the word, right? Everybody's like, oh, adopt a resolution. So I think we're having this discussion so we're clear when someone approaches us about a resolution, or they say, can you adopt a resolution? We say, well, our policy is local government, however, we can do a proclamation, if this is where we agree to go. So all of us on council, and including staff, when they have a request, we have a direct answer, and we're all consistent. So you're not cornered to, being told, can you adopt a resolution, when you can't do it because it's not pertaining to Burbank.
So if I can weigh in, I appreciate the dialogue, and I'm glad that you brought this up. I would also be supportive of including these sort of descriptions, like of, what is a proclamation, when is it appropriate, all that in our council handbook, especially for orientation of new members. But I actually wouldn't support a written policy, and here's why. Because, it's more of an art than a science being an elected, right? And there could be appropriate times where, yeah, the mayor could do a proclamation, but maybe there is something of such significance that the entire council wants to put their name to it. I do think it should be extraordinarily rare, and everything that we've talked about should be strongly considered before making that ask of staff. But I also am just wary to tie the hands of future legislatures, of future city councils, because there could be issues that we don't foresee. I mean, take any of the genocides happening in the world right now. I could make a case that they are very much impacting people in this community. Same could be said for, I know this is like really nerdy, but there's a real shortage of transformers, which is affecting our utility. I mean, we can't produce them quickly enough. That is an issue of international relations, but it also means that we're now having to reuse and recycle these products that compromise the integrity of our power grid. So like, point is that I think it's just such a case by case basis that it's better left to the council to have that discussion. And does a majority agree that there's really a nexus, and does it warrant rising to the level of a resolution versus the mayor always having that prerogative to, within reason, I suppose, issue a proclamation?
Mr. Mayor, would you be comfortable if we move forward with not necessarily limiting resolutions, but giving guidance to say...
Guidelines?
Guidelines. Resolutions should typically, or, that kind of language, so that it gives guidance but doesn't...
Yeah, I'm comfortable.
And I think that's a compromise. I think we just need something to look at and say, and staff knows this, at next meeting, I'm not going to say, oh, Mr. City Manager, I need you to bring back a resolution. Because he's going to bring a report with first step, we're going to talk about it, we're going to go back again. So it's kind of more of a guideline that we have. However, Mr. Mayor, taking that, what you said in definitely consideration, but we can, whether it's our current council, future council can always come back and say, hey, even though it's guideline or policy, we want to bring this back because as a body, we agreed to do it.
I like that, and putting it in the handbook. That way, I think it gives our city manager and then the whole executive team like teeth to say if a council member's going off the rails asking for 5 different resolutions, well, referring to our policy, this is much better as a proclamation.
Mr. Mayor, can I provide one more data point?
Please.
And it's neither here nor there on how this landed on your agenda, but I'll tell you that years ago, we were so fond of our resolutions, we would do resolutions for everything. And not only that, but we were so fond of legal practice that we would blue back them too. Which is a way that we used to do filings, is you'd have them blue backed, right? So my predecessor came to Burbank and she said, "What is with all this paper? You guys are in love with your paper. Even that, you're generating blue sheets that don't even have words on them." And we realized that we were literally perpetuating the paper mill, and so we consciously decided to be more judicious because we were doing them for everything. So my guideline for when I do them, because sometimes council can approve something with a motion, I generally prefer to do them myself and prefer my staff to do them when I want a written record and I don't want to have to search in the minutes, because then the city clerk has to, are you binding them anymore? We have stacks and stacks of leather-bound books with the ordinances and resolutions.
They are in the
So
vault.
there's an administrative kind of back end to this as well, which,
Well, and that's my point, is a proclamation, it looks nice, people take it home. There's no written record. And right. And there could be an instance of such importance where the council wants to go on record, like saying genocide's wrong or whatever, right? Like, it's so important. I mean, anyway. So guidelines, I'm appropriate. I think that's great. If we're in consensus, Councilmember, it's your item. You want to make the motion?
Yes, thank you. I make a motion that we develop guidelines to when a resolution is issued. Is that, or how do you want me?
For the council handbook.
For the council
and
handbook.
for council to follow.
Anybody wants to add any other words to it?
I think too, guidelines that try to promote a direct nexus to the city of Burbank.
I like that. Thank you.
And can I just add a friendly amendment there? Guidelines for what is a resolution, proclamation, definitions.
And that would be in the book, so I amend the motion to include that.
Can I add an additional amendment to
Well,
include?
first of all, do you accept the First Amendment?
I accept the First Amendment.
Now you can do an amendment.
And I'd like to make an amendment to also include letters of support and opposition on that handbook.
All right, do you accept the motion? Or the amendment, I'm sorry.
Yes.
As the mover.
And then I second it.
All right. I'm going to get you a Robert's Rules of Order book just for fun. Okay, anyone else? No? All right, let's, I think we technically have to take the roll on it, so.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
Mayor Schultz?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Almost done, everybody. Council comments. We'll now hear from council members, including reporting on city council committee assignments, attendance at conferences, regional meetings, and community events. Councilmember Anthony, go.
I was actually sick, and most of the time, so I didn't go to any of my stuff.
Well, you're back and you're looking great.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Takahashi. This is rapid fire.
I have a little bit longer list than Councilmember Anthony does. General comment first before I go on to my reporting. Just want to say thank you to the council and to the community for all your patience with the item that we discussed tonight and how long that took in the process. But I feel like we really landed on a good moving forward. So thank you for your patience on that. All right, February 1st, I attended the Southern California Area Government's Energy and Environment Committee meeting, as well as the SCAG Regional Council Board meeting. And that was an important meeting because they passed the Green Print plan. So the Green Print is a plan, it's a regional plan for collecting data on sustainability and environment that cities can use. So that'll be really great for CDD and for and BWP and other agencies who need that data. The third, I attended the walking and bus tour of the Golden State area for the specific plan there. That was really informative, and if the staff, I don't know if staff's going to have another walk around there, but if it does happen, I encourage folks to attend. It was really great to see on the ground where the different zoning's going to be, where the proposed developments are, the transportation, what we had discussed at the council meeting with the mobility plan in person. Let's see, on the 5th, I attended the Burbank Coordinating Council meeting where they had a presentation by Streets Plus. The 7th, I did a tour, a BHC tour, which I think all of you have done. I was the last one to do it. Yeah. So I did the BHC tour, got a much deeper history of BHC than I had already had, which was great, and got a preview of a couple of their projects they're working on. So super exciting stuff. BHC is great. Burbank Housing Corporation. And then on the 8th, in the morning, I went to the Burbank Cultural Arts Commission meeting. In the afternoon, I went to the grand opening ribbon cutting of the doghouse. With the mayor was there as well, and then I had a Impossible hot dog. And then that evening, I brought that hot dog back and had the hot dog right before going to the Parks and Recreation Board meeting. It's a little bit. That was my day. On the 9th, I had a. Let's see, no, that's just not then. On the 12th, I did a tour of the Little Theater in Olive Park. That for those who don't know in the community, that Olive Park is going to be kind of reconfigured, and part of it is redoing that theater. It's going to be amazing. And that same day, I also I attended the Sustainable Burbank Commission in the evening, and then today went to the Burbank Police Foundation's annual Burbank Police Awards luncheon. That's what I did.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Mullins.
My turn. Okay, on Thursday, February 1st, I too attended the SCAG meeting for Economic and Human Development Committee. And the same day, I had a meeting with John Barry regarding our Economic Development Strategic Plan. And on February 6th, I attended the Audit Committee meeting along with the Vice Mayor. On February 8th, I attended an event at the Western Diocese on Glen Oaks They had a reception for the council from Japan. It was really interesting, and I was thinking about you because there was a Japanese performer, very, very entertaining. I really loved it. So it was a nice event, nice reception for them. And on Saturday morning, I attended the LASD recruit class, doing a colors run honoring Officer Pavelka. And today I attended the Burbank Police Foundation luncheon with the rest of you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor.
Alrighty. On February 6th, along with Councilmember Mullins, we attended the audit committee meeting. It was great. On the same day, I met with some folks in the entertainment industry adjacent, so business owners and other folks who work with the industry just to get their insights on what's been going on. I know Mr. Scroggs has been bringing that up, so big shout out and thank you to him for connecting me with those folks. It's very insightful. On the 8th, I presented to a Berkeley class on what it's like to be a local elected official for one of our residents who was a student there. On February 9th, I met with the folks from the New York Film Academy. We have their campus right here on Riverside. I would encourage my colleagues to do the same. It's great to go to their school, get a tour, see what they're all about. Also, February 9th, I met with CCRC to get a report on the state of child care in the city of Burbank. Let's see. I also met with folks from Livable Communities Initiative to hear some of their thoughts on what we're doing in our zoning practices. And then on the 13th, that's today, I attended the police, well, no, that was yesterday at this point, right? Yeah, that was yesterday. So yesterday, I attended the Police Foundation Awards. And I also, if you're wondering why I've been wearing a jersey this entire time, got to throw the first pitch at the Providence Burbank softball game. Thank you.
How'd you do?
I want to shout out my colleagues who helped teach me how to throw a pitch. I hit the home plate, and according to softball, that is a strike.
That's right.
So, yay.
Wow.
I did not embarrass myself or the city by extension. So that was really wonderful. If you have the chance, please go out, watch a game, support our women's sports here in the city. That's everything I did.
All right, thanks, colleagues. Try to do this in like a minute or less. Thursday, February 1st, SCAG Energy and Environment Committee, followed by Arroyo Verdugo's Community JPA meeting. That was a lot of driving. Friday the 2nd, met on campus, the Burbank Water and Power campus with State Senator Caroline Menjivar, just to give her an update on what we're doing and where we could use her help, quite frankly, in terms of new legislation. Following Monday, I flew to Sacramento with our Water and Power team as part of California Municipal Utilities Association Lobby Day, so got to meet all of our representatives and, again, beg for money. Always fun. Then on Thursday, I had my APPA Policymakers Council call. Just as a heads up, I'll be somehow, right, guys, chairing the meeting from Washington, D.C. next time, so that'll be an adventure. Be ready. Yes. We'll see. Nothing contentious next time, okay? You don't want me not here. Okay. Then we have the, that'll be on the 27th. Doghouse groundbreaking. And then on Friday the 9th, met with James Ingram, Livable Communities Initiative Burbank. Also took a tour of Burbank Housing Corporation and their exciting new project that we can't quite talk about yet, but is going to be more affordable units for our community. And then earlier today, before the foundation lunch, I also met with IBEW about our electric vehicle infrastructure and how we can make sure that all of it is built with union labor. That's my report in like a minute and a half. Okay. I stay busy a little bit. I don't know. I don't sleep. That helps. So now is the time for the introduction of additional agenda items. Does anyone on the council have anything to introduce? Really? I'm surprised.
I'd like a first step report to craft a letter of opposition to Senate Bill 1011. The letter of opposition.
Is this United States Senate or California State Senate?
Senate Bill, California. So I'm sorry, SB 1011.
Do you want to mention the topic?
It is the criminalization of homelessness in sensitive areas. I'd also like a white paper memo on the feasibility of implementing affordable housing, deed restrictions, and rental regulations for SB 9 projects. Just a memo back to us. Yes. And this one came up in discussion. I'd like a first step report on the feasibility. Actually, you know what? Just make it a memo. We can do a memo home. Feasibility of creating uniform regulations on ratio utility billing services, the RUBS, for multifamily housing.
So I can't give you the feasibility because we may not have the feasibility completed,
Okay.
but I could give you information related to it. So if you
Okay.
if you want a memo, I
Yeah,
can only
start
if,
with that
if
memo.
we have that, then you could.
I can dig
agendize
into it.
but I can't.
I-
That's more work direction than.
Yeah.
I would actually say that should be something that relates to housing and might need to be more on the path of if it affects affordable housing costs. Like, I don't know.
No, this is it's a system of changing, without discussing the topic, it's a system of changing your rate through the single meter to getting the entire building of a multifamily housing to pay into a single meter. And so you basically use
You just want a memo on how that process
how
works.
it works, where it comes from, who's doing, that kind, just a simple memo on that.
Informational
memo. Let's do that.
Because that's all I could.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine. We'll start there. Thank you.
Y'all, anything else?
I'm good.
Okay, sure. Kitchen's not closed yet. Anyone else? Anyone? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have one, please. Could we get a first step report, please, to painting all of our bike lanes green? Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, I got one. No, it's not too late till I gavel the meeting, Mr. City Manager. Don't test me there. The power. Mr. Prescott will know what I'm referring to. Livable Community Initiative Burbank has submitted several policy proposals to community development, and I believe they're meeting with all of my colleagues. I would like a first step report on their proposal and initial, not in depth, but initial staff response to those proposals. And now I'm done. Okay. Anyone else? No. Okay.
I'm going to be nice to staff.
Well, we have a fun relationship, right, guys? Okay. Anyway, we now adjourn the meeting to Tuesday, February 27th, 2024, where 4 out of the 5 council members will be here in council chamber located at 275 East Olive Avenue, 2nd floor, and I'll be coming to you live from some hotel in Washington, D.C. Thank you, everyone, and have a wonderful night.